Part 2. Chapter 21. Peer Pressure. Sophie dreamt of the strange man again. She was in the same pitch-black tunnel, her path barred by the towering gold ring. Only this time, something waited for her beyond the ring. It was Tedros, a king's crown of silver and diamonds upon his head. Bathed in sunlight, he stood before a white rose altar in a royal blue jacket, the spires of Camelot rising behind him. Between his hands shimmered a matching queen's diadem, casting sun flares on his cheeks. The young king met Sophie's eyes and smiled. Sophie lost her breath, gazing at the crown in his hand. This was it, her heart's wish come true. All she had to do was destroy the schoolmaster's ring. Without thinking, Excalibur was suddenly in Sophie's hands, the jeweled hilt warm against her clammy fingers. Lifting the blade over her shoulder, she crept towards the giant gold circle. But, as she drew closer, she saw a familiar reflection in its broad surface, blocking her from her prince. It was the dark, fiendish man she'd seen once before, with untamed hair, skin like rawhide, and a bulbous nose. Sophie bared her teeth at him, undaunted. She hoisted Excalibur higher, poised to shatter the ring and the stranger inside it. But the man's eyes stopped her cold. 2 onyx pools, dead and devil-like, as if daring her to strike. Sophie's hands weakened on the sword. Who are you?" she whispered. The stranger grinned cryptically. Paralyzed, Sophie looked between Tedros and the devil man, between a queen's crown and a gold ring. "Do it! Do it now!" With a rousing cry, she raised the blade over the ring. 2 hands stabbed out and caught Sophie by the neck. As she choked, the dark man smiled sadly from inside the ring, as if she'd given him no choice. Then his eyes turned punishing, and he ripped out her throat. Agatha woke, gripped with terror, wheezing for air. Peeking down at her black and green uniform, it took her a few frantic breaths before she realized she was still alive and sopped in sweat on a hard, thin mattress. She looked up, but her surroundings were washed out by blinding red-orange light. "Camelot!" Agatha panicked, shielding her eyes. "I'm in Camelot!" She squinted into the fiery glow. A fat face shoved into it, splotched with rouge and emanating bacon breath. "I ate your breakfast and there ain't no more, so don't bother asking." Cinderella spat and trundled away. Agatha jolted to her knees to see she was back at League headquarters, the burnt red glare coming from a sliver of sunrise through the cave hole. The muggy, dusty den was a hive of activity, with all 13 League members packing up and stripping the cave bare, readying for a company move. On one side, Hansel and Gretel were magically storing furniture in Merlin's hat. Peter Pan and Tinker Bell were stuffing a dozen satchels with snacks and tins of water, and Pinocchio and Red Riding Hood were scrubbing the last of the breakfast plates clean. On the other side, Yuba studied a spread of open storybooks. Princess Uma and the White Rabbit swept up scraps of black satin scattered on the floor, and Jack and Briar Rose pretended to be working while huddling over a notebook, finalizing their wedding guest list. Amidst all this chaos, Hort lingered in front of the moth-eaten curtain, shrouding the far cave wall. He was eerily still, biceps folded over his chest as if standing guard over something. He met Agatha's gaze for just a moment, then narrowed his eyes coolly and glanced away. Meanwhile, near Cinderella's mirror, Merlin was having an intense conversation with Tedros, who looked clean in taut white breeches and a cerulean shirt, the laces open down his smooth bronzed chest, marred by a long scar near the heart. Agatha noticed Excalibur sheathed at the prince's waist, while Sophie was nowhere to be seen. "What's going on?" said Agatha, approaching the prince. Tedros turned, his stare brilliant and blank.
"I'm sorry, do I know you?"
Agatha gaped at him.
"I'm Tedros of Camelot, heir to Arthur Pendragon, guardian of good and eligible bachelor, seeking my future queen."
He extended his hand.
"And you would be—"
Agatha didn't take his hand. "Bachelor."
"You wanted a new beginning, remember?" Tedros joked, irritated she wasn't playing along.
Agatha felt sick, the events of last night flooding back. Her prince had thought she was in on the lie to pretend to question their happy ending, when deep down, Agatha knew they should be questioning it. She didn't want to be a queen. She wanted an ordinary life, away from the spotlight and people judging her and the pressures of having to look and act a certain way. That's all she'd ever wanted, since she was a child in Gavaldon, condemned by its people as a witch and a freak. Besides, who was she kidding? She couldn't be queen of a potato sack, let alone King Arthur's Camelot. Not without disappointing its people, who deserved a real queen, who would restore the kingdom to glory. Not without disappointing its new king most of all. "Right, sure," she said, stiff as a board. "New beginning." Tedros saw her making eye contact with everything but him.
"Look, Agatha, don't worry, everything's fine. I just have to pretend to give Sophie a chance. So, on that note," he bowed dramatically, "lovely to meet you, Agatha of Woods Beyond, daughter of Callus and friend of Sophie. I look forward to seeing whether you'll indeed make an acceptable queen."
He kissed her hand and winked. Agatha yanked her hand away reflexively. Tedros gave her an odd look.
"If you two are finished with your adolescent theatrics, can we get back to saving lives?"
A voice snapped. Agatha turned to see Merlin, glaring blackly.
"Lovely. Now, Agatha, because of your quick thinking last night, you managed to hide your friends in the Celestium, from where I magically transported all of you to League headquarters," said the wizard. "You took quite a blow to your head in the process, so you were hardly coherent and desperately in need of rest. Indeed, you and Tedros had broken into Evil's fortress and accomplished everything I'd asked, namely to find Sophie and Excalibur and extricate them both safely. I know how dangerous both these missions were, but we had no choice. Since Sophie's kiss brought the schoolmaster back to life, only Sophie could undo that kiss by destroying his ring. But now that we are in possession of Sophie, the ring and the sword, she could finally send him and his dark army to their graves, and the three of you would be on your way to Camelot, your storybook closed."
Merlin paused.
"But I'm afraid there's been a change of plans,"
he said to Agatha.
"As you fell asleep last night, you whispered that our league wasn't safe, that they knew where we were. I knew better than to question your babbling, given I'd witnessed the army of famous villains that chased you out of school, so we must move from our headquarters immediately. The League will split up and hide throughout the woods, while I escort you, Tedros, Sophie, and that surly, over-muscled Neverboy to a safe house, where the four of you won't be found."
"Hort? We're taking Hort," said Agatha, trying to keep up. "And why do we have to hide at all? If the schoolmaster is dead, the League can all return safely to their kingdoms, just like you said, and Sophie, Tedros, and I can—" She saw Merlin's and Tedros's faces. Change of plans. Agatha's stomach dropped. "The schoolmaster's not dead." Tedros shook his head. "Sophie still has the ring," said Agatha. Tedros nodded. "Sophie's still wearing the ring," said Agatha. Tedros bit his lip. "How is that possible?" Agatha exploded. "Did anyone talk to her? Did anyone tell her what's at stake?" "Ha!" Hansel pipped, rolling by. Merlin smiled tightly at Agatha.
"We tried this morning, dear. The entire League tried."
He eyed Uma, sweeping up the scraps of black satin.
"Let's just say Sophie won't be destroying the schoolmaster's ring any time soon."
"I don't understand. Agatha pressed. "She promised to do it once we left school."
"Put it this way," said Tedros. "Last night, Sophie beat Hort with any utensil in the kitchen she could find, saying he'd ruined everything by coming with us and he'd better scram before she put the rolling pin up his you-know-what. But ever since we tried to make her destroy the ring, well, not only won't she destroy it, but now it seems she isn't in such a hurry to get rid of Hort after all."
Agatha followed the prince's eyes to the buff, black-haired boy standing sentinel in front of a curtained cave wall, and a human-sized lump in the curtain behind him.
"It's why he's coming with us," Tedros said grimly. "She says he's her bodyguard."
Hort barred her path.
"Can I help you?"
"I need to talk to her, Hort. Now," Agatha commanded.
"No visitors," said Hort.
"Sophie, tell the ape to move," Agatha barked over his shoulder. "Are we going to talk about the ring?" squeaked Sophie behind the curtain.
"Obviously."
"Then no." Hort grinned at Agatha, bangs jagged against his forehead like lightning bolts. Agatha glowered witheringly. "Tried to be her roommate, tried to be her best friend, and now you're her slave. Nice muscles, by the way, if only a hot body cured spinelessness and servility." Hort thrust his face in hers, flashing sharp yellow teeth.
"As soon as she's ready, I'm taking her back to the school for evil where she belongs,"
he hissed, lowering his voice so Sophie wouldn't hear.
"She's not staying here with these weird old fogies, or anywhere near that dingleweed."
He locked eyes with Tedros across the room and spat in his direction. Tedros made an obscene gesture at him. But Agatha was still gazing at Hort's jacked-up torso and edgy haircut, her face softening in astonishment. "You really think you still have a chance with her, don't you? That's why you chased her. That's why you're still here." Hort blinked back, as if she'd seen him naked. Then he sneered savagely.
"If you don't get out of my reach in the next 3 seconds, I'll—"
"Hort, dearest," Sophie's voice fluttered softly. "You can let Aggie through, but tell her she has to bring me new clothes and some nail polish." Agatha barreled by Hort, elbowing him in the sternum, and threw open the curtain to find Sophie shivering against the back wall, black gown torn to shreds, cheeks pale, hair rumpled, and makeup smeared all over her like a madwoman in an attic. "If only the role of Bride of Frankenstein hadn't already been played," said Agatha. "Aggie, my darling, my poopsie, you don't know what it was like," cried Sophie, collapsing into her arms. "I never said I wouldn't do it. All I said is I needed a little time. And then they descended on me like wolves. Here I am, tickled pink to meet my childhood heroes, and instead Tinker Bell is stinging me, shrieking like a dog whistle. Hansel and Gretel are goosing me with wheelchairs and yammering in that Teutonic accent. Peter Pan is jabbing me with a cane and lecturing me on civic responsibility, and even Merlin, who in storybooks is wise and just and kind, shoves Excalibur into my hands as the others yank and peck at me like magpies, trying to get the ring off my finger. And then, that monstrous Cinderella corners me, stinking of a mummy untombed, and threatens in no uncertain terms to sit on me. Yes, you heard me, Agatha. A legendary princess threatening to put her voluminous buttocks upon my face and keep them there until I smash the ring. And you wonder why I find old people so repulsive. Well, now that ring is staying on my finger until kingdom come. You hear me? I will not reward bullying, terrorism, and worst of all, poor manners." Agatha was long used to Sophie's overblown monologues, but this one even left her pop-eyed. "Sophie," Agatha said, attempting to collect herself. "Their lives are at stake. All of our lives are at stake. The schoolmaster is rewriting famous fairy tales so evil wins. Every old story evil makes new brings him and his army one step closer to Gavaldon. That's where he'll destroy good once and for all." "Gavaldon? What does the schoolmaster want with Gavaldon?" Sophie asked, picking at a plate of bacon on the floor. Do you think I can trade this for a kale omelette?
Sophie!
Agatha seized her friend's shoulders. This is a boy who stabbed you through the heart, nearly hacked Tedros in half, came back from the grave, and has a school of 200 undead villains fighting for him. It doesn't matter what the schoolmaster wants with Gavaldon. We don't want to find out. Sophie gulped. So listen, Poopsie. I'm going to get Excalibur, and you're going to smash that ring just like you promised, Agatha said firmly. Right here and now, with no one watching but me. Got it? She grabbed the curtain to leave. I can't. Agatha let go of the curtain. I can't do it, Aggie, Sophie whispered behind her. There was a steel to her voice, the frippery and friendliness gone. Agatha slowly turned. Sophie's face was a strange, tense mask, as if she'd prepared for this moment but was struggling how to play it. This isn't about manners, is it? Said Agatha. Sweat beaded Sophie's brow. I have dreams, Aggie. Dreams of this man. A devil-faced man who I've never seen before. But if I try to destroy the ring, he kills me. Dreams? That's what's stopping you? Agatha groaned in relief. She'd been sure it was something far worse. No, Aggie, this man in the dreams knows me. I can see it in his eyes, Sophie said, her voice still unsteady. He's telling me I can't destroy the ring. At least not yet. It's just a dream, Sophie. Dreams aren't real. Before I ever came to school, I dreamed a beautiful, frost-haired boy would love me, and that was real. I dreamed of you as my nemesis, and that was real too, said Sophie. Dreams aren't just dreams, Agatha. Not in this world. Agatha took in Sophie's anguished face. So what are you telling me then? Sophie caressed the ring on her finger. I know why the man stops me. He wants me to make sure it's right. Just like you and I agreed to make sure it's right back at school. Once I know it's right, I can destroy the ring. You're blathering, Sophie, said Agatha, exasperated. Once you know what's right. But now she saw Sophie wasn't caressing the ring on her finger. Sophie was caressing the name tattooed beneath it. Tedros. Tedros? Tedros! Slowly Agatha's eyes widened, the rules of the game dawning on her. Sophie would destroy the schoolmaster's ring only once she had the thing worth destroying it for, and not before. Aggie? Agatha looked up and saw Sophie watching Tedros through a slit in the curtain. It must have been hard to let your prince go. But it was your idea to start over, wasn't it? You agreed to give Tedros up. You agreed to give the three of us a clean slate to find love, Sophie said defensively. And now all can still come to a happy end, Aggie, because of you. Agatha's heart stopped her throat. It doesn't matter what I agreed. You promised to destroy the ring as soon as we left school. Sophie turned back to Agatha. I'll destroy the ring. I'll kill Rafal like I promised, and all your good friends, old and new, will be safe forever, she said. But I need Tedros to give me a chance like he promised. I need him to kiss me. Because once he kisses me, he'll know I'm his queen. Agatha couldn't speak, for she understood perfectly. To save good, she had to help Sophie kiss her prince. To save good, she had to help her best friend take her ever after. But that's cheating, Agatha fought, anger swelling. You think you can blackmail me? What about what I want, what Tedros wants? You can't change what people feel. Sophie held her gaze. I love you so much, Agatha. And I know how much you love Teddy. But you? A queen? Agatha's anger seeped away. I saw the way you looked at him in that tower, Aggie, said Sophie. You won't have Tedros to yourself any more as a queen. You'll have to share him with an entire kingdom for the rest of your life. Just think, thousands of eyes on you every second of every day, watching your every move, picking out every flaw, telling you that you aren't good enough. Everyone will have their claws out for you, like Gavaldon all over again, only 1,000 times worse. Tedros will spend every waking moment defending why he chose you as his queen instead of doing real good as king. You'll close yourself off to protect him. You'll doubt whether he's happy, and it will only be a matter of time before Tedros doubts you too. The tension will fester, the two of you at each other's throats, forgetting why you ever thought you were in love at all. And before long, Aggie, you'll steal away from Camelot in the middle of the night and set yourself free. Just like Guinevere did, leaving your king all alone. Imagine what that would do to Tedros, to end up like his father, lonely and humiliated. It'd kill him. Sophie moved closer. You can't be his queen, Agatha. You don't want to be. For his sake. Agatha recoiled, breathless. This isn't about me. This is about the ring. About your promise. Sophie touched her shoulder. I know you'll want to tell him all of this. Maybe he'll even lie for you and pretend to give me a chance. But I'll know if he's faking it, Aggie. I'll know if his kiss is for real. So, if you want the ring destroyed, I need you to help me win his heart. Agatha spun away, lurching for the curtain, but Sophie held her back. When our storybook closes, you'll see this is how it was meant to be from the beginning. Tedros and me, King and Queen of Camelot. You, our faithful friend and savior of good, happy on your own, like you used to be, she said. I know what you must be thinking, that I'm still a witch, that I'm still evil. But how else can three people have a happy ending? You never wanted to be a princess like I did. You never wanted a fairy tale, or a boy's love, or anything to do with boys at all. That's when you were happiest, Aggie. Never caring what people thought of you, never doubting yourself, never answering to anyone but yourself. Don't you see? This is how each of us gets what matters most to us. This is the ending that feels right. The last ever after to our fairy tale. She reached up, fingers shaking, and stroked her friend's cheek. Look at me, Agatha. Get away from me, Agatha gasped, strangling for air. She broke free and fumbled at the curtains, grasping at the opening, only to tangle up in the fabric and crash through, face-planting in cave sand. Could have talked louder for us, Peter Pan's voice grouched. Agatha wiped away sand to see the entire league gathered behind Hort's body barrier, pretending not to eavesdrop. Oh, people don't have the best of ears, dear, Riding Hood chided. Couldn't hear a word. The others murmured agreement. Then Agatha glimpsed Merlin in the far corner, tight-faced and tugging at his beard. Maybe no one else in the league had gleaned her and Sophie's conversation, but the wizard heard everything. So? Asked a deep voice. It was Tedros, smiling hopefully next to Princess Uma. Is Sophie ready to do it? He asked. Is she ready to destroy the ring? Agatha saw him smile wider, convinced she'd accomplished what he couldn't. For all their fights and failings, her prince still trusted her more than he trusted himself. Agatha's heart melted. In this single, terrible moment, she loved him more than ever before. Tedros saw the change in her face, and his smile wavered. Or are we moving on to new hideouts? Over his shoulder, Agatha could see Yuba the gnome tacking storybooks to the far wall. More old tales, at least 10 of them, opened their last pages, new endings illuminated. Fair princesses slain, valiant princes gutted, clever children eaten. Agatha's legs jellied. The schoolmaster was working faster now. Old villains were on the hunt. Agatha lowered her eyes to the League of 13, all watching her intently, the greatest heroes of good, in mortal danger of losing everything they'd worked for to evil. Was her ever after worth all of theirs? Was her own happiness worth so many lives? And would she even be happy if she fought Sophie for Tedros? Just like Guinevere, a voice echoed. Just like Guinevere. A sparkle of green distracted her from her thoughts, and in Cinderella's mirror, Agatha spotted the reflection of a single emerald eye spying on Tedros through the curtain. Old villains on the hunt, indeed. Agatha waited for the fire to burn inside of her, the mettle to fight Sophie for her prince, but it never came. For as Agatha looked at 13 heroes who needed her, she knew Sophie was right. She couldn't risk their lives by striving for a crown she doubted to her very core, for a kingdom she would inevitably fail, for a king who would see he'd made a terrible mistake. How could she fight for something her heart didn't even want, especially when there was a greater fight to be won? It's why Sophie had known all along that Agatha would agree to her terms. Because Agatha could never be Tedros's queen, no matter how much she loved him. And because Sophie knew that deep, deep down in the pit of her soul, Agatha was good. And when put to the test, Agatha would sacrifice everything to stay true to that good. Even if it meant surrendering her battle to win the war. Even if it meant giving up her prince. Even if it meant her prince giving up her. Slowly, Agatha looked up at Tedros, holding back tears. "We're moving on," she said. Chapter 22. Everything old is new again. By the time the weak warmth of sunrise left League headquarters, the League was gone too. Agatha stood with Merlin under a fungus-infected oak a few paces from the entrance hole, watching 12 old heroes go their separate ways into the woods, satchels of clothes, food, and drink weighing down their backs. Peter Pan, Tinker Bell, and Cinderella journeyed to the west. Pinocchio and Red Riding Hood to the east, Jack and Briar Rose to the north, and Uma, Yuba, and the White Rabbit to the south, with Hansel and Gretel wheeling their rickety chairs behind them. Tedros sidled up to Agatha. "Just when I was starting to feel fond of the old farts," he said, shivering in his unlaced shirt. "You think we'll ever see them again, Merlin?" "I hope so, dear boy, because it will mean we're still alive," said the wizard, pulling 2 black cloaks from his hat and handing him one. "In the meantime, there are bigger questions to be answered." Merlin fixed subtly on Agatha. "Like when Sophie will destroy the ring." "What do you think she's waiting for?" Tedros asked, struggling to button his tight cloak. Are you sure this one's mine?" Agatha stared at Merlin, silently asking whether they should tell Tedros the truth. Tell him Sophie had lied about destroying the ring. Tell him she wouldn't kill the schoolmaster until he kissed her and saw what he'd been missing. Until he took her as Camelot's queen. But Merlin pressed his lips together, his eyes dulling, and Agatha knew what the wizard was thinking. Sophie had warned her. She'd know if Tedros was faking his interest before he ever said a word, and if she did, there'd be no way back. No, thought Agatha. If Sophie was to destroy the ring, she'd have to get Tedros for real. Her gut twisted tighter. Meaning, Tedros has to fall in love with her for real.
Well,
Tedros pushed, subduing his last button with a growl.
What's she waiting for?
Your lips on hers, Agatha thought. Your lips that kissed me on hers. Your lips that taste like vanilla clouds on hers. Your lips you vowed to me forever on hers. Agatha turned. She needs a safe place where she can rest and think, she said quickly. That's what all of us need, to be honest.
Relax, worrywart, said Tedros, massaging her shoulder. I know you're not much of a liar, but this isn't grand theatre. Just act insecure around me, like you don't know if you can be happy as my queen, and I'll act like I'm struggling to choose between you and her.
Agatha stared at him.
You said the safe house is beyond the Frost Plains? Tedros asked. That's a 2-day journey northeast. And the trail's quite narrow through the Neverlands, Merlin added. Given there are 4 of you now, we certainly can't travel in a pack with the Dark Army on the hunt.
He looked at Agatha keenly.
Which means we'll have to travel 2 by 2, with each pair a good ways behind, to avoid drawing attention.
Fair enough, Tedros surmised, clutching Agatha by the wrist. You lead the way, Em, and I'll walk with... Yoo-hoo! Here I am! Tedros and Agatha spun to see 2 muscular arms thrust Sophie out of the cave hole like a dancer bursting out of a birthday cake. She bustled towards them in a belly-bearing fire-red blouse, a black leather miniskirt, a billowing bearskin coat, and baby-pink fur booties. Tedros's cloak buttons popped open. Agatha dropped her satchel. Sorry, darlings, I needed time to wash this morning out of my hair. Managed a bit of creative costuming with the curtain fabric, den rugs, and Cinderella's sewing kit. Turns out that hulk of a woman is willing to trade anything for leftover bacon. Sophie vamped as Hort crawled out of the cave behind her. Now, what were you saying about pairing off? I remember when Teddy and I sat on a balcony over the blue forest, and he told me about all these beautiful sights in the woods. I was a boy then, of course, but now I'm a girl, and he can show them to me firsthand. She stopped because she could see the prince trying not to look at her. It's the clothes, isn't it? She said, blushing. I just thought it's been a while since I could actually be myself.
No, you look really, really good. Trust me, Tedros said, forcing eye contact. But I'm pairing up with Agatha. Merlin can set the pace ahead of us, and you can follow with the weasel at a distance. He is your bodyguard, isn't he?
Sophie's face fell. Oh yes, that does make sense, doesn't it? She looked at Agatha for the first time since they'd met behind the curtain, but there was no apology on Sophie's face, no sign of the guilt-racked Sophie who tried to justify taking her prince. Instead, Sophie gazed hopefully at Agatha, as if they were old friends working towards a new goal. It's just, Sophie started, I'm quite sure Agatha would prefer you walk with me.
What?
Tedros snorted. Agatha glared back at Sophie, suppressing the instinct to bash her head with a rock. Because Agatha knew Sophie was right. This was the decisive moment. If Sophie walked the trail alone with Tedros, then by the time they reached the safe house in 2 days, she could be that much closer to earning his kiss. That much closer to killing the schoolmaster. That is, as long as Tedros wasn't still holding on to his old princess.
Agatha?
Tedros said, frowning. She could see Merlin's eyes on her, between Sophie and the prince. She couldn't dare waver. It was like a bandage. She had to commit to the pain and rip it off. Yes, she said on a breath. Take Sophie with you, Tedros. I'll keep Merlin company. Tedros's cheeks pinked like an instant sunburn.
But Merlin loves to be alone. It doesn't make any sense.
Agatha, this is 2 days in the toughest part of the woods, with villains on the loose, and sleeping in close quarters, and protecting each other from whatever we might face. Agatha's expression didn't change. Tedros grabbed her by the arm, hissing in her ear so Sophie couldn't hear. "Listen, I know we said to pretend, but this is going too far. I'm your prince, and I'm not letting you out of my sight. We need to be together." Agatha pulled away. Now Tedros saw it in her face. That same halting expression he'd seen in the tower. "Oh my God. You meant it for real, didn't you? You're questioning our happy ending for real," he whispered, his eyes wide. "But we're so close. Camelot's waiting for us." Agatha tried not to look at him, focusing instead on Sophie behind him, on the ring circling her finger, on the 1,000 of good lives depending on that ring. "You and I had our time together, Tedros, and I'm not sure that me being your queen will make either of us happy," she forced, turning from him so Sophie would hear. "Sophie took a lethal risk to leave school with you. You and she need space to get to know each other again." Stunned, Tedros looked at ravishing Sophie, ogling him with a princess's ardor. Then at Agatha, rigid in her black cloak. "You can't mean that," he fought back. "You don't want all of Camelot to see you standing next to me in your crown? You don't want to be the face of a kingdom as its rightful queen?" Agatha shook her head. "No," she rasped. "I don't." It wasn't even a lie. Tedros's hurt froze to ice. He matched her expression, stiff and guarded. "You're right. Maybe Sophie and I do need some time together," he said, and took Sophie's arm tight under his eyes searing Agatha the whole time. "Come on, Sophie. Let's go." Sophie couldn't have looked happier. She smiled at Agatha gratefully, the same smile she had first year when Agatha promised to help her get Tedros's kiss. Agatha didn't smile back. She ploughed ahead on the trail so brusquely that Merlin had to hike up his robes and scurry after her. As Sophie and Tedros dropped behind, Agatha could hear Sophie's voice lowered. "Odd that Aggie still calls you Tedros. Would have thought you two would have nicknames by now." Agatha pumped her legs faster so she wouldn't hear Tedros's answer. Near the cave-hole, Hort gaped at all this in horror.
"Him! You're going with him!" he screeched, losing his rebel cool facade. "What about me?"
"You follow behind us and ward off danger, darling," Sophie called without turning. "That's what bodyguards do." Hort's chest puffed up, his rage about to blow, but it was too late. Sophie was already cozied up to another boy, a boy Hort had come all this way to save her from, leaving the weasel alone in the dust. Agatha peeked over her shoulder. She'd checked 1,000 times in the past 4 hours, trying to gauge if it was going well. But they were a mile back now, tiny halo-haired figurines against a misty mustard-coloured bog. She needed Sophie to destroy that ring. She needed Sophie to hold up her end of the bargain after she'd forced Tedros to give her a chance. But what if Sophie ruined it? Suddenly Agatha felt like the old Agatha, the Agatha who'd studied spellbooks and fed Sophie lines as a cockroach and moved mountains to get Tedros to kiss her best friend and send them home. But her plans had failed then, and it would fail now if the new Sophie acted anything like the old Sophie. Because Tedros wouldn't kiss that Sophie then or now. Agatha anxiously glanced back again. She tripped badly, her new boots slipping off the wet path into a marsh of black water. A ribbon of sawgrass snapped against her cheeks like a whip. Gritting her teeth, she climbed back onto the muddy trail, through the mossy, yellowed boglands, chasing after Merlin, who had grown so impatient with her distracted lagging that he was no longer waiting for her. But Agatha's mind couldn't stop churning. On the one hand, she and Merlin needed Tedros to kiss Sophie. On the other hand, she could puke at the idea of Tedros kissing that lying, backstabbing, double-crossing... Pain pricked her ribs, a twinge Agatha felt when her thoughts went wrong. She'd been demonizing Sophie as the old Sophie, the evil witch Sophie, still scheming for a prince. But had she tried to see the story from Sophie's point of view? Behind the curtain in the cave, Sophie had looked so regretful, as if she knew what she was doing was wrong. Yet, as Sophie pointed out, all of this was Agatha's fault to begin with. She'd given Tedros a clean slate in the tower, even if Tedros hadn't known it at the time. She'd given all of them a clean slate when she'd balked at being queen. And with a clean slate, Sophie had done what anyone with a second chance at their fairy tale would do, just like those undead villains in the school for old. They'd gone back to the moment in their story when things went awry. And Sophie's moment was when she'd almost won Tedros's kiss 2 years ago, only to lose it. All this time, Agatha had believed that she and Tedros were the true loves in this fairy tale, that Sophie was never meant to get the prince's kiss their first year. But what if she's right? Agatha thought. What if Sophie is Tedros's true love and we made a wrong turn? What if Tedros was never meant to be with me? Agatha's chest hollowed, her face softened with understanding. The only way she'd ever know is if she let Sophie and Tedros be together. If she didn't hate Sophie for trying to be his queen, but instead gave her that chance, just as Agatha had promised her in the schoolmaster's tower. For a month, Agatha had Tedros to herself, which turned out to be a lumpy, potholed stretch of tension and misunderstandings with a cloudy and doubt-riddled future. She had her turn at being happy with him and couldn't find the end. Now, it was Sophie's turn. And if their kiss is real? If his name on her skin is right? If Tedros is really Sophie's true love? Agatha held her breath. Then I'm meant to be alone. She stopped in her tracks and looked over her shoulder, but she couldn't see Sophie and Tedros at all now, against the waterlogged landscape.
Dear girl, it will be a very long road if you spend more time looking backwards than forward.
Agatha turned to see Merlin far ahead on the trail, veiled in fog with a severe countenance, floppy cone hat, and a walking stick in hand. He looked like the great white wizard of epic storybooks who had all the answers. Then a wasp landed on his nose, and he fled up the path, shooing and cursing at it, his robes riding up over lime-green socks. Agatha exhaled. Either Merlin had gotten too old to be a great white anything, or she'd gotten too old to believe in answers at all. "What will happen to the League members?" she asked when they were side by side again. Yuba was putting up more storybooks. All of them had new endings.
11. 11 more dead, including Jack Horner, Puss in Boots, and Anya, the Little Mermaid, all found in ripe old age and dispatched by nemeses returned from the grave, said Merlin gravely, wiping his fogged-up spectacles. It was only a matter of time before the Dark Army began to have more success in finding their old targets. But I trust the members of our league to survive in the woods until Sophie decides to destroy her ring. Once upon a time, those same heroes were trained in a blue forest, just like you. The only difference is they made it to graduation without the world ending.
He gave Agatha a droll smile. Up until now, it had seemed too fantastical, too cartoonish, for Agatha to think that the sun that rose and set every day for thousands of years was melting because of them. But the tenor of Merlin's voice suddenly made it real. "What happens if it goes dark?" She peered at the small gold circle in the colourless sky, so faint she could look right at it. It's barely lighting the woods anymore.
When it drips its last light, the sun will sink into the horizon, and our world will extinguish like a candle into the sea, said the wizard. Every story must end, Agatha. That is how the land of stories stays alive. But your fairy tale undoes its endings. First you and Sophie, then you and Tedros. Well, now the moment is coming where your fairy tale either ends for real and earns its place in eternal lore, or becomes the last ever after for us all.
How long do we have? Agatha asked, the boggy trail growing firmer and drier under her feet. For Sophie to kiss Tedros, I mean. Merlin gave the sun a cursory glance.
It's melting faster. 3 weeks at most. Might not last until the boy's coronation. But perhaps that's another secret we'll keep from him until the schoolmaster is dead.
He pulled the peach-flavoured lollipop out of his hat, only to see it covered in mould.
Even the best magic seems to be losing its luster, he mumbled.
It doesn't make sense, Agatha mulled as the trail sloped upwards. Why didn't the schoolmaster chase us? If he knew Sophie could destroy the ring, why didn't he try to keep her at school? Merlin gave her a curious stare, but said nothing. Agatha didn't ask any more questions as they moved out of the boglands and into Gillikin, on the outskirts of Oz, the kingdom famous for its Emerald City. Gillikin's hills were steep and purple, blemished with dead, saffron-coloured streaks, and the glittering green city in the valley was hardly visible beneath yellow-bricked walls built to keep out the dark army. Agatha looked back, trying to spot Tedros and Sophie down the slope, before she saw Merlin glowering at her and forced her eyes ahead. They hiked the purple hills for an hour, Agatha itching at what seemed a copious amount of unseen pollen, before Merlin spoke again.
Agatha, since we have a while before lunchtime, and I know you're sorely in need of distraction, may I ask you to recount for me the events of last night? I'm particularly interested in anything you may have learned about the schoolmaster.
Agatha quelled her instinct to check on Sophie and Tedros one last time, and drew a deep breath. She told Merlin every detail of what happened once he'd left them behind Evil's glowing green gates. She revealed how she and Tedros made up before they parted ways as Edgar and Essa, how they kissed as boy and girl instead of girl and boy, and how Hester saved her from a night with Auric in the dungeons. She explained how the menagerie atop Honor's rooftop was now Tedros's story instead of his father's, how she outwitted her reflection on Halfway Bridge, and how the old villains had defaced each other's student portraits. She spoke of the classes in the school for old, including the villains' assessment of past mistakes and the maps pinning down the whereabouts of their good nemeses. She talked about finding Excalibur in Sada's painting, the schoolmaster's revelation about the reader world, and the beautiful white-haired boy named Rafal, who remained calm and still at his window as he watched Sophie escape. And, when she was finished, Agatha had to double over for breath, because she'd been so lost in her story that she hadn't realized they'd made it all the way to the highest hill in Gillikin, crested with a field of wilted tulips. Rafal said one day Sophie would come back to him, she puffed, waving away more pesky pollen. Maybe that's why he didn't chase her. He doesn't understand how much Sophie loves Tedros.
Or he understands exactly how much she loves Tedros, said Merlin vaguely, laying out a picnic lunch of chicken pot pie and watercress salad atop the flattened flowers.
What do you mean? Wait, we're eating here, in the middle of the day, with zombie villains on the loose.
Gillikin fairies are an ever's most dependable scouts.
Merlin held up a handful of watercress stalks.
You'll keep an eye out for us, won't you, Gillies?
Agatha watched him waving vegetables at thin air, convinced the old man had finally lost his mind. But then she noticed the watercress whittling down in his hand, as if magically being eaten by something. "Invisible," said Agatha, flashing a bright smile. "It's not pollen, it's fairies." She looked up at the drab grey air and imagined it, aglow with thousands and thousands of diaphanous wings and tiny, fantastical little bodies. Once upon a time, she'd thought of fairies as girly, vapid insects. She'd swallowed one her first day at school. But now, she'd give anything to see the little gillies, even for a moment. She held out her arm and felt them crawl all over her, chills of wonder goose-pimpling her skin, her smile growing as she listened to their thrumming wings. Then her smile evaporated. She could see Sophie and Tedros in the valley of a distant hill, their blonde bodies close together as they walked. "Merlin, am I—" Words stuck in her throat. "Am I doing the right thing?" Merlin studied Sophie's and Tedros's small figures as he sipped on a goblet of wine he'd pulled from his hat.
Let me tell you a story about Tedros's father, Agatha. Years after Tedros was born, King Arthur came to my cave one day, demanding a spell to spy on Guinevere, his queen. He was quite sure she'd been straying from the castle at night for some time, and wanted to see where she'd been going. Now, Arthur's anxieties about Guinevere were not new. Even when they were students at the School for Good, he'd schemed and manipulated and done everything he could to ensure she chose him as her true love. At the time, there was stern competition from a young knight-in-training named Lancelot, who, in addition to being bookish and an animal lover like Guinevere, also happened to be Arthur's best friend. Arthur certainly noticed the attraction between them, but he made sure Lancelot knew of his intentions towards Guinevere, and that he would not be denied. Besides, as Arthur saw it, Lancelot couldn't hold a candle to him when it came to the things that mattered to a girl: looks, lineage, money, fame. So when Guinevere and Arthur were tracked as leaders, and Lancelot as a helper to the future king, Arthur persuaded Guinevere he was the right choice for a husband. How could she marry Lancelot, now a knight for the king, when she could have the king himself? As Arthur put it, Camelot needed Guinevere. He would accept no other queen, and it was her duty to good to marry him. No girl could stand firm against such words, not when they came from a boy as dashing and determined and powerful as Arthur. The two were married in a resplendent wedding, and soon had the beautiful baby prince Arthur wished for. And yet, even with the queen of his dreams, Arthur couldn't relinquish his suspicions. Just like he did as a teenager at school, he tried to control Guinevere, have her followed, and ensure that she loved him and only him. But still he couldn't sleep easy, as if he'd known he'd forced her hand. By the time he flung into my cave, ranting for a spell to verify her faithfulness, he was an angry and obsessed man, his soul possessed by fear and jealousy. That day, I told Arthur there was only one magic spell to cure his plight after all these years. He had to let Guinevere leave the castle at nights and do exactly as she wished. Merlin gave a rueful grin. Arthur was apoplectic, of course. I told him that for 10 years he'd tried to control his and Guinevere's fairy tale, denying Guinevere her own story, only for him to be nearly driven mad. A man cannot force his own destiny. A man can only hold it back. All these years he'd been terrified that Guinevere did not love him, but the only way he'd overcome that fear is if he enabled the truth. To restrain Guinevere from finding her real true love, whether Arthur or someone else, meant neither Arthur nor his queen would ever be happy. Neither of them would ever know if their love was real. The wound would reopen again and again, the two of them punishing each other over a fairy tale arrested from its true ending.
The wizard drained the last of his wine.
Needless to say, Arthur found this all treasonous hogwash and left my cave vowing he was finished with me. Indeed, it's what led him to steal the sex-switching spell from my cave. Soon Guinevere had fled with Lancelot, Arthur had put a death warrant on his own queen's head, and I had to abandon the precious boy I'd raised from childhood, never to see him again.
Merlin finally looked at Agatha, his blue eyes glistening.
Now Tedros is reliving his father's story in front of our very eyes. Indeed, when he becomes king, he'll inherit the death warrant on his own mother. Everything old is new again, my dear. Only this time, you are in Guinevere's place, unsure whether you can be her son's queen, just as she was unsure of being his father's. But Guinevere wasn't strong enough to be honest with Arthur, even if she knew she couldn't be happy at Camelot. By failing to be true to herself, she was as blameworthy as the king. But you are a wise, wise girl, Agatha, and Tedros is lucky to have found you. For the difference between you and his mother is that you're willing to question your story as you live it, and thus stop history from repeating itself. You have a compass in your soul directed towards good, even if it means setting your beloved prince free to the night and letting him test your love. Even if it means you may lose him at the end. Because neither you nor I knows what will happen, Agatha. Neither of us knows whether your doubts of being a queen are well-founded, or whether Sophie is Tedros's true love, or whether Sophie will destroy the ring. But unlike Arthur, that day he came into my cave, you are willing to let go of the old and accept the unknown of the new. And that is what will keep good alive, whatever evil may come.
Agatha was sobbing hard now, cleansing sepulchral tears as if she couldn't bear the weight of Merlin's words. He wrapped her in his arms, letting her cry, until he heard her blow her nose on his robes and had to shove a cup of pistachio pudding in front of her face to distract her. She laughed through her sniffles and rested her head on the wizard's shoulder, spooning at the sweet green cream. "I'm really not all that good," she croaked. "The first day of school in those candied halls, I ate part of a classroom."
Now it was Merlin's turn to laugh. "So did I, my dear. So did I."
More laughter echoed behind them, and they turned to see Sophie and Tedros arriving to the hilltop, both of them in stitches.
Here I am in a girl's body with a dye job so bad that Merlin had to be joking, and I'm just off a chocolate roller coaster steered by a rat, and I'd prepared this whole speech to give you, and before I can get one word out, one word, here you are, fee-fi-fo-fum, clubbing me in the head.
Sophie was giggling so hard she had to clutch her stomach. "Well, if I'd known you had to touch one of Annadil's rats."
It peed on me the entire ride.
Tedros could hardly speak now.
The worst part is, the speech I had ready was really, really good.
Sophie nestled into him, howling. Agatha had never seen Tedros laugh this hard with her. She'd never seen her prince this joyful or relaxed. Even Sophie looked so free and guileless, as if she and Tedros had their own history and intimacy that Agatha hadn't known. Agatha felt nauseous, as if she should grab Tedros and pull him away from her. But the echo of Merlin's words held her back like a wind. She felt old resentments give way to the new truth of the moment. The sight of her two best friends, safe and happy, sniggering over a ludicrous story. And before she could help herself, Agatha was snorting too. The prince looked up, startled, and stopped laughing. "Goodness," Sophie said, following his eyes to Merlin and Agatha. "Either we're too fast or you're too slow." "Knowing us, a little of both," said Agatha. Sophie stared at her, breath held, waiting for the bitter punchline. Instead, Agatha smiled. Sophie's face lightened as if she sensed a silent change between them. Tedros, on the other hand, gave Agatha a frosty glance.
"Not too fast or too slow, as Goldilocks might say, but just right,"
said Merlin, pulling new plates of food from his hat.
"Wanted you two to catch up with us and get a hot lunch. Tedros, here's chicken pie and some fresh greens for you and Sophie, while Agatha and I will resume our journey. Tomorrow, we'll meet at the safe house by sunset. Come, Agatha."
But Agatha was peering into the horizon. "What's that?" Sophie squinted across purple hills and saw Hort's shadow trudging along the trail. "Oh, he'll be fine. His father was a pirate, for goodness sakes." "No," said Agatha. "That." She was watching a mirage far, far away, barely discernible against the grey sky. The colours were thin and impressionistic, like one of August Sader's paintings, but Agatha could make out the outlines of a village. Turreted cottage houses, yellow schoolhouse, crooked clock tower, shielded by a protective bubble. Her mouth fell open. Gavaldon. That's Gavaldon.
"The beginnings of it, at least,"
said Merlin. Agatha gazed at him, suddenly understanding. Every old story changed brings him closer to the reader world. That's what he said.
"And he meant it literally," said the wizard. "It seems your fellow readers are reading his new stories."
Agatha and Sophie both looked confused.
"You see, as long as readers believe in the old fairy tales and the power of good to triumph over evil, the schoolmaster has no access to their world, other than to take 2 students to school every 4 years. Indeed, he confessed this weakness to Agatha himself," said Merlin, studying the mirage carefully. "But once readers read the new stories and begin to lose their faith in good, their world gets closer and closer to the schoolmaster's grasp. With every hero's death, that protective shield will weaken, the mirage will sharpen, until at last the gates will open to his dark army. For there is something in your village the young schoolmaster needs to complete your fairy tale, something he needs to destroy good forever. And whatever it may be, it is something he will surely get, unless we destroy that ring."
Merlin, Agatha, and Tedros all turned to Sophie.
"I don't understand, Sophie,"
Tedros said, glaring at the gold circle on her finger.
"What are you waiting for?"
Sophie bristled. "Teddy, look, dear, what a lovely lunch Merlin's served us. You must be famished." She pulled him down to the picnic spread before looking up at Agatha. "You and Merlin best be on your way, shouldn't you, Aggie? Don't want any villains catching us here in broad daylight." Agatha could see Merlin about to expound on the wonder of Gillikin fairies, but she nudged him, and Merlin grinned oafishly, picking up the hint. Later, as the two of them crossed the abandoned lake village of Eartha, hopping between what seemed like an enormous game board of water puddles, Agatha could still see Merlin smiling. She assumed it was because there was something primal about jumping over puddles, reflecting the pink and blue sunset, clearing hurdles or missing by inches, and splish-sploshing ice-cold water with giggly shrieks, like 2 children playing leapfrog. But Merlin wasn't smiling at any of that. He was smiling at Agatha. Not just because it was she who'd known to give her friends privacy on that hill instead of him, or that it was the wizard now huffing and puffing to keep up with the student, but because in the 4 hours since she'd left her prince and friend to their own story, his wise young Agatha hadn't looked back once. Chapter 23. Two Queens. Sophie watched Agatha recede on the trail, smaller, smaller, until she was a speck on the horizon.
Sophie, it'll take 30 seconds.
She swiveled to Tedros. Absolutely not. I'm not watching you urinate in broad daylight.
Why can't you turn around?
And listen to it? As if I'm in a horse trough?
Sophie, if I don't pee, I'm going to explode, and I can't leave you alone on a hill, even with ghillie fairies scouting for us.
Tedros inhaled a lump of chicken pot pie and shifted in his shorts, looking highly uncomfortable.
Suppose one of the zombie villains shows up.
Then I'll defend myself, thank you. Besides, I can think of nothing more villainous than you swaying back and forth, tugging at your pants like you're doing some baleful interpretive dance, said Sophie, reaching for watercress, only to see it magically devoured. These fairies come a close second. Now hurry before Hort gets here and challenges you to a duel. Tedros stood as Sophie nibbled on a watercress leaf.
Don't eat all the pie, he cracked.
Sophie smiled coyly and watched the prince dart down the slope. Beyond the hill crests, she glimpsed the beginnings of Gavaldon behind a protective shield, and her smile flattened. Rafal's ring suddenly felt like a heavy weight on her finger. I have to destroy it soon, she thought. Old heroes were dying because of her. Good's stories were turning evil because of her. Readers were in danger because of her. Smash the ring with Excalibur here and now, and their fairy tale would end before Rafal ever made it to Gavaldon. Storybook closed, sun restored, good and evil back the way they once were. Sophie nervously picked at the pie. She couldn't do it. She needed that kiss first. Once Tedros finally kissed her, he'd feel it in their lips, like an answer to a riddle, that they were meant for each other from the first day they'd locked eyes at the welcoming. But destroy the ring without that kiss, and she'd have nothing to ensure their ever after. No matter how many heroes' lives were on the line, she couldn't throw away her own happy ending to save theirs. Martyrdom sounded good in theory, but in reality, it was pointless, idealistic, insane. Even with all of good in peril, no one in their right mind would willingly sacrifice their true love. Agatha would, thought Sophie. Agatha would do whatever it took to save good, just like Agatha had found it in her heart to let her best friend and Tedros have a chance at ever after, risking her own, while Sophie had tried to kill Agatha for the same offense. I'm evil, Sophie swallowed. Definitely evil. So what made her think she could end up with Good's greatest prince? She caressed Tedros's name on her skin beneath the cold metal ring. Her heart had promised he was her true love. And hearts don't lie.
I was kidding about you eating the pie, a boy's voice said behind her, but maybe I shouldn't have been.
Sophie glanced down and saw she'd drained almost all of it. Stress eating, she mumbled, and looked up to see Tedros looming over her, the sun shadowing his wind-chilled face. He pulled Excalibur from its sheath, the silver blade nearly blinding Sophie with its glare.
One blow will take care of every last one of our stresses. That's all we need from you, Sophie. One hard blow.
Sophie started fussing with the picnic plates, scooping the leftovers into one. We really should get on. The other two are far enough along by now.
I don't understand girls, said Tedros, plopping into crinkly tulips. You leave Rafal, but you won't destroy his ring. You hire Hort as a bodyguard, but you want to travel with me. You act like you live on air and leaves, but you pillage a whole pie in 20 seconds. Not that I'm complaining. So many Evergirls won't eat in front of boys because they think it makes them look, I don't know, human. Trust me, every boy would rather have a girl who eats. So that's why you and Agatha got along. I've seen that girl wolf down garlic-fried sausage, said Sophie, remembering how she'd abused Agatha for hours afterward over her breath.
Oh, Agatha, she whispered. Silly, wonderful Agatha.
She looked up and saw Tedros flinch, as if the name had stung him. The prince caught her staring and walked away. You're right. Shouldn't linger until the weasel comes along.
He'll be hungry, won't he?
Said Sophie, bunching dead tulips into a mound and topping it with the leftovers plate, so Hort wouldn't miss it.
He really is a nice boy. Just wants to protect me from being hurt, even if he doesn't love me anymore. Poured his heart out in the steam bath at school. Well, after all I've done to him, making sure he has his lunch is the least I can do. She scraped to her knees to get up, and saw Tedros halted on the path, smirking at her.
What? She asked. Who knew you had feelings? He marvelled, and hiked ahead.
Sophie pinked in surprise. Maybe a wee bit good, after all, she thought.
And who knew you took steam baths with Hort? She heard Tedros say.
Thank goodness I have proper shoes for once, Sophie thought, pattering along the trail in snug pink booties. They'd been at it for 6 hours straight, with only a few short breaks to fill water tins and rest weary knees. Sophie did a few yoga poses to stretch until she saw Tedros gawking and decided yoga was best done in private. It was dark now, and they could only see the trail by magical embers of white light Merlin had left behind, like breadcrumbs. Before they departed headquarters, he'd told them when they reached the last light crumb on the path, it was his signal to camp for the night. From Gillikin, the trail had led them out of Ever strongholds into Never territory. Ravenbow by afternoon, with its steaming rivers of blood and castles of bone, then Magalay at sunset, with its rope bridges across crog-filled sludge pits, then Drupathi in the moonlight, a land of orange tree blossoms and papaya-coloured fruit, completely out of place amongst the sinister Neverlands and withering woods, until Sophie had glimpsed the dunes of dead flies beneath the trees, and realized everything here was toxic. All through the Neverlands, Sophie had seen pairs of eyes flickering beyond the trail, yellow, red, and green, accompanied by growls and hisses in the underbrush. Still, nothing attacked, and she ventured that as long as they stayed within the boundaries of Merlin's light, they'd be safe from harm. Tedros snorted. Oh, please, no one's afraid of an old wizard's magic. They're afraid of a young, strapping prince with his father's sword. Until evil actually seals a never after, they know good still always wins. Tell that to once-dead zombie villains who have nothing to lose, said Sophie. Do you know what safe house Merlin is taking us to?
Not a clue. Nowhere in the woods is safe if you ask me.
What about that strange purple sky we hid in during the escape?
The Celestium? It's just a place for Merlin to think. Air's too thin up there to breathe for more than a few hours. Even if there was a safe house in the woods somewhere, the Dark Army could easily find us. It has to be a place no one knows. A place Merlin's stashed secrets before.
Tedros stopped and exhaled his frustration.
Will you really not tell me why you're still wearing that ring?
It's your birthday in a few weeks, isn't it? Sophie pivoted deftly. No wonder you're being extra careful about your choice of princess. Tedros hesitated, as if unsure whether to pursue the old subject or the new.
I'm ready to be king, he said finally, tramping on. Been parentless for years now, so I'm not one of those sheltered brats who'll put himself before his people like some young kings. Not that the people are expecting much. Camelot's been a bloody mess since my father died. His council is supposed to be running the realm until I'm 16, and instead they're starving people, executing dissidents, and hoarding his gold. No matter, I'll throw them in the dungeons on my first day as king. He looked at Sophie. We'll make my father's kingdom new again. A kinetic shock lit up Sophie's body. We'll? Had it been a slip, or was it deliberate? She saw Tedros still looking at her, as if expecting her to contribute to a conversation she'd started. Oh, I'm sure Yes, it'll be glorious, won't it? Sophie bumbled. But what about your mother? Last year you said there was a death warrant on... Not something I think about. Tedros clipped. Probably dead by now anyway. No one ever saw her or Lancelot again after the night they left. Sophie raised her brows. You're supposed to execute your own mother, and it's not something you think about. Look, my mother's a cold, selfish deserter, but she's not vicious, said Tedros, puffing on his thick, blonde bangs. Last place she'd come back to is Camelot, knowing her son would have to kill her. His face clouded over. Doesn't stop her from invading my dreams, though. Sophie knew what it was like to be haunted by a mother that was gone forever. What was she like? Beautiful, I imagine? Not at all. That's the odd part. Dad was so much more handsome, dynamic, and fun. Mother was gangly, anxious, and mousy. Only came alive when she was talking about books or tending animals. Zero clue why father or any other man fawned over her, said Tedros, grimacing. But it serves Dad right for picking a girl who wasn't good enough. Lancelot was more on my mother's level. Had a horrible face, poor chap, but simple-minded and a sturdy knight. Mediocrity needs mediocrity, I suppose. I can't sympathize, Sophie sighed. Could you ever imagine leaving someone charismatic and beautiful for someone perfectly average? She saw Tedros stiffen and glance away, as if shutting down this conversation. Suddenly, Sophie understood. Tedros didn't need to imagine leaving someone beautiful and charismatic for someone average. He already had when he left her for Agatha their first year. Sophie thought of the way he'd flinched when she'd mentioned her friend's name back in Gillikin, just like he was now, his cheeks blotched red. Wheel didn't mean him and Sophie. Wheel meant him and Agatha. It didn't matter if he'd promised to give her a chance. Words couldn't change a prince's heart. A heart still in love with his old princess. I'm trying to imagine you as a queen, Tedros mused, as if he'd suddenly remembered she was there. You'd probably have your own wing, with 20 servants drawing you hot baths of goat's milk, massaging your feet every hour with fish eggs and pumpkin puree, and picking every last cucumber in the kingdom. Sophie stared at him, aghast. Made Agatha tell me about your beauty routines, he quipped. Helped us laugh after fights. Glad to see I'm the court jester, Sophie lashed, tears rising. Is that what you think of me? A slave to beauty, an empty ball gown, a bubble-headed sidekick who isn't worth a second thought? Sophie, you're wearing a short skirt on a winter hike. Because you haven't seen me as a girl in a very long time, and I want you to remember you loved that girl once. It came out before Sophie could stop it, and she saw Tedros freeze on the path. You promised to give me a chance, Sophie breathed, dabbing eyes with her bearskin coat. Even if you still love Agatha, you promised you'd give me a chance. Tedros lifted Sophie's chin, his blue gaze honest and unblinking. I am giving you a chance, Sophie. I'm here with you, aren't I? I haven't mentioned Agatha once on our entire trip. You're the one who keeps bringing her up. But instead of worrying about her, or worrying about what I see on your outside, maybe you should be trying to show me your inside. His tone was serious and mature. So tell me, Sophie of Woods Beyond.
What would you do for my kingdom as queen?" He strode ahead on the path, between ripples of white-hot glow. Sophie pursued him, pumping with hope. In the trail light, she could see the slashed ink on her skin beneath the gold ring. This was the moment she'd been waiting for since she'd lost Tedros to Agatha 2 years ago. The moment to show her prince a love so deep it had carved his name into her. And if she could only find a way to make him feel that love as deeply as she felt it, then maybe, just maybe, words could change a prince's heart after all. At first, I thought all a queen does is choose china and throw cotillions and kiss babies at parades, Sophie began. But when I was with Rafal, I saw the way the other students looked at me. I wasn't the old Sophie anymore, amusing and frivolous. I was the new Sophie, a girl who'd made something of myself. That's what made them resent me, I suppose. They didn't realize someone so young could be so extraordinary. It wasn't as if I was born special or enchanted like them. All I ever had was a pretty face and a hunger to have a big life. And yet, I spent so much time fretting about the scale of that life that I forgot to ask what it should mean. That's why I couldn't commit to Rafal in the end. He might offer me immortality, infinite power, eternal love, but it was evil's love. And no matter how evil he thinks I am, I still want to be good, Tedros. Even if I have to war against my own soul until the day I die. Tedros's eyes moved to her. There are 2 queens, she said, her voice stronger now. There's the queen who doubts her crown. Choose her, and you'll forever distrust each other, sparring and bickering, because in her heart of hearts, she doesn't want a queen's life. Your father chose that queen and suffered until the end. Now you can go back to where his story went wrong and fix it. You can choose a queen who wants to be your queen. A queen who will fight for her people the way she fights to be with her king. The queen I couldn't be for Rafal, because I'm meant to be that queen for you. Tedros stopped, gazing at her so intently it was as if he was seeing her for the first time. Heart-throbbing, Sophie held his eyes, the mist of their breaths coalescing. If they see a king and queen doubting each other, they'll lose faith in you, she said. But choose a new type of queen, and they'll see how a king should be treated, with unconditional love, respect, and loyalty. No one will give you those things more than me, because unlike Agatha, I never doubted you. Sophie, he whispered, touching her waist, her body electrified, blood rushing to her head. Don't you see? I was your queen from the first moment we met, she said, leaning in. The old story between us was right, Tedros. All we have to do is make it new. She closed her eyes, her lips reaching for... Sophie. Sophie's eyes shot open and saw Tedros, milk-white, staring past her. 2 flesh-flaking, stitched-up zombies converged towards the path from opposite sides of the dark woods. One was a stumpy, copper-nosed man with a bushy grey beard, a belly bulging from his half-sized shirt, and a black pirate hat on his bald head. The other was dark and sleek, with an even bigger hat over his swell of black curls. It was only when he stepped onto the lit path that Sophie saw his big steel hook. Here we are looking for Peter Pan, and we find Evil's queen instead, sneered Captain Hook. Only I hear you've deserted your post, dear queen. Tell her, Smee, what we do to deserters on my ship. Stick their head on the mast till the birds done their way with it, Smee giggled, drawing a slim dagger from his breeches. And yet, despite your desertion, I'm afraid the schoolmaster doesn't want you returned to him at all, said Hook, eyeing Sophie carefully.
He insists his queen is free to do as she chooses.
Sophie paled with surprise. Hook turned to Tedros.
Said nothing about the boy, though.
The two pirates stalked towards the prince. Tedros drew Excalibur with one hand and grabbed Sophie with the other.
Stay close to me.
Sophie gulped, watching the two men slinking towards them, blades shining in the pathlight. Once upon a time, Tedros had been in mortal danger during a trial as she stood by, too scared to fight. That was the exact moment her story had gone wrong. The moment she'd lost her prince to Agatha. This is my chance, thought Sophie, to go back and fix her fairy tale just like she was asking Tedros to fix his. Fight for her prince and she'd win her kiss at last. Tedros gripped Sophie tighter, pulling her to his flank as the two evil pirates inched within striking distance. As Hook raised his weapon over the prince, Sophie focused on her fear, feeling her fingertip glow hotter, hotter. Then she magically whisked one of Merlin's white-hot crumbs into Smee's eye. Smee shrieked, dropping his dagger, and Sophie tackled him off the path into the woods.
"Sophie!"
Tedros cried in horror. Hook swung his blade at him, and Tedros raised his sword just in time, steel clashing steel. Sophie had never fought a full-grown man, so she wasn't prepared for Smee to tackle her back, pinning his fat, hairy belly against her as she kicked and scratched. "Such a pretty girl," Smee snarled, the giggly tone gone. "Never any pretty girls in Neverland." He sniffed her hair, and Sophie slapped him so hard he gaped at her, clutching his cheek. For a moment, she thought she'd defused him, only to see him turn blood-red and seize her by the throat, his filthy nails dug into her larynx as if she'd triggered something deep within him, a murderous rage consuming him. "Not supposed to kill me," she gasped. But Smee had forgotten, or he didn't care, and Sophie choked and sputtered, knowing she was going to die here, her prince only a few feet away. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Hook trap Tedros with his boot, slashing at Tedros's cloak as the prince squirmed and yelled. Cheeks blue, Sophie looked up at Smee as she wheezed her last breath. A fire-tipped tree branch ripped right through Smee's head, igniting his skull with blue flames. Eyes wide, the henchman let go of Sophie, his head combusting at the stitches as he flopped back into darkness. Stunned, Sophie looked up at Hook, who'd moved off Tedros as he watched Smee's body consumed by blue fire. Slowly, the captain looked down the path at a broad-shouldered, raven-haired stranger brandishing a glowing blue fingertip. I know that boy," said Hook, astonished. "That's Scowry's son, born and raised on my very ship." But it was Hook's last words, for a sword ran him through, and he dropped to his knees, mouth open in shock, before falling face first on the trail. Behind him, Tedros wiped his blade of zombie guts and rose gingerly, inspecting a patchwork of hook wounds in his right side, bleeding into his cloak. He breathed relief, as if none of them were mortal. "I owe you my life, Hort," said Tedros, looking up. Hort stepped into the moonlight, teeth gnashed at him. "I saved her, not you." Sophie saw the rage in Hort's face, the result of a full day alone with his festering feelings. Her eyes widened, suddenly understanding. But, you said you didn't love me anymore," Sophie rasped. Hort whirled to her. "I lied." Lost in a fog, Sophie didn't know what to say. But she knew one thing for sure. She couldn't make Hort travel by himself any longer, not when he'd saved her life. Her time alone with Tedros was over. "I had it. He would have kissed me," she thought miserably. She glowered at Rafal's ring, undestroyed on her finger, feeling heavier than before. Soon they'd resumed their journey, the three of them in a silent pack, for Sophie couldn't say anything to Tedros that Hort should hear, and Tedros and Hort had no desire to speak in the other's presence. And just when Sophie thought the tension could get no worse, she looked back distractedly at the horror show they'd left behind. Boys?" she croaked. Prince and Weasel turned. They looked past Sophie to see Smee's corpse in the distance, still burning off the path. Hook's body was gone. "But I stabbed him in the heart," said Tedros, still defending himself the next afternoon.
"For the last time, zombies don't have hearts," snapped Hort. "Why do you think I set Smee on fire? It's the only way to destroy them." "Why didn't you say something then?" "Because I was hoping Hook would kill you."
"Please tell me we're getting close to the safe house," Sophie growled. After losing Hook's body, they'd hurried along the trail like a spooked cabal, tracking Merlin's light crumbs to bubble-like caves that resembled the ones in the blue forest. There, they'd camped until morning, each in their own den, with the two boys taking turns on lookout. By sunrise, they were on the trail again, ploughing through miles of the Frost Plains' blue-iced tundra. Hiding under their cloaks, they braved relentless blizzards of snow and hail until, at last, they glimpsed something through the monotony of white. It was a small, peninsular kingdom, built upon a bluff of rock, with pearl-white towers veiled by mist off stormy grey seas. The crash of waves echoed with violent booms, the entire kingdom shuddering down to giant iron doors swinging open against the rock. Crack! Crack! Warily the three teenagers passed through the open doors, but there was no one there to greet them. Indeed, there seemed to be no one in the kingdom at all, only the magnificent white towers, with no windows or entrances, arranged in a circle above a series of descending marble staircases. Squinting over the railing, they saw a vast lake at the bottom of the stairs, grey-watered and eerily still, leading into the tempestuous ocean. "Did we hit a dead end?" Sophie asked. Then she saw Tedros's face, blissful and calm. "It's Avalon," he said.
"You've been here before?"
Hort asked. Tedros shook his head. "My father drew pictures of it in his will," he said softly as he gazed down at the lake. "Said he wanted to be buried in Avalon's safe house. Merlin brought us to my father's resting place." "This is the safe house," Sophie murmured as they went down a long staircase, trying to be sensitive to what Tedros was feeling. It's freezing. The doors were wide open and the towers had no way inside." She stopped at the sight of Agatha, sitting in dead grass at the edge of the lake, her back to them. To see Agatha by herself on the shore gave Sophie an unsettled feeling, as if the scene was incomplete, as if Agatha shouldn't be ending her story all alone. Agatha turned at their footsteps. She smiled serenely, as if relieved her best friends were safe after the long journey. Sophie's heart relaxed, and she sidled closer to the prince. There was no reason to be unsettled. Agatha could be happy alone in a way that she never could.
"There you two are,"
yawned a voice, and Sophie turned to see Merlin lumbering up from a nap against a rock.
"Took you long enough? Oh, and look, our bodyguard, too,"
he said as Hort came off the stairs. "The safe house is in those waters, isn't it?" asked Tedros, stepping to the edge of the shore. "That's where my father is buried." He tossed a pebble into the water and watched it sink. Sophie frowned. "How can a safe house be in a—" But now the waters were silently churning into a whirlpool where Tedros's pebble had sunk, mirroring the circle of towers above. The waters spun faster, faster, like a spinning wheel at work. so fast that a creamy white foam spewed from the pool's eye, building, thickening into a human shape. A ghostly silver-haired nymph in white robes floated out of the waters and into the sky, raising her head to her guests. She had chalk-white skin, a long nose, and big black eyes that fixed on Tedros before her crimson lips curled into a smile. "Never made another one quite like it," she said. For a moment, Tedros thought she was talking about him, only to realize she was looking at his sword. "Excalibur, you made it. You're the Lady of the Lake." The nymph smiled, turning to Merlin. "Hello, handsome. It's been a while," she cooed in a low, husky voice. "Let me guess. You need something."
"Excuse me if you're a bit far out for social visits, but I wouldn't come unless it was a serious matter," Merlin replied.
"Another sword, a life extension potion, or a holy grail this time?" The nymph huffed. "Come to the lonely lady, and she'll do magic on command."
"I need to ask for the same thing I asked for 2 others once upon a time," spoke Merlin, stark and firm. "That you hide these children in your shelter as long as they need it."
The Lady of the Lake stopped smiling. A fraught moment passed between the 2 sorcerers. "Merlin, dear, you do know what you're asking," she said darkly. The wizard's eyes flicked to Tedros for a moment before he looked back at the nymph.
"Indeed."
Sophie glanced at Agatha, utterly lost, and Agatha shrugged back, just as befuddled. The Lady of the Lake took a deep breath and gazed hard at the 4 students. "Well, come on then, children. The waters are warm."
"Waters? You want us to swim?"
Hort blurted, peering over the edge of the lake.
"How are we supposed to live under water?"
Merlin groaned and pushed him in. Hort was sucked through the water with a blast of white light before he vanished under the surface entirely. Agatha, Sophie, and Tedros all gawked at Merlin. The wizard smiled.
"Why do you think water was always the portal in Merlin's menagerie?"
He thrust out his hands, and the 3 students went flying into the lake head first. Light detonated in Sophie's eyes, and she felt her whole body swarmed by gooey heat, water all around her, and yet not touching her, like she was protected by an invisible womb. Deeper and deeper she sank into the lake, until all at once the waters receded, and she was on solid ground in a glare of sunlight, completely dry and curled up like a baby. "Where are we?" said Agatha's voice above her. Sophie craned to see Agatha with Hort and Tedros standing on a lush green moor. The grass so green and dewy it sparkled under the melting sun. Sophie stood and saw they were surrounded by more green heaths, with sheep, cows, and horses grazing freely, as if they'd found a haven from the dying woods. "Look," Agatha said. The others followed her eyes to a small farmhouse across the moors.
"Must be our safe house,"
said Hort. Tedros squinted.
"Someone's coming."
2 people were walking towards them now, tan-skinned and weather-beaten, both holding hands. A bony woman with straggly brown hair and a broad-chested man with rough black curls. "Hope they have hot water," said Sophie, smiling at her prince with relief. "I really need a—" She stopped, because Tedros wasn't smiling at all. Watching the strangers approach, his face flushed dead white, sweat streaking his temples. "No, no, 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 no," he gasped. Sophie spun to the strangers, confused, but the woman had stopped cold, her mouse-like face a mask of shock. "God help me," she whispered. Tedros stumbled back, grabbing Agatha's arm like a panicked child. "Wake me up, please. Wake me up." Tedros?" the woman stammered.
"I'm afraid your son and his friends need you, Guinevere," said Merlin's voice, as the wizard appeared out of a sun flare, striding onto the moor. Tedros couldn't speak, wild eyes darting between Merlin and the woman, his entire body shaking so much Agatha had to cradle him under her arm. Sophie knew she should go to the prince, but she couldn't move. She was trembling at the sight of the dark-haired, coal-eyed man, the same way Tedros trembled from his mother. Because just as Tedros dreamed of Guinevere, Sophie dreamed of him. The devil who appeared inside Rafal's ring, the devil who stopped her from Tedros's crown. And now, the devil who had a name. Lancelot. Chapter 24. Who Do You Belong With? Tedros had been staring at the steaming cup of cinnamon apple cider for nearly 20 minutes, but had yet to touch it. Watching him, Agatha had been so worried about what he was thinking that she hadn't touched hers either. Nor had Sophie next to her, who was too busy giving Lancelot nervous looks as the swarthy, pocked-skinned knight lay plates and silverware for each of them. "You must be famished, the lot of you," he said in a rumbling baritone. "Your dark-haired friend asked if he could have a bath. Funny lad. Said he didn't want to stink up the table. What's his name again? Homer? Hoda?" None of them answered. "Hobbin, I think," said Lancelot. Agatha could see Tedros's shirt wet with perspiration, his Adam's apple lurching up and down, the veins on his arms about to pop. "Hort. His name is Hort," Guinevere said, bustling in from the kitchen with a dish of fire-grilled turkey and a bowl of rampion salad. In the torchlight of the farmhouse's dining room, Agatha saw she had Tedros's small, snub nose, his flat brows over electric blue eyes, as well as his tendency to sweat profusely. Her hair was another matter. It was so tangled and twiggish brown that her small, pallid face was like an egg in a bird's nest. "It's Tuesday, and Lance and I cook for the week on Mondays, so we have plenty to go around," she said. "Until next Monday, that is. Doesn't mean you can't stay past Monday, of course. We're just not used to guests. Or people, for that matter. Sometimes Lance and I go days without talking at all." She sat down and waited in vain for someone to fill the silence. "Hope it's edible. Tedros always loved my turkey, even as a little boy. He'd come running the second he smelled it from the kitchen, even in the middle of his lessons with Merlin." Tedros didn't look at her. "Shall we start?" Guinevere said weakly, inching the dishes forward. "You've been on a long journey, so load up your plates. I can always make more." No one ate. No one spoke. "Well, seems like you're all settled in, so I'll be on my way," chimed Merlin, ambling in with his walking stick in hand. Everyone looked up urgently, as if he were the last lifeboat leaving a ship. Where are you going?" said Tedros. "Just as you are safe here, I must ensure our other friends are safe too, including your fellow students at school," said Merlin. "No doubt the schoolmaster has accelerated his plan. Once the Storian revealed to him that you are under the Lady of the Lake's protection." He looked at Guinevere cryptically. "Apologies for not staying for dinner, my dear, though I did go to the Grove to pay my respects." Guinevere nodded, as if she understood what he meant. "I'll see you soon, children," said Merlin, before he glanced at Sophie, his eyes finding the ring on her finger. "Hopefully with no more blood on our hands." Agatha saw Sophie hold her breath, as Merlin magically whisked a lump of turkey from the table to his hand and sauntered out of the cabin, the door swinging shut behind him. Unbearable silence resumed. Agatha tried to forget about Merlin's absence, and Sophie's ring, and Tedros's torment,
and focused instead on the house's logwood walls, the oval-shaped rooms with crackling fireplaces, the handmade leather couches and sheep-wool rugs, everything so cozy and lovingly crafted, as if two people, without friends, family, community, had made a home at the end of the world. "White or dark meat, Tedros?" Guinevere's voice asked. Agatha snapped to attention to see Guinevere pick up her son's plate and smile at him. Her question hung in the air, the first challenge to the silence. Tedros finally looked at his mother. "I can't do this," he breathed. Guinevere said nothing as Tedros wrenched from the table, his cast-iron chair screeching against the floor. Lancelot frowned. "Tedros, you don't have to talk to her, but at least eat your— If you even look in my direction, you dirty fink, I'll split you in half," Tedros hissed. Lancelot rocketed to his feet, but Guinevere clasped his wrist, guiding him back down. Lancelot said nothing as Tedros's boots snapped out of the room and the farmhouse door slammed behind him. Instinctively, Agatha jumped up to follow her prince. "I'll go, Aggie," Sophie's voice said. Agatha turned to see Sophie standing. Sophie gave her a subtle nod and left the table, but not before flashing Lancelot a last anxious look. Agatha heard the front door close once more, and she lowered back to the table, her stomach in a knot. The room was so quiet they could hear the sound of Hort's bath running across the house. "Well then," Agatha said, forcing a smile at her hosts. "Shall we dig in?" Guinevere and Lancelot both exhaled, as if keeping someone at the table was victory enough. Agatha started on the turkey, so smoky and soft she closed her eyes with pleasure, trying to block all thoughts of what may or may not be happening outside. "He's picked a lovely princess, hasn't he?" Guinevere said. Agatha's eyes opened. "Sophie, was it?" said Guinevere, shunting her straggly hair out of her salad. "Went after him so surely, like Tedros's father used to come after me. She must love him very much." Her voice wavered. "Not sure Arthur or I could have chosen any better for him." "Well, they look enough alike, don't they?" grumbled Lancelot, mouth full. "I just mean she carries herself like a queen, more than I ever did, to be honest," said Guinevere, sniffling a laugh. "She's perfect for the lad. People of the kingdom will fawn over her and she'll dote on him hand and foot," said Lancelot. "Camelot will finally have a real queen," Guinevere sighed, putting on a smile. She turned to Agatha. "What about you, dear? Did you and Hort meet at school, or was it the snowball—" "I'm sorry, will you excuse me?" Agatha gasped. I feel like I need some air." She pushed herself from the table and fled the cabin, leaving Lancelot and Guinevere, who'd never needed anything but each other's company, feeling suddenly alone. Agatha didn't know where she was going. She just had to get away from that house. Clumping across the moors in steel-blue twilight, she took a long, full breath and noticed, for the first time, the air was warm. Gone was the raw winter chill, replaced by a humid breeze, just like the wind that blew through Merlin's Celestium. Maybe this is the Lake Lady's thinking place, she wondered, clinging to any thought that didn't involve Sophie or Tedros. Nothing loomed ahead except flat, lucid evening and sky maps of stars, and Agatha knew she could go on walking forever and ever, never finding an end. She slowed to a stop and peered back towards the house. Beyond it, animals commingled, with a few pigs amongst the sheep and cows, while horses chased each other in the moonlight. The moon lit up something else, too. Gavaldon, against the horizon, already clearer than it was a day before. And now, there were visible holes in the glassy shield around it. More stories rewritten. More old heroes dead. The schoolmaster was getting closer to his ending. But what was it, she thought? What did he need in Gavaldon? Something he needs to destroy good forever, Merlin had said. Agatha chewed on her lip, wrestling this most important riddle of all. That's when she saw them. Two Goldilocks figures by a small oak grove, indistinguishable in the dark. Agatha was reminded of a moment 2 years ago during forest group sorting when she caught Tedros and Sophie flirting against a tree. It was the first time Agatha had ever seen her best friend look happier than she did when she was with her. Now the sight of Sophie with the same prince, neither in a rush to find nor include her, brought the feelings roaring back. A sick, primal loneliness reared its head. Only this time, Agatha didn't run from the pain. Slowly, she let the loneliness in, holding it, studying it as it clawed at her heart like a monster at the door. What am I so afraid of? She'd spent her whole life alone, before that June morning 4 years ago when Sophie first came with a basket of face creams and diet cookies, offering to make her over. She'd been happy, alone, like a bird trapped in a cage who'd never seen the sky. But as they grew closer and closer, Sophie had opened Agatha's wings to a love so strong she thought it would last forever. It was she and Sophie against the world. But on that first day of school, watching Sophie with a prince, Agatha realized how blind she'd been. The bond between two girls, no matter how fierce or loyal, changed once a boy came between them. She and Sophie had tried to go home after that. They'd tried to get back to the way they used to be. But it was as impossible as returning to being a child once you'd already grown up. All this time, Agatha couldn't understand why Sophie had chosen to be with Rafal to begin with. Why Sophie would choose to be with a boy so evil. But standing there, alone in the dark, Agatha suddenly felt for her best friend. Because when Agatha kissed Tedros and vanished him home with her, Sophie no longer had someone who put her first. Her two best friends had left her for each other. Tedros, too, had once felt that pain, watching her and Sophie kiss before they vanished home. Now Agatha was the odd one out. For if Sophie and her prince ended up together, their first loyalty would be to each other and their new kingdom. She'd still be their friend, of course, but it would be different. For the first time, there would be a part of Sophie and Tedros that Agatha could no longer share. The two of them would have each other, and she would only have herself. The ache inside her amplified as if she was getting closer to the fire. It wasn't just her best friend or her prince she was afraid of losing. It was the old Agatha. The Agatha who knew how to be alone. That's why she'd held on so tightly to Sophie as a friend, then to Tedros as her prince, doubting them, testing them, distrusting them, but still holding on. Because somewhere along the way, she'd stopped trusting herself, too. Pain smashed through the barrier and flooded her heart. Agatha closed her eyes, unable to breathe, as if she was drowning.
"Heard I took you to the snowball and didn't even know it,"
a voice said. She turned to see Hort, bare-chested in long underpants, his hair dripping wet. Maybe it was her wrought expression, or the red in her cheeks, but Hort awkwardly covered his chest.
She's washing my clothes. Don't fall in love with me or anything," he mumbled.
Agatha took one look at his worried face and exploded into cackles, tearing and laughing at the same time.
"Oh, eat my dust, will you?" Hort barked. "You know full well you're impressed by what you see."
Agatha wiped her eyes. "Oh, Hort, one day people will read our fairy tale and you'll be the one they love the most." She started walking away,
I didn't lose my clothes this time. I gave them to her," he called out. "And I'll have my own fairy tale one day, with a happy ending and everything. I can prove it."
"Really? How's that?"
"'Cause I found something you won't believe."
Agatha stopped walking and turned. The weasel flashed a wicked grin.
"Want to see?"
Sophie had been standing next to Tedros in the oak grove for nearly 10 minutes, but the prince didn't say a word. He was staring at a beautiful glass cross, rising out of the ground between two trees. Garlands of fresh white roses draped the cross, along with a small glowing 5-pointed star resting against the base. There were more of these 5-pointed stars around it, ashy and burnt out, as if Merlin returned to lay a new star whenever the old had grown cold. Sophie nuzzled into Tedros's side. "Is this where your father's buried? It's pretty." Tedros turned to her.
"Sorry. Do you mind if I do this alone?"
Sophie scolded pink. "Of course. I'll see you at the house." She spun on her heel, tripping over a dimmed star, and bungled out of the grove.
"Sophie,"
she looked back at the prince.
"Thanks for checking on me," he said.
Sophie nodded briskly and hurried away. Without the light of Merlin's star, she couldn't see anything outside now, except the outlines of the house a quarter of a mile away. She tromped across the moors, cheeks still simmering. Everyone had made her so frantic about the ring, so guilt-ridden and jittery, that she'd only been focused on getting Tedros's kiss as fast as she could. She'd forgotten her prince wasn't a prize to be won, or a finish line she could barrel through. Had she even considered how he was feeling? Tedros was trapped indefinitely with a mother who'd abandoned him, and the lover she'd chosen to spend her life with instead. How could he possibly look at Guinevere, let alone talk to her, let alone stay in her house without wanting to kill her? Especially since it was completely within his right to kill her, according to his father's decree. Sophie shook her head, mortified. Tedros was probably dying inside, his heart shredded by emotion, and she'd floated in like a gas bubble to tell him his father's grave was pretty. Agatha would never have been so selfish or stupid. Sophie sighed dismally as she neared the farmhouse. She'd set out on this journey to rewrite her fairy tale, only to repeat the mistakes she'd made the first time. Tedros couldn't be pushed or rushed or wheedled into a kiss. Even back on the trail, she'd been the one who tried to kiss him, which was, no doubt, one of the reasons why it hadn't worked. Her prince had to come to her. Until then, she'd wait patiently. Even if heroes were being slaughtered, even if the sun was drip, drip, dripping until they all dropped dead. Sophie gritted her teeth. If heroes were dying, it wasn't her fault, was it? Wasn't it a hero's job to win their story, even if it was happening the second time around? Why should she take the blame if they got old and useless? Let them take care of their stories and she'd take care of hers. Because this was her fairy tale. This was her happy ending. And this time, she was getting it right. She pulled off her dirty shoes as she came up to the porch. They'd all appreciate her in the end, of course, once she'd sealed her ever after with her prince and relighted the sun. Everybody would win because of her hard work. In the meantime, Tedros could have all the space he needed. She'd be a patient ear to him, a perfect guest to her hosts, a good friend to Agatha. Helpful, convivial, polite, like the girl who once kept track of her good deeds. With a deep breath, Sophie arranged her face into a smile and pushed her way into the house, fluttering back towards the dining room. She stopped cold. Lancelot was alone at the table, eating an apple. Where's everyone else?" she asked.
"Gwen is cleaning up, and Horbst went to check on Agatha."
He chomped into the apple and slid her a cup of smoky red-brown liquid.
"Gwen made a pot of her famous licorice tea."
Sophie turned for the door. I should see if they're okay.
You're scared of me, aren't you? Been giving me cagey looks all night.
Sophie froze. Lancelot was staring at the ring on her finger as if he'd noticed it for the first time.
They'll find their way home, I'm sure, he said. Sit and have your tea.
His tone left little doubt as to her options. Sophie sat opposite him, her stomach queasy.
Guinevere was just touting what a perfect queen you'll make for the young prince, the kind who'd make Arthur proud.
Lancelot bit into his apple, studying Sophie.
Funny thing, actually. You see, every Christmas, Merlin comes to the house to give Gwen news of her son. Last year, I remember he told us Tedros had found the princess of his dreams, thoughtful, fiery, compassionate girl, a soul of pure good, who loved him as much as he loved her. Only I could have sworn the name of that princess didn't sound anything like Sophie at all. Lousy with names, so I knew I must have remembered it wrong. Gwen never misses a thing, so I mentioned it to her just now in the kitchen, figuring she'd set me straight. Strange, though. Gwen said I was right. Merlin had named Tedros's princess as Agatha, but even Gwen agreed the old codger was losing grip on that famous brain of his, 'cause clearly Sophie was the one who was the boy's princess. Not just from the way you went after him at dinner, but Gwen noticed you had Tedros's name tattooed on your finger, which also happened to be bearing Tedros's ring.
Lancelot's dark pupils glinted.
Only now that I'm seeing it, I'm wondering how Tedros could give you a ring made of evil's gold.
Sophie's heart hammered, like an alarm set off.
Black swan gold, to be exact, said Lancelot. Every black swan has a single gold tooth at the back of its mouth. Gold which has nefarious properties when it touches human skin. Since the very first tale, black swan gold has been hunted by Nevers as a powerful weapon, the same way good has long sought steel from the Lady of the Lake. For centuries, evil murdered these swans and plundered their gold, killing every last one. Still, evil had all the black swan gold it could ask for, before King Arthur led his knights on a quest to destroy it. A quest on which I rode by Arthur's side, finding and smashing treasure after treasure, until there wasn't a shred of black swan gold left in the endless woods.
Lancelot grinned.
Except, it seems, for the one circling your finger.
Sophie stood up. It's dark out there. I should check on Tedros.
The effects of black swan gold are unmistakable,
Lancelot went on.
Once you wear it upon your skin, it commits your heart to evil. No matter how hard you try to be good. It's like a wicked compass that steers you towards sin without you even realizing it. Wear it long enough, and it will convince you it knows the secret of your ever after, that it knows what your heart really wants, that it can even prove who your true love is. Ask it a name, and the magic ring will carve the answer you seek upon your skin like a guiding light. But that answer will only lead you right back to evil, where you began.
Sophie was numb now, trapped in her chair.
Stories go wrong when people think their own happiness is bigger than anyone else's, said Lancelot. Arthur knew Guinevere loved me, and still he put a ring on her finger even knowing she wouldn't be happy as his queen. In the end, he left the wreckage of a family and 2 real loves exiled forever. I too lost a best friend, for Arthur was like a brother to me. But at least Gwen and I live the truth now. We have each other, as it should have been from the beginning. What does Arthur have? He's dead and his queen's ring long destroyed, for Guinevere couldn't wear a ring that didn't belong to her in the first place, not when she belonged with someone else.
Sophie saw Lancelot staring harder.
Which begs a question of our queen to be,
he said, rising from his seat. He put his big, meaty hands on the table and leaned towards her.
You're wearing a ring that doesn't belong to your prince, young Sophie.
The dark night drew closer, closer, until Sophie saw his devilish, cold-eyed face reflected in the gold on her finger.
So, who do you belong with?
The door swung open, and Guinevere came in with a small basket. "Oh, Sophie, thank goodness. I put some turkey and greens in here for Tedros. He'll eat it if you give it to him, surely. I don't want him to go hungry tonight on my account." Sophie didn't hear words, only blood throbbing in her ears. "I know what you must think of me, Sophie. All of it deserved," said Guinevere quietly, seeing her face. "Just know that if he never forgives me, if he never speaks a word to me again, I'm thankful he's found his true love. Merlin told us how much Tedros fought for his princess, how much both of you fought to be together. So I can be at peace, knowing my son won't repeat my mistakes." Guinevere smiled at the ring on Sophie's finger. "Because both of your hearts only wish for each other." She stroked Sophie's cheek and left the basket in her shaking hands. As Sophie watched Tedros's mother return to the kitchen, she glanced back sickly at Lancelot. But the night was gone, as if it had all been a dream. "What is it?" Agatha asked, trying to track Hort's muscled frame in the dark. "What did you find?"
You'll see. You all think I'm such a weenie. Big mistake," said Hort, itching at his long underpants as they treaded deep into the oak grove. "Huge." Squinting back at the house's lit windows, Agatha could see Sophie and Lancelot talking in the dining room. She turned to Hort. "Wait, this doesn't involve you turning into a werewolf, does it? You never last more than 10 seconds. Man-wolf. And it's better than that. Trust me. Besides, haven't practiced my talent in a while, so I only last 5 seconds now. I don't get it. How do other man-wolves last so long? Is there some special diet or potion for stamina? I asked Professor Sheeks, but she sent me to the doom room for being cheeky."
Agatha followed Hort towards the sparkle of a pond at the grove's edge, reflecting the moonlit mirage of Gavaldon.
"Now that Sophie's not with the schoolmaster anymore, how can he still win your fairy tale?"
Hort asked, studying the outlines of the town.
"Doesn't he need love on his side?"
"That's the odd thing. He hasn't chased her, even though he can't win without her," Agatha answered as they stopped at the pond's edge. "He admitted it to me himself. That's why he needs her as his queen so badly. She's evil's only hope to win."
"Then he's too late."
Agatha's stomach plummeted. "Oh, so Tedros might, kiss her? Not that I care. But you were on the trail with them, so I'm just curious how they were getting along."
"I wasn't talking about Tedros,"
said Hort. Agatha saw him grin down at his reflection in the pond, and she rolled her eyes. "Oi, weasel boy, if you brought me out here to ogle you in a mirror—" But now she saw what he was looking at. Shimmering deep beneath the surface, small bullets of light, shooting upwards like a comet tail, getting closer, closer, until 1,000 tiny white fish splashed through, spitting streams of water. "Wishfish? You found wishfish?" Agatha said, wiping her face and kneeling at the shore. "Princess Uma taught us about them first year."
"Told you it was better than a man-wolf. Touch the water, and they'll dig into your soul and find your greatest wish," said Hort. "Nevers was supposed to do the lesson the day after the Evers did it, but then you set the fish free, started an animal stampede, and nearly burned down the castle. School didn't get new wishfish after that."
Agatha stroked the bobbing mouths of the little white fish, feeling their tickly kisses. Suppose these want to be set free too. Yet, as she gazed into their big black eyes, she didn't see any traces of the same yearning. "I used to be able to hear wishes," she said to Hort. Maybe I lost my talent, like you.
Or maybe they've just been fished too long to remember they were once human, said the weasel. In any case, I'm going first.
He stuck his finger in the water. Instantly, the fish zipped off in different directions, turning black, silver, and gold as they assembled themselves into a picture. For a moment, Agatha had no clue what she was seeing, until suddenly, the mosaic of fish clarified, as if coming into focus, and she raised her brows in surprise. The fish had drawn Hort and Sophie's sunlit wedding at the edge of a lake as a mob of well-wishers cheered them on. Both the bride and groom wore black, the only concession to the fact this was an evil occasion as opposed to a good one. It's lovely, Hort, Agatha said, feeling let down. But it's just your wish.
That's what I thought, Hort replied, until I saw that.
He pointed to the corner of the fish's painting, where two guests holding hands, a teenage boy and girl, looked happiest of all for the new couple. The boy had a crown of silver and diamonds upon his golden head. The girl wore a matching crown in her black hair. Agatha lost her breath. It's me and Tedros, she whispered.
And I'd never wish for you to marry that prat, snorted Hort. I hate him too much to wish him the slightest happiness, let alone a queen with as much class and integrity as you. So if that's inside my wish, it means it's already going to happen. It means this whole picture is deeper than a wish, Agatha. It's the truth. I'm going to end with Sophie, and you're going to end with Tedros. That's our happy ending. The four of us together, no one left out.
Agatha's eyes bulged, pink streaks rising on her cheeks. Oh my God! This is it! She could have grabbed Hort and kissed him. This was the answer they'd been waiting for. The way out of this tangled fairy tale. The last ever after revealed once and for all. Sophie with Hort and she with... Slowly the colour seeped out of Agatha's cheeks. No, it can't be the truth, Hort, she croaked. Because I'll never marry Tedros, and Sophie will never love you. The glow in Hort's face snuffed out. Sophie loves Tedros, and unlike me, she never doubted that love, Agatha said, hunched in the grass next to him. All I did was doubt Tedros. The more time he and I spent together, the more I couldn't understand why he wanted me when he could have a real princess. That's why I wanted to keep him in Gavelden. In my mother's house he wasn't a prince. He was a scared teenage boy, as lost and confused as I was. But here, in the woods, Tedros is different. He's true to himself and lives with a purpose. In his heart he's already a king who needs a queen just as confident and self-assured as he is, who can lead his people to hope again. That's not me. I'm still learning to like what I see in the mirror and accept that someone can actually love me for who I really am. I'm not a leader. I'm not special. She gazed at her crowned self in the painting. When we were at school in the wrong bodies, Tedros said he was afraid of me seeing him once the prince is stripped away. That I'd see he's nothing special, just an ordinary boy. But that's the Tedros I love. Because the real Tedros, the prince who will grow into a strong, powerful king, will see one day that I'm no different than his mother. I never wanted a prince or a fairy tale. I never wanted a big life. I'm just a girl, struggling to be ordinary. She looked up at Hort, eyes wet. But Sophie? Sophie believes she deserves a prince. Sophie wants to be queen. Enough that she's willing to risk the future of Good for it.
Which is exactly why she can't be Good's queen, Hort fought, nodding at his wish-fish. Don't you get it? You belong with Tedros and I belong with...
Then why can't I see my future together with him? If I belonged with him, why can't I see myself as this girl in your wish? I'm meant to be alone, Hort. That's why I'll lose him. Because I need to learn to be happy on my own, like my mother was. That can be an ever after, can't it?
You haven't lost him, Hort pressed, still looking at his fish. It's never too late in a fairy tale.
Agatha sighed wistfully and touched his cheek. Even fairy tales have limits, Hort. Both of us have to let go. Let Sophie and Tedros live their ever after. For your own happiness. Hort scorched pink.
For my own happiness. That's rich coming from you,
he sneered, yanking his finger from the water, dissolving the painting.
You're the one forcing Tedros to love Sophie just so she'll destroy that ring. I heard what she said behind that curtain in the cave. At least I'm willing to fight for my happy ending. You're giving away your true love to someone he doesn't belong with and expecting him to live with it forever. Tell yourself all you want that you're not good enough for him, Agatha. Tell yourself you're doing it to save good. Tell yourself any excuse that lets you sleep at night. But we both know you're just too afraid to fight for the person you belong with. And you know what, Princess? Even if I hate the boy to his bones, that doesn't sound good to me at all.
Hort stalked away, leaving Agatha alone by the pond. She watched him go, her heart wasting to a small, dark hollow. Soft burbles echoed behind her, and she turned to see the wish-fish, white-hued once more and bobbing at the pond's edge for her turn. "Please help me, little fish," she said softly. The fish's eyes twinkled with moonlight, like 1,000 wishing stars. With a breath, Agatha dipped her finger in the water and waited for her heart to give her an answer, the way Sophie's heart had led her so clearly to Tedros. "Tell me what I really want," she asked. Instantly the fish began to turn different colors, pink, blue, green, red, vibrating and shaking madly like corn kernels in a fire. Agatha closed her eyes, knowing the fish were about to paint the answer, her path towards goodness and happiness, once and for all. Her lashes fluttered open. The wish-fish hadn't moved. Like fading flowers, they drained to white, looking up at her, tired and defeated. Agatha smiled sadly, remembering what her teacher once decreed of such a result. "Foggy mind," she whispered. She caressed the fish goodbye and followed Hort's receding shadow back towards the house. Neither Hort nor Agatha had noticed there was a third person by the pond the whole time, sitting behind a tall oak. The blonde prince never moved from his spot, even when the sun rose the next morning like a golden ring and cast him in precarious light. Instead, he lay against the tree and listened again and again to the echo of everything he'd just heard, a single tear shining on his face. Chapter 25. The Scorpion and the Frog. For the next week, Tedros was a ghost. No one saw him during the days, not in the house, nor on the moors, or near the oak grove, and no one had the slightest clue if or where he slept. Guinevere fretted her son would starve, until Agatha gently suggested they leave a basket of food on the porch for him in the evenings. By the morning, it was always gone. To Agatha, his disappearing act was at once a terror and a relief. On the one hand, the sun was getting smaller every day, leaving the moors streaked in permanent pink and purple sunset. The world was barreling to an end, and the prince who could save it with a kiss was nowhere to be found. And yet, it also meant, for the first time in weeks, Agatha didn't have to think about that prince. The two of them had become inextricable, the way she and Sophie had once been. Every thought she'd had these past few weeks had been consumed with Tedros. Worrying about Tedros, fighting with Tedros, making up with Tedros, Tedros, until she'd run herself ragged, living life from both their points of view. With the prince gone, she suddenly remembered she was a full human being without him. And indeed, if being alone was her ending to come, then now was the time to start preparing for it. By the 6th day, she and the group had settled into a routine, like a ragtag family. Hort spent his days with Lancelot, doing chores around the farm. From morning until night, they'd milk cows, till the vegetable garden, gather eggs from chickens, shear sheep, bathe the horses, and manage a frisky goat named Fred, who chased any animal of female persuasion halfway across the moors. Caked in sweat, smelling of hay and manure, Hort seemed elated to be useful to such a virile man, and they looked almost like father and son, with their oily black hair, puffed-up chests, and swaggering gaits. Guinevere, meanwhile, had the house to manage, with an endless amount of laundry, sewing, cooking, and cleaning on account of the extra guests, all of which she did eagerly, rejecting any offer of help as if she needed the work to distract her from her thoughts. Which left Agatha and Sophie on their own. For the first time since they lost their ever after, the two girls didn't have a boy between them. Trapped on these heaths, with nothing to do, it was like they were back in sheltered Gavaldon, with a world of princes and fairy tales far, far away. While Hort slept on the couch in the den, the two girls had to share a bed in the small guest room. Each morning, they'd have bacon and eggs with Hort, Lancelot, and Guinevere, do their best to tidy up before Tedros's mother shooed them out, and spend the rest of the morning walking the moors or riding horses together. The first week they seemed to have forgotten how to be friends at all. At night, each girl rolled to her side of the bed and murmured something half-hearted. During walks and rides, their stilted conversation revolved around what might be for lunch, the abundance of farm animals, and the weather, which, given the magical location, was invariably the same. Agatha noticed Sophie was edgy and preoccupied, constantly peeking at her ring and Tedros's name tattooed beneath it. Whenever Lancelot crossed their path, Sophie pretended to fix a fingernail or adjust her shoe, avoiding eye contact. Sometimes Agatha would catch her tossing in her sleep, murmuring disconnected phrases. "Don't listen to him. Black swan gold. Hearts don't lie," before Sophie would wake up, shaky and red-faced, and seal herself in the bathroom. Agatha, meanwhile, still couldn't get comfortable around her old friend. While travelling with Merlin, she'd convinced herself that letting Sophie end with Tedros was the good thing to do. First, because Sophie would destroy her ring and kill the schoolmaster. And second, because if she couldn't be the queen Tedros needed, shouldn't Sophie have her chance? But Hort's words at the pond had put a dent in her convictions. For one thing, while Sophie aspired to rule one of Good's kingdoms, here she was holding Good hostage over her ring. Even if agreeing to her terms would save Good's future, it still seemed evil. More importantly, could Sophie really make Tedros happy? Tedros might appear strong and swaggery, but deep inside, he was gentle, lonely, and soft. How could Sophie know every part of him? How could she take care of him? The more Agatha tried to envision their ever after, the more she had a sinking feeling, as if reliving an old story. As if she were Lancelot now, surrendering Tedros to Sophie, like the knight had once surrendered Guinevere to Arthur. What good had come of that in the end? As the days passed, and Tedros didn't return, each girl seemed to slip further into private doubts, speaking less and less to the other. Then came Nellie May. For the past 6 days Agatha had been riding a horse named Benedict, which she'd chosen for his scrawny legs, rumpled black coat, and hacking cough. "Goodness, Aggie, don't you read storybooks?" Sophie said, after Guinevere had opened the stable of riding horses that first day. "Black horses are untrainable, untamable, and mean. Besides, he sounds like he's on death's door. What in the world possessed you to pick him?" "Reminded me of myself," Agatha said, rubbing his neck and finding a handful of fleas. Sophie, meanwhile, had chosen an elegant, chestnut-skinned Arabian mare named Nellie May, with a striking white tail. So much character in her eyes, Sophie admired. For all we know, she belonged to Scheherazade. Scheherazade who? Oh, Aggie, didn't they teach you any princess history at that good school? Sophie said, mounting her horse. Not every fairy tale princess is creamy white with a small nose and a name like Buttercup, or... Agatha didn't hear the rest, because Nellie May had bolted from the stables like a demon out of hell. For the rest of the week, Sophie tried in vain to control her mare, which kicked and neighed and spat at her, only obeying Sophie if she strangled it by the reins, while Agatha calmly rode Benedict as if coasting down a river. Still, day after day, Sophie refused to switch Nellie May, as if admitting her poor taste in horses would somehow invalidate all her life choices. But this morning, after Nellie May stomped on her toe, farted in her face, and spent a good deal of time walking in a circle, Sophie finally turned to Agatha. "She's as difficult as me, isn't she?" Agatha snorted. "You're worse." "What is it with me and foul-tempered animals?" Sophie mewled, as Nellie May swayed back and forth, trying to fling her off. "Is this because I didn't take animal communication?" "Problem is you're fighting it instead of trusting it," said Agatha. "Sometimes there's more to the story than you, Sophie. You can't pick everything at first sight, just because it looks good, and then force it to be with you, like a handbag or a dress. Relationships are more complicated than that. You can't control the story from both sides." "Wouldn't you try to control your story if everyone told you your heart was evil when you know it isn't? Wouldn't you try to prove them wrong?" Sophie fought, gripping the reins. "I have a good heart just like you, and I trust what it chooses for me. I have to. Because if I don't, what do I have left?" Agatha met her eyes. Neither of them were talking about horses anymore. Sophie stroked Nellie May's head. "I am ready for a relationship, Aggie. You'll see," she whispered into the horse's ear. "Right, Nellie May? We're a team for good, you and I. I trust you and you trust Nellie May bucked Sophie so hard she flipped backwards and landed face first on her horse's rump before Nellie May took off across the moors. "Aggie!" Sophie screamed. For a moment, Agatha relished the sight of Sophie dragged into oblivion, her nose in the horse's buttocks, her buttocks on the horse's head, before Agatha realized that if she didn't stop them, Nellie May wouldn't ever stop. With a firm kick to Benedict's side, Agatha raced after Sophie's horse, while Hort and Lancelot hooted from the sheep's meadow, thoroughly entertained. The problem, of course, was that as kind as he was, Benedict lived life at a glacial pace, and saw no reason to move any faster, especially given how little regard he had for both Sophie and Nellie May. But now Agatha glimpsed a deep swamp patch ahead of Sophie's horse, bounded by a fallen tree the size of a boulder. Nellie May accelerated towards the tree, perhaps seeing a chance to rid herself of her rider once and for all. "Sophie! Watch out!" Agatha yelled. Sophie looked up and gasped. Nellie May leapt over the tree, throwing Sophie headlong into swamp mud, before the horse landed gracefully on the other side and galloped into the sunrise. Sophie heard Agatha's horse trotting up. "Now do you take back the part about me being more difficult?" Sophie groaned, caked in mud. Agatha looked down from her horse and held out a hand. "No." "Fair enough," Sophie sighed, pulling up and climbing onto Benedict behind her. As they rode towards the house, Sophie gripping onto her, Agatha felt her friend's head rest on her shoulder. "Still rescuing me after all these years, Aggie?" Sophie whispered, nuzzling in. "Have you ever heard of a fairy tale called The Scorpion and the Frog?" Agatha asked. "Obviously. Do you not know it? Really, as much as I like Clarissa Dovey, her curriculum seems woefully thin." Sophie cleared her throat. "Once upon a time, A scorpion, desperate to cross a stream, sees a frog, safe on the other side, and asks him for a ride. The frog doesn't want to help, of course, because he says the scorpion will surely sting and kill him. The scorpion replies that to kill the frog would be foolish, for he can't swim, and if the frog dies, so will he. Convinced of this logic, the frog offers the scorpion a ride, but as they start to cross the river, the scorpion instantly stings the frog. "You fool," the frog croaks as he sinks. "Now we both shall die." But the scorpion only shrugs and does a jig on the drowning frog's back. "I could not help myself," the scorpion says. "It's my nature," Agatha finished. Sophie smiled, surprised. "So you do know it?" "Better than you can imagine," Agatha said sharply. Sophie didn't say another word for the rest of the ride. By the next day, the girls had fallen back into their old friendship, with Agatha grumbling at Sophie's monologues, Sophie teasing Agatha over her clumsiness, and the two of them bickering and giggling like teenagers in love. The days rolled by, into the second week, and still there was no sign of the prince except for the missing baskets of food each morning. And yet his absence brought Sophie and Agatha closer and closer, whether they were drinking cherry punch in front of a fire, exploring the moorlands, or gabbing and snuggling with each other well after the rest of the house was asleep. "Why do you think Lancelot and Guinevere have a guest room at all?" asked Agatha one evening, as they shared a picnic basket in a wild garden about a mile from the house. "It's not like they can have guests. Except Merlin, I suppose, but he prefers to sleep in a tree." Sophie stared at her. "The things you learn when you're camping with someone," Agatha smirked, picking at a slice of Guinevere's almond cake. "Do you think she and Lancelot wanted a child together?" "It would explain the puerile choice of wallpaper," groused Sophie, sipping at homemade cucumber juice. "But what's stopping them? Been more than 6 years since Merlin hid them here." "Maybe Guinevere realized she didn't want a child with a man whose personality is as odious as his hygiene," Sophie snipped. When they were finished, they treaded farther into the flower garden, reveling in the hazy air and feeling of safety, as if they were in a bigger, better version of the blue forest. "I've been meaning to tell you something," said Agatha, sucking the honey out of a honeysuckle. "When we came back to the woods, Tedros and I found a portal through your mother's grave on Graves Hill, but there was no body in it. And when we came out the other side, my mother had a villain's grave on Necro Ridge." Agatha looked at Sophie, thrown. "The things you learn when you're camping with someone," Sophie smiled. "Tedros told me everything that happened before you both rescued me, but it doesn't make sense to me either, Aggie. It has to be the Crypt Keeper's mistake. I know your mother didn't tell you she'd been at school, but my mother would have told me. She never went to the school for good and evil. She never went into the woods, I'm sure of it. So the historian couldn't have written her fairy tale. Because my mother died right in front of me." Sophie stopped, voice faltering. "Like yours died in front of you." Agatha's throat dried out. "I'm so sorry, Aggie," Sophie rasped. Agatha felt old emotions rise as Sophie wrapped her in a smothering hug. For the first time since she left Gavaldon, Agatha wept for her mother. "Callis loved you so much," Sophie whispered, rubbing her friend's back, "even if she hated me." "She didn't hate you. She just assumed we wouldn't stay friends once we got to our schools," Agatha said, wiping her eyes. "She also assumed you'd be in evil and me in good," said Sophie. "Would have solved everything, wouldn't it?" said Agatha. The two girls laughed. "Everyone thinks we're so different, Aggie," said Sophie. "But we both know what it's like to lose someone who truly understands us." Agatha lay her head on Sophie's shoulder. "And to find someone, too." Now it was Sophie's turn to cry. "We should get back," sighed Agatha, finally. "Think Guinevere and Lancelot have enough headaches without us disappearing too." As they walked home, Agatha took Sophie's arm. "What do you think of those two, by the way? For two lovers who changed the course of a kingdom, they're quite domestic." "That's sugar-coating it," Sophie said, grimacing. "If she'd stayed with Arthur, imagine the things Guinevere would be doing with him right now. Planning the Easter ball, or welcoming neighbouring kings for dinner, or managing the royal court. And here she is, folding a man's shirts and taking pleasure in it. Arthur would have been better off with someone like my mother, who knew she was meant for a grander life." "I only saw your mother once or twice in town when I was really young," said Agatha. "But I remember she was beautiful, like a gold-haired nymph." "It's been 7 years, so I can't even picture her face anymore," said Sophie. "The more I try to remember it, the more it shape-shifts, like I'm trying to recapture a dream. But she didn't leave the house much. Didn't have any friends either, except Honora, until, well, you know. That's how I know she never went to the school or into the woods at all, because she never would have gone back to Gavaldon. She despised that place." "Like mother, like daughter?" Agatha quipped. "The difference between me and her is that I got out," said Sophie, her tone steeling. "I'll have the grand life she always wanted. I'll have an ever-after big enough for the both of us." Agatha smiled tightly, and they lapsed into silence. As the two girls neared the farmhouse, they glimpsed Gavaldon lit up far away like the northern lights, the protective shield around it pocked with holes of various sizes, none bigger than the size of a melon. Through the holes, they could see the green turrets of the cottages, rich and textured, the clock on the crooked tower, sharp and clear, and groups of children in the square, noses buried in storybooks. They could even see some of the shop windows, including Mr. Deauville's storybook shop, now reopened and teeming with kids. "They're reading the rewritten storybooks," Agatha realized, remembering Merlin's warning. "Every time evil wins, a fairy tale rewrites itself. That's why Gavaldon's opening to the schoolmaster and his dark army. Readers are believing in the power of evil." Sophie swallowed. How long did Merlin say we had before the woods went dark?" "No more than a week now," Agatha warned, eyeing the ring on Sophie's finger. The end was right there, and yet so far away. "Meant to ask you. The other night, I saw you and Lancelot talking in the dining room. What did he say to you?" Her friend stopped walking, but said nothing. "Sophie?" Sophie's eyes were still on Gavaldon. "It's coming, isn't it?" she said softly. "What is?" Sophie turned. "Each of us thinks we know who's good and who's evil. You, me, Tedros, Rafal, even Lancelot. But all of us can't be right, Aggie. Someone has to be wrong." Agatha shook her head. "I don't understand. What if we could go back to the beginning, when it was just me and you?" There were hot spots on Sophie's cheeks, desperation in her voice. "It was our first ever after, Aggie. Can't it be the last?" Agatha gazed at her starlit, hopeful friend, framed by the vision of their old home. Gently, Agatha took Sophie's hand and looked into her eyes. "But it wasn't, was it? Our ever after didn't last." Sophie let go of her, sadness weakening her smile. "You still think I'm that same girl? You think I'm the one meant to be alone?" "No, that's not what I meant," Agatha countered. "Say it, Aggie," Sophie asked, lips quivering. "Tell me you and Tedros deserve the ever after, more than Tedros and me, more than me and you." Agatha broke into a sweat. "Tell me you want to be Camelot's queen, that only you can make Tedros happy forever. said Sophie, eyes welling. "Tell me, and I'll destroy the ring tonight. I promise." Agatha flushed in surprise. She searched Sophie's face and saw she was speaking the truth. This was the end. This was the way out of the fairy tale. All she had to do was say the words. "Say you're a fairy tale queen, Agatha," Sophie coaxed. Agatha opened her mouth, and yet no words came. Only the image of her in a wish-fish painting, wearing Tedros's crown. "Say it, Aggie," Sophie pressed her. Agatha imagined herself as that classic, regal leader, worthy of standing beside King Arthur's son. "Say it, and mean it," Sophie demanded. Agatha struggled for air. I'm... Shallow gasps faded into the wind. "But you can't say it, can you?" Sophie whispered, touching Agatha's cheek. "Because you'll never really believe it." Agatha felt hot tears blind her, her voice padlocked inside. But now there was someone else coming towards her across the moors, a blonde, broad-shouldered boy holding a single pink rose. Freshly bathed and shaven, Tedros glided towards Agatha in a loose, milk-coloured shirt and black breeches, Excalibur sheathed on his belt. Only he wasn't looking at Agatha. His eyes pinned on Sophie as he stopped in front of them, his mouth a sensual grin. "Can we go somewhere, Sophie? You and me?" Sophie smiled and glanced at Agatha plaintively, as if asking her permission, but she'd already let Tedros take her hand. As he led Sophie away from the house, Agatha waited for her prince to look back at her. He never did. Standing there, alone on the moors, Agatha watched the two shadows nestle closer before Tedros slipped his rose into Sophie's palm. Gazing at her prince, Sophie clasped it to her chest and whispered something to him. The future king smiled and guided her ahead, their silhouettes melting into the moonglow, as if a door to ever after had opened. Then they were gone, like the last beat of light in Agatha's heart. "Here I was expecting you to swing in on a vine, bearded, dirt-smeared, and thumping your chest like Tedros of the jungle," Sophie ribbed as they treaded through darkness, hand in hand. "A bit disappointed, actually." "Stopped at the house and cleaned up," the prince said tersely. "You've been gone more than a week. What have you been doing all this time?" "Thinking." Sophie waited for him to elaborate, but they walked more than an hour before he said another word. His clean-smelling hair tickled against her neck, and the prince led her so firmly that a hot flash rippled up her spine. Sophie's other hand cupped the soft pink rose, making sure it was still there. Once upon a time, at a welcoming, Tedros had thrown his rose to see who would be his true love, and she'd failed to catch it. But Sophie had the rose now. A muffled roar echoed ahead, and she looked up to see the moon reflect off a broad river bounded by walls of dark rock. The river slipped ahead calmly before it plunged down a cavernous waterfall too deep to see the bottom. Beyond the waterfall, there was nothing but the moon's white glare. "Leave it to you to find the ends of the earth," said Sophie. "In here," said Tedros, pulling her towards an opening in the river rock. Sophie crammed into the hole, trying to find her grip without crushing her prince's rose. As she came through, Tedros clutched her waist and helped her stand to full height. For a moment, she couldn't see anything. Then she heard the scrape of a matchstick and watched Tedros light a tall candle he must have taken from the house. Sophie gasped. They were in a shimmering sapphire cave, the walls made entirely out of the rich blue gem. Bands of flawless sapphires distorted her face back at her like a hall of mirrors. A blanket and pillow lay in the corner, and crumbs of food littered the ground along with a few discarded baskets. Clearly, this had been Tedros's camp for the past week. He spread the blanket and helped Sophie sit down before he cozied in beside her, his leg touching hers, and placed the candle in front of them. "Noticed you and Agatha spending a lot of time together," he said. Sophie peeked at his arched brow and knew better than to ask how much he'd been spying on them from afar. "Well, you had your time with Agatha, and you had your time with me. Isn't it fair that she and I had our turn? Especially if it's the last time before things change." She gave him a coy look. Tedros nodded, picking at the candle wax. "Of course." "We were worried about you, Teddy, out there on your own. It must have been overwhelming to be thrown in that house with—" "I don't want to talk about an old story, Sophie. It's the new story I care about." He turned, his stare piercing. "When we were on the trail, you said there were two types of queens. The one who wants to be a queen, and the one who doesn't. I asked what you would do as my future queen—" "Before we were rudely interrupted by zombie pirates," Sophie simpered. Tedros didn't smile. "It was the wrong question. I should have asked you why you want to be my queen." Sophie's shoulders relaxed. Finally, they'd finish what they started in the woods. No nerves, no setbacks this time. Everything was in her hands now. All Tedros wanted was the truth. She looked up at the jagged sapphires over their heads, reflecting the two of them like 1,000 crowns. Then Sophie took a deep breath and began to speak. "I used to dream of princes, magnificent balls filled with hundreds of beautiful boys, and me, the only girl. I'd walk the line examining them, trying to pick which one would be my ever after. Every night I'd get closer and closer, only to wake up before I found him. How I dreaded that moment when my eyes opened. To be in a world of magic and romance and goodness, and then robbed back into a drab, pointless life seemed so wrong. I didn't belong in a cottage lane with 15 houses exactly like mine. I couldn't marry some shopkeeper or cobbler's boy and slog at the bakery each day just to feed our children. I wanted to find real happiness, where the end didn't mean getting old and useless and being crammed in a graveyard with everyone else. Agatha thinks all this sounds like heaven, of course, but she wants to hide in an ordinary life. I'm special. I'm different. I'm meant to have my name remembered more than Snow White and Sleeping Beauty, and girls who were just pretty and passive and waited like dolls for their princes to arrive. I'm meant to live in people's hearts, forever after, no matter how old my story gets. Because unlike all those other good girls, I found a happy ending for myself. I made it happen, no matter how many people tried to take it away from me. That's why I want to be a queen, Tedros, because no matter what anyone said, I always knew I was one, searching for her king. Sophie stroked his cheek. And here you are. Tears sprang to Tedros's eyes. I told you, Sophie smiled. I told you we belonged together from that very first day. Her prince took her by the waist. Thank you for telling me the truth, Sophie. And was the truth enough? She asked, red-hot. Tedros nodded, his fingers moving up her back. You only left out one thing. She inhaled his sweet breath. What's that? She whispered, leaning in. Tedros held her neck and slowly pressed his lips to hers, soft as a cloud. With a gasp, Sophie fell into his kiss, heart pumping against his chest. At last. At last! She tasted every morsel of his perfect mouth, waiting for the rapturous swell between them that would seal their end, for a spark as electric and strong as love could bear. But all Sophie tasted was dead hollowness, as if kissing a stone. Shaken, she seized Tedros tighter, kissed him harder, but she felt nothing from his side, nothing from her side, absolutely nothing at all, as their lips grew lifeless, repelling each other, until finally she pulled away. Tedros glowered at her, ice cold.
You left the part out about being my queen because you love me.
Sophie's heart was a black hole.
I'm not your true love, Sophie. I never was, said the prince. We don't belong together.
Sophie sputtered for breath. But the ring! She glanced down at her hand urgently, only to see the stain of Tedros's name vanish beneath the gold, as if it had never been there at all. A loud clink jolted her, and she turned to find Excalibur on the ground next to her. Sophie looked up at Tedros, tramping out of the cave.
By the time I come back, I want it destroyed,
he commanded. Then he forged into the night air and veered out of sight. Slowly, Sophie looked down at the ring, flickering beneath the candle. Rage ripped through her blood, rage so thick and primal it made her whole body rattle. She tore the ring off her finger and hurled it at the sapphire wall before it crashed into dirt across from her. Lancelot was right. The ring had lied to her. It had carved the name of a prince who she never belonged to. It had knowingly led her down the wrong path. It had made an utter fool of her. And so had the boy who'd given it to her. Teeth gnashed, she grabbed Excalibur with both hands, picturing Rafal's twisted grin. Evil's master would learn his lesson for betraying her. Sophie raised Good's sword high over the ring and brought it down with a scream. The blade stopped a sliver short. But had he betrayed her? Why would Evil's ring lead her to Good's prince in the first place? And why would Rafal let her go off with that prince without chasing her? She thought of Captain Hook, who had orders not to return her to the young schoolmaster. She thought of the beautiful, frost-haired boy at the window, watching her leave. She thought of his omniscient blue eyes and serene face, his last words floating as she fell away. "You'll come back to me." Eyes widening, Sophie slowly put the sword down. Rafal hadn't betrayed her. He'd set her free, just like Agatha had set her and Tedros free, so that all of them could find the truth for themselves. A truth Sophie had been running from for a very long time. The gold ring was warm to the touch when she picked it up from the dirt and slid it onto her finger. For a moment, it glowed red, as if sealing a new bond between them, and she glared down at her reflection in its surface. There would be no destroying the ring tonight. Or ever. For the reason she'd known what was missing in Tedros's kiss is because she'd already felt it once, with someone else. Someone who loved her for what she truly was. Someone she'd been too scared to love back. Because if she did, it meant she and Agatha were both queens, each afraid to accept their fate. But unlike her best friend, Sophie was ready now. Alone in candlelight, she closed her eyes and made a wish. For a prince, a castle, a crown. Evil this time, instead of good. A chill swept through the cave and blew the candle out. Agatha lay in infinite darkness, praying for sleep. She lasted only a few minutes before she sat up and lit the candle on the bed table. Her eyes caught the small mirror on the wall, and she saw her tired face, raccoon circles around her eyes, and the slouch in her shoulders. How long ago it seemed she was a princess. She was about to ball up under the covers and try to sleep with the candle burning, when she heard faint music and giggles from behind the house. Rising to her knees, she peered through the window to see Guinevere dancing in the garden, as Lancelot played the piccolo, dancing beside her. Lancelot took her arm as they twirled and laughed, the two of them celebrating the end of each song with a kiss. Agatha watched, mesmerized. All this time, she thought of them as woeful exiles, banished to purgatory and surely bored stiff of each other after 6 long years. Instead, they were swaying and kissing at midnight for no reason at all, like 2 punch-drunk teenagers. It didn't matter where they were, who was around them, what they had and what they didn't. They still had each other. They still had love. Agatha coloured with shame. Here she was, surrendering her prince because she was too afraid to fight for her own self-worth. And not only that, she was pretending she was doing it to protect Good's old heroes. What would those old heroes think of her now? A true princess didn't hide from her fate behind the shield of Good. A true princess knew fate wasn't just hers, but her prince's too. By not being with Tedros, she was ruining both of their lives. Gabaldon or Woods, royals or peasants, good, evil, boys, girls, young, old. None of it mattered, as long as they were together. She didn't have to be a queen. She had to be his queen. And that she knew how to do. Without thinking, she was staggering out of the bedroom and down the hall. She flung open the front door and darted down the porch steps to the dewy moors. She squinted into the dark night, heart breaking, because it was too late. Tedros and Sophie were long gone. Crestfallen, she hung her head and trudged back towards the door. A soft crunching sound crackled in the distance. Agatha looked up and saw a hulking outline far across the heath, moving towards the house. She slunk forward, eyes fixed ahead as they adjusted to the darkness. "Hort?" she called out. But now she recognized the heft of the walk, the long, muscular arms, the thick belt on his waist, missing a sword. Tedros's gaze locked on her as he strode towards the house. Before she knew it, Agatha was sprinting towards him, and Tedros sprinting towards her. Stumbling in the dark, Agatha could hear herself panting, choking up, as his shadow hurtled towards her, faster, faster, until they collided like stars and Agatha fell. Tedros swept her up in his arms as she laughed, and he kissed her long and hard, like he'd never kissed her before. "You think I don't know you, Agatha?" he whispered. "You think I can't see who you are?" "It's not enough for you to see it, Tedros," said Agatha. "I have to see it too." "And now my whole kingdom will see it, the greatest queen who will ever live." Agatha stared into his eyes, so clear, so convinced. "But I'm just me. I'm just a girl, and you're... "You think I know how to be a king?" Tedros blurted. "What? But you always act so—" "Act! Act!" He shook his head, voice breaking. "Tell me you love me, Agatha. Tell me you'll never give me up again. Tell me you'll be my queen forever." "I love you, Tedros." Agatha wept. "I love you more than you know." "Say the rest, too." But there were no more words, as tears streamed down their faces and mixed on their lips, the sugar and salt of love. Far across the moors, Hort waited a long time after Tedros left the cave before he made his move. He'd followed the prince when he'd brought Sophie here, so it was unsettling to see him leave the cave without her. Skulking out from behind a tree, Hort stole through the opening, his fingertip glowing until the sapphire walls blinded him with their glare. "Sophie," he called, shielding his eyes. "Sophie, where are you?" But all Hort found was an unused sword and a spatter of black feathers, as if she'd been rescued away by a swan. Part 3. Chapter 26. In darkness comes a queen. When Sophie woke up in the schoolmaster's tower, there was a dress waiting for her on the bed, spotlit by the dawn. Now she stood at the window in the strapless black velvet, tight to her skin, with a long flowing train that made her look like a sinister bride. Across the bay, green fog snaked over the quiet black castles of old and new, hazy beneath a morning sun no bigger than a yellow marble. So peaceful, she thought. All these years she'd clawed and strained and agonized to be good, trying to bully her way to ever after. But as she looked out at her evil kingdom, Sophie realized she never should have tried at all. 2 years ago, the schoolmaster had put her in the school where she belonged, the school she was meant to one day rule. And if she'd just embraced that fact instead of denied it, if she'd just loved herself the way she was, she would have saved herself a world of pain. She glanced down at her arms. No warts or wrinkles yet? When will I, turn into a, Rafal came up beside her, wearing a black velvet coat with a mandarin collar that matched his velvet trousers. Professor Manley begins his first day of uglification class by explaining why villains must be ugly to succeed. Ugliness releases you from the surface, from the prison of vanity and your own looks, and sets you free to embrace the soul within. The first time you turned into a witch, your soul needed you to be ugly, so you could see beyond your beauty and access your own evil. But you're a different witch now, Sophie. You accept yourself as you are, inside and out. Ugliness would serve you no purpose, just as it serves no purpose to me. She expected to feel relief at keeping her beauty, but instead felt a strange hollowness, as if what she looked like no longer mattered after all she'd been through. Her eyes moved to the ring on her finger. It's black swan gold, isn't it? You knew it would lead me to Tedros. His mouth tightened, as if deliberating whether to find out how she'd learned this, or to let go of anything that might have happened during the time she had strayed. Let's put it this way, he said at last. As long as you didn't destroy it, I knew it would lead you back to me. And what if I had destroyed it? She asked, turning to him. What if Tedros loved me? A kiss of true love has to go both ways, remember? I'm quite sure the prince felt as little from your kiss as you felt from his. His face softened. Besides, I'd rather you'd have killed me than deserted me forever. Sophie looked down, quiet. Then she looked back at the beautiful young schoolmaster. I'm sorry, she said. I'm sorry for leaving. He put his finger to her lips. You're here now. That's all that matters. You're not angry with me for betraying you? How can I be angry when your betrayal made us stronger? If anything, I should be thankful. That is, if it's you I'm meant to thank at all. What do you mean? Rafal bit his lip thoughtfully. Your friend Agatha used to have a rare talent. The ability not just to hear wishes, but to grant them too. Her first year, she wasted her talent on pointless concerns, setting a few fish free, befriending a gargoyle, standing up for some wolves. But now I suspect she's learned to use it on something more worthwhile. He stared into Sophie's eyes. You. What? Said Sophie, jarred. How could she? Your wish was to have Tedros kiss you, was it not? And it was Agatha who gave you and Tedros the clean slate to let that kiss happen. Perhaps she even went one step further, giving you your kiss with a prince like a genie from a lamp, knowing all along that Tedros would feel nothing and return to her in the end, his love for her stronger because it had been tested. That'd be something now, wouldn't it? Granting your wish in order to fulfill her own.
Sophie furrowed.
I know Agatha, and Agatha doesn't think like that. Not consciously, perhaps. But her soul spins towards good, the same way yours does towards evil. Maybe she even thought in your heartbreak and anger at losing your prince, you'd turn your back on me too, and destroy my ring. Good would have its perfect ever after, clean and efficient, all because of a princess's secret talent.
Sophie's face calcified.
So, she wanted me to end up alone? Indeed. The young schoolmaster smiled, only she hadn't counted on you discovering the difference between me and Prince Tedros of Camelot.
Sophie gazed into his riddling blue eyes.
What's that?
Rafal's hand found her waist, pulling her in, and he pressed his lips to hers. His mouth was delicate yet firm, and from the moment it touched hers, Sophie felt her thoughts go silent. Rapturously silent, like a dark bomb had imploded in her head. Then came her heart, rioting between fire and chills, as if it had found its other half. He'd kissed her before, but this time she kissed him back, harder. And as a breeze blew her hair over both their young faces in streaks of sun-tinged gold, she knew there was no more guilt or doubt or shame, because she'd found love, everlasting love, as beautiful as it was evil.
Rafal's lips floated off hers. The difference is, to a girl like you, evil feels good, he said. Sophie could hear the Storian behind them, inking their kiss in a vibrant splash of colour. And it's time I finally felt good, isn't it? She grinned, feeling the dark stirrings of her heart. She kissed her beautiful boy again, biting his lips so hard she tasted blood. I'm your queen now, in heart and soul, she whispered. Rafal licked his lips with pleasure and ran his hands through her hair. Only one thing still missing. Then... The dress was no accident, it turned out. He'd planned the whole ceremony while she was sleeping. Now Sophie waited outside tall double doors inside the old evil castle, her chest drumming with anticipation. With a baleful creak, the dark wood doors slid open and eerie off-key music began, like a wedding march played backwards. She looked up at two black fairies perched on the door, sliding their green stingers across tiny violins. Are you ready? His voice said. She turned to Rafal, his young face framed by a wall of defaced old portraits in the leaky stair room. Yes, she said. His fingers slipped through hers, and he led her through the open doors. Everyone in the theatre of tales stood up as master and queen paraded down the long silver aisle. Once divided into good and evil, the vast torchlit room was now fully devoted to evil, old and new. On one side of the aisle, the dark army of zombie villains watched from crumbling wooden pews, bounded by scorched walls spattered with green mold. Most of the old villains wore crossbone pins over their hearts, except for some of the most famous, including Red Riding Hood's wolf, Cinderella's stepmother, Jack's giant, and Captain Hook, alive despite the bloody sword wound in his chest. Hook flashed Sophie a cheeky smirk, and she stiffened, reminding herself she was his queen, and he could do nothing to hurt her. Crossbones mean they've killed their old nemesis and rewritten their storybooks, Rafal whispered, noticing her expression. Pesky old wizard's been hiding the most famous heroes in his so-called league. That's why the shield over your world has yet to fall. But they're running out of time. Soon, Merlin and his league will come to us. Sophie felt a hot glow of satisfaction at the thought of those foul old freaks being slain, after the way they'd bullied her in their cave. Readers are believing in the power of evil, my queen, he said. The shield hangs by a thread now. Any one of those famous heroes dead, and readers will surely lose their last faith in good. The shield will break, and then you will seal evil's victory once and for all. How? Sophie whispered back. What do we need in Gavaldon? But Rafal only smiled. Over his shoulder, Sophie glimpsed the other side of the theatre and her young ever and never classmates who'd trekked across the bridge from the old good castle and were standing in ivory pews made of polished bone. The last time she saw them, they looked defiant and resentful of their new evil school. Now, all of the young students were goggling across the aisle at the old villains, finally seeing what the schoolmaster had been hiding in the other school and looking completely scared out of their wits. But joining the two schools wasn't the only thing that had brought the new students into line. Because, as Sophie peered closer, she saw her former classmates had been sectioned into 3 groups. In the front were the tracked leaders, with gold swan pins over their hearts and new forest green berets on their heads, Beatrix, Rovan, and Chadwick amongst them. In the middle pews, she spotted Rena, Nicholas, Arachne, and Vex amongst the tracked henchmen, with silver swan pins and no hats at all. And behind these sidekicks, to Sophie's astonishment, was the final group, the lowest-ranked students with bronze swan pins who'd already begun the process of mogrification. Kiko sniffled back tears, trying to hide limbs covered with white goose feathers. Tarquin snorted through a pig's nose. Millicent itched at the deer antlers growing out of her red hair, and Brone's arms were already sprouting fresh green leaves. Serves them right, Sophie thought, for being hopelessly incompetent. She assumed Dot would be amongst the Mogriffs, turned into a chocolate-guzzling cow. But she couldn't spot her in any of the groups. Or Annadil, for that matter. Or where were the witches? Sophie wondered, scanning the room. But the only other people in the room were the evil faculty against the back wall, with the good teachers still nowhere to be found. Professor Manley and Professor Sheeks looked blissfully proud of their student-turned-queen, as did Castor, whose ferocious canine head had been reunited with his brother Pollux's on their dog's body. Pollux waved at Sophie and dabbed at his eyes with a handkerchief, pretending to be happy for her. Next to them, Sophie could see Lady Lesso, seemingly pleased she'd returned to evil, while her son and fellow dean stood at her side. Sophie recoiled. Because Auric didn't look like a dean any more at all. He had a blackened eye, deep claw marks across a swollen nose, and the word creep had been slashed into the skin of his forehead, and was only just starting to heal. He glowered back at Sophie, as if daring her to keep gawking. Sophie turned away and caught her first glimpse of the raised stage at the front of the theatre. The stone surface was cracked down the middle as always, but now there was a frost-blue mist seeping through the crack from beneath. If it was for magical effect, it was rather pitiful, Sophie thought, given the heft of the occasion. Unless it isn't magic at all. As Rafal led her up the steps, she squinted through the crack, trying to see if there was something below the stage. But then Sophie noticed what was above the stage. A black crown of spikes floated high in the air, glimmering in the green flame light of a skull-shaped chandelier, It was the same crown she'd seen herself wearing in the EVIL murals back at the old Good Castle, her smiling painted self wrapped in Rafal's arms. Sophie matched the smile now, clutching her handsome love as they took center stage. 2 years ago, the circus crown dangled above this spot the same way, awaiting the winning student of the first-year talent contest. She'd won her crown that night by disavowing good and embracing evil, just as she would tonight. Only this time, she wasn't alone. So much for Agatha's wish, she smiled bitterly. So much for Agatha, at all. As the whole theatre watched, Rafal magically lowered Evil's crown onto Sophie's head before he gently fit it in place and kissed her on the forehead. His cold lips clashed with the iron at her temples, still warm from the chandelier flames, and she closed her eyes, imprinting the feeling and moment into her memory. When she opened her eyes, the young schoolmaster was turned to his audience. Light fades over our woods, and darkness rises. And in darkness comes a queen, he declared. Like every true love, Sophie and I have gone through harsh trials to find and commit to each other. But doubt and pain have only made us stronger. Now we are as unshakable as any two Evers who loved for good. But our love, bonded by evil, is still not enough to win our never after. For evil to find its first happy ending in 200 years, a happy ending that will bring forth a golden age of wickedness and sin. He stepped to the edge of the stage. We need each of you. The theatre was dead quiet now. In 7 days, the woods will go dark, said Rafal. We must enter the reader world before the 7th sunset, or all our lives will be at an end. With the most famous heroes yet to be killed, readers still cling to their faith in good. But that will soon change. For now that my queen has returned, the forces of good have no choice but to attack our castle. Killing me is the only way they can win. I assure you then that Merlin and his heroes will charge our school for evil before the week is done. Our mission is to kill these old heroes and break the reader's lost faith in good. That is our path into their world, where we will seal evil's victory once and for all. Until Merlin's heroes arrive, however, every one of us, young and old, ever and never, leaders, henchmen, and mogriffs of future and past, must work together to defend our school. Our deans of evil and teachers shall lead our preparations, and you will obey them. He clasped Sophie's hand. In the past, evil has lost every war because it had only something to fight against, rather than something to fight for. But now, you have a queen who has given evil a true chance at glory. A queen who once sat in the very seats in which you sit. A queen who will fight for you the way you fight for her. Rafal's face hardened, and if anyone dare question that queen, then they will suffer the fate of all those who have bailed their allegiance to evil. The stage began to rattle, as if shaken by an earthquake, and Sophie teetered against Rafal in surprise. All at once, the stone stage tore apart at the crack, cold blue mist spewing through the widening gap until it cleared over a deep chasm, and Sophie could see beneath the stage. Hidden in the bowels of evil's old castle was a cavernous, frozen dungeon with hundreds of bodies encased in ice. The first face Sophie saw was Professor Emma Anemone, eyes shocked wide under manic blonde curls, sealed in an ice tomb cut into the dungeon wall. Next to her, Dean Clarissa Dovey had her own glacial grave, her silver bun and rosy cheeks blurred by the ice. though Sophie noticed a shattered hole at the edge where Annadil's rat must have burrowed through and borrowed Dovey's wand the night Agatha and Tedros broke in. The brig of betrayers holds all those who've shirked their loyalties to evil throughout the history of our school, including the old faculty of the school for good, who were each given a chance to teach for their new school, and all refused, said Rafal. Pollux sniffed grievously from the back of the stage, expecting acknowledgement. Rafal ignored him. And lucky for you, today we have 3 fresh inmates to the brig. Shrill squeaks echoed above him, and the audience craned up to see Hester, Annadil, and Dot, bound together with rope, lowered over a pulley from the rafters by Giggly Beazle. These 3 so-called nevers conspired to let our enemies through our gates, while one even mutilated our own dean with her evil-given talent, said the schoolmaster, leering at Hester and her demon as both writhed against the suffocating binds. Yet even the most guilty betrayers deserve a fair trial, before they're condemned to the brig for an indefinite sentence. The 3 witches were hardly paying attention now, for they'd caught sight of Sophie, returned to the schoolmaster's side with her menacing crown. So, I leave their fate to my queen, who, in addition to being intimately familiar with the accused, once even shared a room with them, said Rafal, turning to Sophie. So what do you say, my love? Spare them, or condemn them? Sophie saw the witches hone in on her, silently pleading for mercy. Even Hester, who'd rather pluck out her own eye than show weakness, looked scared out of her wits. How much we've been through together, thought Sophie. She and the 3 witches of room 66. For all their tempestuous ups and downs, she'd almost come to think of them as friends. Almost. For these were the friends who'd always believed she'd end up alone. Friends who pushed Agatha to side with her prince over her. Friends who'd spied on her inside her own school. Friends who'd never been there for her when she needed them most. And now they expected her to be their white knight hero when they needed her. Sophie's face went cold. If there was one moral to her fairy tale, it was that the witches were right all along. Nothing good ever came of her trying to be good. Condemn them, she said. No, cried Dot. Rafal smirked at the terrified witches. Then I'm afraid this is goodbye. He raised his finger to sever the rope over the brig. Never was fond of goodbyes, piped a voice above him. Rafal looked up. Merlin smiled down from the rafters, holding Beazle by the throat. Mama! The dwarf shrieked. Rafal stabbed out his finger, but Merlin shot first, and a blast of fire exploded down the rope, hurling Rafal and Sophie off the stage and rocketing Beazle like a cannonball into the pews. From the ground, Sophie's eyes fluttered open, and she saw zombie villains stampeding the stage, Rafal lurching to his feet, the smoke over the rope clearing. But Merlin and the witches were long gone. The young schoolmaster roared his fury and led the crush of villains from the theatre to hunt the fugitives. Sophie scrambled up from the floor to join them, only to stall in her tracks. For there was something in the lap of her dress. Something that wasn't there before. A small 5-pointed star, smoking bright white against black velvet, like a wizard's reminder of good left behind. As the sun ascended over the moors, Agatha leaned against an oak tree in a baggy brown shirt she'd borrowed from Lancelot, her hair greasy and bedraggled, her stomach groaning with hunger. She glanced down at a diadem of silver and diamonds, shimmering from a small wooden box in Guinevere's hands. Did Lance give you that? It's lovely, I think, but I'm clueless about jewelry and clothes and anything that involves, girls, she said groggily. After being up half the night with Tedros and scavenging a few hours of sleep, the prince's mother had dragged her from the house this morning, insisting she had something to show her. If Agatha had known it'd be about frilly headpieces, she would have stayed in bed. It's a bit formal, though, the type of thing you'd wear to a ball or a wedding, so not exactly practical for gallivanting on the moors. Agatha's voice trailed off. Where out here would Lancelot get silver and diamonds? Did he go spelunking into gem mines between shoveling horse poo and milking goats? Half asleep, she peered at the diadem and its loops of diamonds dangling off the silver circlet. It didn't seem new at all, for that matter. And the closer she looked at it, the more a squeezing feeling rose through her throat, because suddenly she was sure she'd seen this piece before. In a pond's moonlit reflection, shining bright inside a wish-fish painting, fixed atop her very own head. Slowly, Agatha raised eyes to Guinevere, who looked regal and imposing despite her weathered face and grubby house dress. This is your... I'm afraid it's yours now, said Guinevere, formal and impractical as it may be. Mine? No, not mine at all, Agatha croaked, backing into a tree. When Lance and I spotted you and Tedros together last night on the moors, I was so cross with myself, Guinevere sighed. I should have known Merlin had the names right that Christmas, if only from the way you stared at me during supper when I got it wrong. How could I be so daft? I suppose sometimes it's easier to see the simplest answer instead of the truth. That has always been hard for me. She smiled sternly, holding out the box. But now there will be no more mistakes. Agatha gaped owlishly at the crown and flicked the box shut. Look, I can't take this. I'm not queen yet. I'm not anything yet. I haven't even taken a bath. Good cannot wait any more for its queen, Agatha, said Guinevere, hardening. Last night, your friend Hort went searching for Sophie and discovered she'd vanished from our safe haven and magically returned to the schoolmaster. For a moment, Agatha thought she'd misheard or that this was all a sick joke, but nothing in Guinevere's face suggested either. What? Sophie went back to... him? But that's impossible. There's no way to leave this place. The Lady of the Lake can only protect those who ally themselves with good. All your friend had to do was wish to rejoin the schoolmaster, and he could break through the lake's enchantments and rescue her, Guinevere replied. Poor Hort was gutted after he found her missing, said he'd do anything to kill the schoolmaster and get her away from him, so he stayed up with me and Lance and told us as much of your and Sophie's story as we needed to know. And from what I've heard, Agatha, I have no doubt that your friend has committed to be evil's queen with all her heart. You must take your place as good's queen with the same resolve and belief, or you and my son will not stand a chance. Agatha said nothing, the words, my son, hanging between them. A long moment passed. Slowly, Agatha's fingers crept into Guinevere's palm and cracked open the wooden box just a sliver. You, kept your crown all this time? Arthur's crown remains at Camelot, until Tedros claims it, the former queen replied patiently. But I rode with mine the night I fled the castle, hoping the guards would assume I was on official business and wouldn't wake Arthur from his sleep. All these years I wanted to destroy the crown, so that Lance and I could forget that part of my story ever happened. But the truth is, I'm still a queen, and I'm still a mother, Agatha. Nothing can change that, even if I hide away from the world. And, as the holder of the crown, one of my duties to my kingdom, my son and myself, no matter how much I failed all three, is to pass that crown on. Her voice faltered, and she composed herself. I know I can never have a relationship with my child. I don't deserve to. But I still have to protect Tedros as best I can, and the only way I can do that is by making sure he has the queen that Arthur never had, a queen who isn't just sure of her crown, but is ready to fight for it when the time comes. Her hand slipped down and lifted the diadem out of the box. Agatha could feel her heart throttling as Guinevere raised it into the sun. And that time is now. Agatha expected more protest to sputter out of her and her body to pull away. But instead, she stayed in place, something changing inside. Looking up at Camelot's crown, Agatha felt fear and tension melt away, as if the Queen's words had called up a part of her deeper than herself. Fire and purpose ripped through her, like armor beneath her skin, usurping the old Agatha and stealing her shoulders and chest. Guinevere was right. This wasn't about her anymore. This was about two sides warring for love. She and Tedros fighting for good, Sophie and the schoolmaster fighting for evil. Once upon a time, she and her best friend tried to find a happy ending together. Now, only one of them could come out alive. Right then and there, Agatha knew why she couldn't have an ordinary life. She was never meant for one, because as long as her story was about her, her worth, her love, her future, she resisted her fate as if living for herself was too much responsibility. But the moment she saw her fate was bigger than her, as big as good itself, she finally felt free to embrace it. Slowly, Agatha lowered her head to the Queen as strands of light silver sprinkled over her forehead and a glare of red sun exploded against diamond edges. Agatha looked up to see Guinevere clasp her hands to her mouth, fixed in a dazzling smile. It was the only mirror Agatha needed. Suddenly Guinevere paled, her smile gone. Agatha spun to see Tedros across the field, watching them. "I'll go," Guinevere started. "No. Stay," her son ordered. He moved towards Agatha in a grass-stained shirt and rumpled breeches, his eyes on his princess. "Everyone just stay." As he approached, Agatha could smell dew and sweat on him and see the sleepless circles under his eyes. He ran his fingertips over the diadem, remembering its every bump and crevice. But his focus was still on her, his hand drifting down from the crown to her cheek, to her mouth. Without a word, he bent and kissed her, long and slow, as if to make sure it was still the old Agatha inside and out. "You're not allowed to take it off," he whispered. "Not even a good morning before you start bossing me around," said Agatha. "Besides, are you trying to give orders to a queen?" "Oh, so today you're a queen," Tedros said, pulling her closer. "Late bloomer, if you haven't noticed," said Agatha. "Well, even so. A king is still a king." "Which means that your queen is beneath you?" "No, only that you should do as you're told." "Or what?" Agatha chortled. "You'll put a death sentence on my—" She saw Tedros's face, and her whole body went cold. Both of them turned to Guinevere, still there, white as a ghost. "What's this?" Lancelot's voice blustered as the knight galumphed into the grove with Hort. "A coronation we're not invited to?" "I'm never invited to anything," Hort muttered. Neither Tedros, Agatha, nor Guinevere acknowledged them. "Well, it's about time that blasted crown came to some use after all the trouble it's caused us," Lancelot added, "though you might want to give the girl a proper dress while you're at it. Diamonds don't go well with that shirt." Nobody laughed. "A swimming start to the morning," the knight cracked.
Well, make your wish, Agatha, and be done with it. Time for lunch and there's still chores to be done.
Agatha looked at him. Wish? Lancelot frowned.
At a proper coronation, you make a wish for your kingdom once you're anointed with a crown. It's the closing rite of the ceremony. Surely Gwen told you that much.
I'm afraid I've done a poor job then, Guinevere said softly, looking at her son. Tedros held her gaze for a moment and turned away. Then I should make my wish, shouldn't I? Said Agatha, studying her prince. She stood up straighter. I wish that all of us can sit down and have lunch together. Tedros's eyes snapped to her. Guinevere froze to stone. Lancelot and Hort both held their breaths. Agatha stayed locked on her prince, waiting for his answer. Tedros said nothing, staring back at Agatha in her new crown. The grove was quiet. Tedros turned to his mother.
Well, what are you making? He asked.
Guinevere went apple red, then her face crumbled and she shook her head, flooding hot tears. It's Monday. I don't have any food.
Hear that, boy? Said Lancelot. Mum ain't got any food. That's what the death sentence was really for, wasn't it?
Everyone gaped at him in horrified silence. Then Agatha burst into cackles. Seeing her, Tedros tried to resist, but started snickering too. His mother was sobbing so hard she couldn't breathe, years of pent-up emotion pouring out of her. It's not funny. The prince hung his arm around her and held her tight as she heaved into his chest.
We'll handle it, Mother, he whispered. Everything's going to be okay.
Watching Guinevere and Tedros together, Agatha felt overwhelmed with emotion. They needed time alone, without anyone else. Leave making lunch to me and the boys, she said quickly, eyeing Lancelot as she took Hort's hand.
Me? Hort blurted. Why can't the pampered prince do it? I didn't get a wink of sleep, and then spent half the morning wrangling hogs while you and him spent last night snuggling in the barn, doing God knows what.
Agatha dug her nails into his wrist, making him yelp. We'll be back with food soon, she said, dragging him off.
You'll need a lot more than you think, a voice called.
Agatha turned to see a parade of silhouettes striding out of the sun flare over the moors. Merlin led them, followed by Hester, Annadille, Dot, Peter Pan, Tinkerbell, Cinderella, Pinocchio, Jack, Sleeping Beauty, Hansel, Gretel, Red Riding Hood, Yuba, the White Rabbit, and Princess Uma, all filthy, weary, and gawking around the magical moors as if they'd crossed through a portal from hell into paradise.
I'll take care of the lunch menu, said Merlin, though we'll have to endure some grumbling from my hat. He's only just recovered from serving breakfast. But we have a lot to discuss, and there isn't much time.
The wizard stopped hard at the sight of Agatha in her crown. So did everyone behind him, a rapt silence overtaking the moors. Merlin smiled, his eyes big and blue.
In darkness comes a queen, he whispered.
Slowly, the old man bent down to one knee before Agatha and bowed his head. So did all his charges behind him, young and old. Then Guinevere, Lancelot, Hort, until Tedros gazed at Agatha squarely and sank to his knee too. In that moment, beneath a dying sun, with an army of heroes kneeling before her, Agatha made a second wish. That she would be the queen that good needed her to be. I don't see the big deal, Cinderella mumbled so everyone could hear. Looks like a giraffe in her granny's crown. But as they all walked towards the house together, the League's heroes sniffling quietly, Agatha could even see a tear in the old princess's eye. Chapter 27. Rebel Hearts.
What if Merlin marshals the Ever-Kingdoms against us?
Sophie heard Professor Manley ask.
For the last time, Bilious, good defends, not attacks. The Ever-Kingdoms will not fight us if we do not fight them.
Rafal's voice growled.
Besides, they know better than to risk their people for a few decrepit heroes. Not that this will save them, of course. Once Sophie and I prove that evil can win, we'll destroy the Ever-Kingdoms one by one.
And what if more of our students turn out to be spies for good? Asked Professor Sheeks.
What if Princess Uma brings an animal army? Pushed Pollux.
If you're worried about our students' ability to fight animals, then I wonder what business you have being a teacher at all,
the young schoolmaster fired.
As for spies, Sheba, I believe the threat of imprisonment in the brig will deter any further rebellion.
'Cause that worked real well tonight,
Castor murmured. Sophie wasn't paying attention to them as she inspected the food laid out at the back of Lady Lesso's old frozen classroom. Rafal had promised they'd serve lunch at the faculty meeting, but all she found was a stinking heap of cold mackerel, burnt potatoes, and crusty cheese. She glimpsed her reflection in an iced wall and almost didn't recognize herself. Gone was the panicked, needy girl who'd chased a prince to Avalon, and in her place, an imperious queen, in a spiked crown and maleficent gown. Ever since yesterday's coronation, before famous villains and former classmates standing in homage to their new leader, Sophie had begun to feel like her old self. She glanced down at Merlin's white star, which she'd buried in her pocket. No doubt he'd left it to make her rethink her allegiance to evil. Instead, it had only recommitted her. Because, like Agatha, that hoary, two-faced wizard had used her all along. He'd pretended to rescue her because he wanted to see her happy, when he'd just needed her to destroy her ring. Like Agatha, he didn't care if she ended up alone. She was nothing but a means to an end, a gullible stooge, a cog in Good's wheel. And that didn't seem good to her, at all. Oh, what she would have given to see that scheming meddler thrown into the iced dungeons, with his stupid cape and infernal hat and doddering quips. Next time, she'd handle sealing prisoners in the brig herself. Her eyes refocused on the pitiful buffet, and she glanced back at the seated teachers, Professor Manley, Professor Sheeks, Castor, Pollux, and Lady Lesso, who each had full plates of putrid food. Dean Auric was the only one missing from the gathering.
I say the biggest problem we have is that we crammed all the evil students into the old good school, and those numpty nevers don't know that castle from their own arse,
Castor grouched.
Keep locking themselves in closets and falling down secret passageways. How can they protect a school if they don't know where anything is?
The biggest problem we have is the food, Sophie's voice boomed. Everyone in the room turned. If this is what's served at a faculty meeting, to the Queen herself, what are the students enduring? Sophie said, sitting beside Rafal on Lady Lesso's old ice desk. She slipped her arm under his. Now that I've been crowned, I have the right to make a few changes around here, and you can't very well lead an evil army that's bloated and malnourished, can you, darling? For a moment, the young schoolmaster looked just as dumbstruck as the teachers. Then he touched Sophie's cheek.
Of course, my queen.
Lovely, said Sophie. She glared at Pollux. Do something about the food. Pollux looked as if he'd been pelted with manure. Lady Lesso cleared her throat.
Rafal?
You mean master, said Sophie. Lady Lesso's eyes flicked to her. The dean gave her an amused look, as one might give a puppet, claiming to have a mind of its own.
Master?
She simpered, back to Rafal. I think what the rest of my colleagues are trying to say is that one cannot approach the coming war like an impetuous child. If Hester and Annadel, two of our best nevers, turned out to be spies for good, how can we trust the rest to be faithful to our cause? Tracking them into their future groups might sedate their instincts to rebel, but it cannot address their deeper loyalties. When faced with the choice of fighting with us or against us, we cannot predict what many of them will do, particularly those Evers whose families have fought for good their whole lives. And speaking frankly, Master, to believe otherwise is to let your new youth impair your judgment.
Sophie flared.
Quite sure Rafal and I know more about what young people think than you do, Lady Lesso. Really?
The Dean fixed on her, the amusement gone.
Because all I see is a school full of students who will turn on you the second they get a chance.
Sophie felt Rafal's arm tighten. He suddenly looked like an unsure teenager instead of an all-powerful sorcerer. How could he let the teachers question him like this? Sophie puffed her chest.
Lady Lesso, I find it offensive that you would impugn our master's leadership.
What is it you're proposing, Lady Lesso?
Rafal asked, ignoring his queen. Sophie went quiet.
I propose that you avoid the students fighting for you at all, said Lady Lesso. Take the old villains into the woods and ambush Merlin's forces before they reach our gates. Let the Dark Army finish them off before they ever get to school. The students will remain barricaded at school under our control.
It is the most sensible plan, said Professor Manley, as if he and Lady Lesso had already discussed it. Our students would only hamper your army.
It will prevent spies or sabotage,
said Professor Sheeks, clearly privy to the plan.
And it will save students' lives,
added Castor, apparently part of the team too. Pollux frowned, as if it was the first he was hearing of it.
So, the old villains will fight the battle while the young students lounge here?
Sophie glowered, incredulous.
And I assume you, our virtuous and valiant faculty, will avoid the front line too? Can't very well leave the students unsupervised, can we, given their dubious loyalties?
Lady Lesso glowered back, as if she wanted to gag Sophie with her crown. Rafal smiled dryly at the teachers.
This isn't about loyalties at all, is it? You don't think we'll win? Now that I have youth on my side, you think I might lose this war.
Youth also brings with it reckless optimism and a willingness to risk the lives of fellow youth, neither of which are useful in war, said Lady Lesso. A war where half your own forces may not be on your side.
Rafal held her eyes, but Sophie could see he was questioning himself even more now. She wanted him to punish Lady Lesso, to show his full strength as evil's leader. The young master picked at his collar and looked away dismissively.
I'm afraid you've wasted your breath, Lady Lesso. Truth is, I'd already decided upon leaving the students at school before you ever mentioned it.
I bet, Castor mumbled. Sophie touched Rafal's waist. Leaving the students behind, darling. Are you sure? The door crashed open, and Auric stormed in.
Can't believe you let them get away after what that demon-skinned wench did to me.
Auric fumed. The creep slashed into his forehead, glowing blood red.
Told you we should have gutted them and served them in meat pies at supper.
Because that would surely inspire loyalty from their fellow students, Lady Lesso scorned. You and the young schoolmaster should replace our entire faculty with hot-headed teenage boys. You could rename the towers Brashness, Arrogance, and Thuggery.
Auric shoved his face in hers and grabbed her by the throat.
You think because you scared that demon off me you can talk to me like that? You think because you called a few teachers to help your wounded little boy all is forgiven?
he snarled, spit flying.
Well, I blame you for that witch spy attacking me in the first place. You taught her these past 2 years, so clearly something went wrong in her education if she attacks her own dean.
Arik squeezed her neck harder.
But you're the old dean, and I'm the new, Mother. Which means when you're out, I'm in, and this school goes my way. And trust me when I say you'll be out sooner than you think.
Lady Lesso gurgled for breath.
Arik, I'd prefer you kill your mother after the war is over,
said Rafal. Sophie noticed his tone was dead serious. Arik sensed this too, for he smirked at his mother and whispered in her ear,
"And before I kill you, I'll kill your old fairy godmother friend too. Dovey, is it? I'll tear out her heart with my bare hands and make you watch."
He released her quickly and pulled back.
"Of course, schoolmaster. Please go on."
Lady Lesso showed no emotion, but when her son turned to his seat, Sophie saw her eyes flicker with terror, and her hand brush the marks he'd left on her throat.
"Then our plan for war is set,"
Rafal resumed.
"Once Merlin and his heroes approach, the old villains will ambush them in the woods while the young students defend the castles under the teacher's supervision. You will not tell the young students they're staying behind in the coming war, of course. For the next week, they will train rigorously for combat alongside the old villains. This will ensure they're prepared in case any of Merlin's heroes make it past the Dark Army onto school grounds. As to who will be training leader of both schools..."
"Me," Arik and Lady Lesso both spouted. Rafal ignored Lady Lesso and began to nod at Arik. "I have a better idea," said Sophie. Rafal, Arik, and the rest of the faculty all turned to her.
"Hope it's as good an idea as the food one,"
Castor muttered, drawing snickers. "How dare you?" Sophie hissed. The room went still. "I am your queen," said Sophie, slinking towards the teachers. "Not a student, not a teacher, but a master of both. Just like the young master who sits in front of you, and yet you continue to disrespect. No wonder our students doubt their loyalties to evil when they have old, bitter teachers who see no value in youth or a young dean who can't even protect himself." She leered at Arik as she circled the teachers like a shark. "But that will change, starting today, because now they have me." When I was first appointed as a teacher, I resisted it. In my heart, I still felt I was supposed to be good. That's what readers like me are taught, after all. Never lose your faith in good, no matter how lost you are. And yet, the good towers may once have been named valor, honor, purity, and charity. But when I was lost, it was evil that extended me those things. The rules say good defends, forgives, helps, gives, loves. But in my story, it's evil that's proven these rules true. And suddenly, I understood what Rafal has been trying to tell me all along, that some hearts are rebel hearts, pumping with anger and darkness and pain the way others pump with light. And yet, even if my heart beats for evil, that doesn't mean I can't find love. That doesn't mean I can't find happiness. It just means I have to find love with someone who embraces my darkness, instead of fighting it. Because that's the love that will change the world. That's the love that will win this war. And that's the love we must teach. Sophie paused, letting these words echo in the quiet room. I was with Merlin, Tedros, and Agatha the past 2 weeks. I was face to face with all those wretched heroes in their cave. I know their weaknesses and how to beat them. And if you still doubt me, then perhaps you should remember that the last rite of any coronation is a queen's wish for her kingdom. I didn't have any chance to make my wish then, but I'll make it now. My wish is to do what I couldn't do the first time I was at this school, to lead this war against good and know that righteousness is on our side. All of you may not trust evil can win this war. You may choose to stay behind with the students and cower from the future. But not me. I'll prepare our dark army for war. I'll stand with Rafal at the front line. I'll do whatever it takes to show the world that evil can win. Because this isn't just my fairy tale now. It's all of ours. And in the end, my life is worth risking if it means more rebel hearts will finally have a happy ending. Her cheeks were red, her chest thumping. The teachers gazed back at her. They weren't snickering anymore. Instead, their eyes shined with a new hope, as if evil finally had a chance indeed. Rafal clasped Sophie's hand.
"Well then," he said proudly, "I believe we've found our training leader."
Sophie gave him a regal smile and turned to Lady Lesso, expecting her to be just as proud of how far her former student had come. Only Lady Lesso didn't look proud of her at all. Once lunch was served, Merlin cleared his throat and prepared to speak. But no one paid the slightest attention. They were far too busy with the food. With more than 20 people to serve, 13 old heroes, 3 young witches, a former queen and her knight, a future queen and king, and a loveless weasel, Merlin's hat had hidden away in the kitchen, letting out shrieks of stress until, one by one, silver platters began magically floating through the swinging door. Soon, the dining table was a smorgasbord of colourful cosmopolitan delights: truffled crab salad, curried venison with beetroot jelly, shredded duck in a citrus marinade, peppered ham pizza on roasted pitas, a yogurt and mint olive tapenade, fennel and wildflower salad, and a chocolate bouchon cake with crispy honeycomb. With the old League heroes starving from their travails in the woods, and the youngsters deprived of breakfast by the morning's events, the dining room quickly turned into a battle scene, so crowded and muggy with jostling bodies and hands stabbing for pizza and cake that Agatha didn't even bother looking for Tedros. Nor did she search for her prince after lunch, for she'd eaten too much and too fast, and had to hide behind a sofa in the den where she could clutch her belly and burp in private. Glancing up, she saw everyone else had the same idea. Each nook and cranny of the farmhouse was filled with a young or old body nursing indigestion or passed out in a food coma. Agatha yawned and closed her eyes, about to join the comatose, when she heard 3 backsides plunk to the floor.
After everything we did to get you in and out of that school, after risking our lives for you, you couldn't even get Sophie to destroy the ring?
Hester's voice attacked. Agatha opened her eyes. "I tried, Hester."
"First of all, you can't talk to your friends in a diamond crown. It's pretentious,"
said Annadel. Agatha had forgotten she even had it on. She quickly pulled off the diadem and shoved it behind her back. "Can I wear it for a bit?" Dot asked, mouthful of pizza turned to chocolate. "I bet it'll look nice on me."
"If it can fit around that head,"
Hester mumbled. Dot hurled her pizza at her, smacking Hester in the cheek. "Do you know how unfair that is, you contemptuous git? You made me gain weight in order to stay in the coven, and now you're making fun of me for it? Are you that insecure that you needed me to be fat to feel okay about yourself? Well, you picked the wrong piggy tail to pull, honey. I love myself no matter what I look like, so nothing you say to me will ever make me feel ugly again, because unlike you, Hester, I'll never be ugly inside." Hester gaped at Dot like she was a rabid bear.
"Agatha, give the girl the damned crown before she stays this way forever."
Dot snatched the diadem out of Agatha's hands and admired herself in a brass urn as she jammed it on, upside down and backwards, but no one said a thing.
"Now, where were we?" said Annadel. "Oh, right, the part where Agatha fails us all."
Any pleasure Agatha took from Dot's tirade evaporated. "Listen, I thought I could convince Sophie to destroy the ring, We'd even gotten close again in the last few days. It was like she was the old Sophie and I was the old me, and I thought she'd listen. She remembered their last moments together, and guilt rushed through her. I had my chance. I should have taken it.
You don't have to defend yourself, Agatha. The truth is, it doesn't matter what you would have done,
Hester said with awkward sympathy, clearly smarting from Dot's words.
We've warned you since the day you got here. All three of us did. Sophie was sorted into the school for evil for a reason. And no matter how much you love her or try to change her, that's where she was always going to end up.
We just didn't think it'd be as the schoolmaster's queen, said Annadil. How we're going to make Sophie destroy his ring now?
A quiet doom fell over the witches' faces, and Agatha realized why everyone had ignored Merlin when he'd tried to speak before lunch. They wanted a few precious moments before they had to face the truth. The truth that Sophie destroying her own ring was the only way to kill the schoolmaster and stop him from killing them. And now that Sophie had returned to evil, there was no hope of her destroying that ring at all. "Did you see her when she came back?" Agatha asked softly.
Saw her the way we saw you when we first came through the portal, wearing her new crown,
said Hester. "Only with 400 more people in the audience," said Dot, still making kissy faces in the urn.
She did look beautiful, I have to say,
Annadil added thoughtfully.
Paraded into the theatre of tales on a handsome boy's arm, just like the old Sophie, who believed her destiny was so much bigger than everyone else's. The strange thing was how calm and composed she was. Not like that warty, deranged witch who savaged anything in sight. It was as if evil had finally opened her path to a happy ending.
"As if evil had the right to win," nodded Dot.
"As if evil was good,"
Hester finished. Agatha thought of Sophie, who just a few days ago had nuzzled her head against her as they rode across the moors. Sophie, her prissy, pink-dressed best friend who fantasized about being a princess for good. Sophie, who would draw glass castles, ponder her future prince's name, and mull what her evil arch-enemy would look like, while Agatha had been branded as evil from the day she was born. She'd retaliated by ironically playing along, wearing black and lurking in her graveyard and nursing her hateful little cat, until the irony wore off, and even she believed she'd end up a witch. Now, here they were. She, the queen for good. Sophie, the queen for evil. "How'd we get so lost?" she breathed. "How can two best friends end up at war against each other even though they still love each other?"
"Because each of you is fighting for something bigger than yourself now,"
said Hester. Agatha hung her head. "I miss the days where my biggest worry was surviving makeovers in beautification." "Speaking of makeovers, anyone notice Hort's looking even juicier than he did at school?" chirped Dot, biting into the cocoa pizza she'd swiped off the floor. "Saw him when we came in, and he has this swarthy tan from working the moors and mud stains on his cheeks, like he's Captain Lumberjack or something. But you know how I like woodsy types, with my crush on Robin Hood and all. Anyway, I sneak behind and give him a good sniff, and notice he smells like a man now. Nothing like that boy who used to wear frog pajamas and reek of baby powder. And all I could think was, since there aren't too many rooms in this place, I wonder if I can get Merlin to put me and him in the same—"
"Over my dead body,"
bellowed Hort, who'd stuck his head out from around the corner. Hester glared back, demon twitching.
"That can be arranged."
Hort muttered something obscene and vanished behind the wall. Hester saw Dot goggling at her.
"What now?"
"Did you just defend me?"
"Only because you look so stupid in that crown,"
Hester grumped. All the girls laughed, even Dot.
What did I miss?
They looked up at Tedros, licking yogurt off his fingers.
Ugh, the old ball and chain,
Hester moaned.
Nice to see you're as awful as always, even when you're working for our side,
said the prince.
Let's go,
said Hester to her coven mates as she stood up.
The smell of spoiled prince makes me sick.
Annadil and Dot followed her, but not before Tedros swiped at Dot's head and snatched back the crown. He waited until the witches were out of earshot and peered down at Agatha.
I don't, smell, do I?
Hester thinks Reaper is cute, said Agatha.
Point made.
Tedros sat down next to her, still in his grass-stained shirt and ragged breeches, but he'd taken a bath, because his hair was wet and he smelled of the tea-scented soap Guinevere kept by the tub. He leaned over and fixed the crown back on her head. I knew you'd do that, Agatha sighed. I'm not even a real queen, Tedros. For one thing, you have to be crowned king first.
I will be, in a week.
If we're alive, which is looking more and more doubtful, said Agatha. And even if you are crowned king, I'm too young to be a queen. Officially, I mean. You know.
No one's asking you to be official. Yet,
said Tedros, straightening her crown.
But you are my queen. No one but you. And I like seeing you wear it, because as long as you do, I know you still love me. And given our history of miscommunication, physical cues are helpful.
Agatha snorted.
This is where you tell me how I can show my love.
Tedros prodded. Romance isn't really my thing, said Agatha, resting her head on his shoulder. Every year there's a Valentine's Day dance in Gavaldon. One year I got so annoyed by all the couples, I set off a flaming skunk bomb and cleared the place.
I hope they punished you for it.
They were too scared I'd boil their children in a witch stew. Tedros put his arm around her.
Remind me never to give you something for Valentine's Day.
Through the archway, Agatha could see Guinevere in the dining room, collecting dirty dishes by herself. There's nothing I'd want anyway, she said. Only gift I'd ever want is to talk to my mother one more time. Tedros looked at her. Though if you could find a time to talk to your mother, just the two of you, that would mean nearly as much, said Agatha. Tedros looked away.
I think I've come far enough on that front.
You asked me for a way to show your love, said Agatha. I didn't know it had limits. Tedros didn't answer, and Agatha didn't press him. Soon, both of them were asleep in each other's arms. By 3 o'clock, Merlin's hat had finished floating around the den, serving coffee and tea, and one by one, everyone began to drift back to the dining room, where the wizard was sitting at the head of the table. No one sat with him. Instead, the old heroes hugged the walls, and the young students crouched on the floor, engaged in idle chatter, while the wizard just waited patiently. When an ominous silence fell, the old heroes quickly began filling it with stories of how they'd survived these past 2 weeks. Peter Pan and Tinker Bell, for instance, had bunkered with the mermaids of Neverland, while Cinderella and Pinocchio had hidden in Rapunzel's tower, reasoning that if Rapunzel was already dead, then the old villains certainly weren't going to frequent the place.
Her tower is a museum now, like Snow's house, so there's a rope that lets tourists climb all the way inside,
said Pinocchio.
Should have seen Ella climb, swinging and slamming against the tower like a wrecking ball. Kept whistling for birds to help, but with all her squawking and cursing, they just stood back and let nature take its course.
If nature took its course, you'd be firewood, Cinderella snarled. Hansel and Gretel had used a similar strategy, for they'd returned to their witch's old gingerbread house, also an Evers landmark now.
Zombie witch is stupid, but not so stupid to think we go back to her house, explained Hansel. My idea, of course.
Your idea? Only thing you did was eat half the roof,
Gretel barked. Agatha noticed Hester gnashing her teeth as she listened to this. Suddenly, Agatha's eyes flared, remembering the witch's defaced portrait in the school for old. "Hester, that's your house," she whispered. "Your mother was that witch. She's alive, somewhere in the woods."
She's not alive, Agatha. She's a zombie under the schoolmaster's control, Hester hissed. I'm not stupid or sentimental enough to think whatever dead-eyed goon he's brought back from the grave is my mother.
"Hester, I know you pride yourself on being strong," Agatha whispered worriedly. "But how can you just sit here with them talking about her like that? They killed her." Hester glowered at her.
The biggest mistake a villain can make is to get caught up in revenge. Hansel and Gretel were two hungry kids trying to survive in the woods. Mother thought she'd captured another pair of greedy, gluttonous brats, only to grossly underestimate them. Hansel and Gretel killed her because they had to. It wasn't personal.
She glanced back at the old siblings.
Doesn't mean I can stand the sight of them, of course, but it also doesn't mean their story has anything to do with mine anymore.
Agatha could see Dot and Annabel gazing at Hester with awe, and for a moment Agatha wondered whether in this room of heroes young and old, Hester was the greatest hero of all. "Shouldn't have been so mean to her before," Dot whispered to Agatha. "Must be hard having me as a friend when I'm the kind of girl her mother used to eat. I mean, if I'd gone to her house that day instead of Hansel and Gretel, her mother would still be alive. Gretel saved Hansel because she loved him, where I'd have ended up alone and cooked to a crisp. That's why I'm not an Ever. Don't have anyone who cared enough about me to save me."
"That's not true,"
said a voice. Dot turned to see Hester, looking right at her.
"That's not true at all,"
Hester said. Dot blushed. Agatha forced her attention back to Jack and Briar Rose's story, if only to hide a sniffle. On they went, each hero regaling the room with raucous tales of survival. Red Riding Hood, Princess Uma, Yuba, and the White Rabbit, until 12 had gone, and only one remained. Then, and only then, did the room fall silent for good. Slowly, everyone turned to face the head of the table, their smiles gone. Merlin took off his hat.
7 days, he said. That's as long as the sun will light our woods, based on Yuba's calculations. 7 days. If we wish to survive beyond them, we have no choice but to attack the school for evil, and the schoolmaster knows it. He knows good will always fight for life, and I'm afraid we have no choice but to fall into his trap.
The wizard sighed.
At the same time, so many of our fellow heroes have been slain in the woods that the shield over the reader world is barely intact. If any one of our old League members die, I suspect it will fall at last. The schoolmaster will invade their world and claim the secret ending he's been after all along, an ending he believes will destroy good forever.
For a moment, no one spoke, taking this in. "I don't understand. Isn't killing these two duffers enough?" asked Cinderella, pointing at Agatha and Tedros. "It's their fairy tale. Why does he need the woods beyond?"
"It's a good question, and I wish I knew the answer," said Merlin, "though I have no doubt he'll kill Agatha and Tedros too when the time comes."
Agatha and Tedros exchanged tense looks.
"I think it's clear the schoolmaster wants this fairy tale to be so cruel, so evil, that good has no power left beyond it," said Merlin. "He's already rewritten so much of our past. Now, he's after our future. He believes that whatever ending he has planned will make evil invincible."
"And you have no idea what that ending is, Merlin?"
Princess Uma pushed.
"Only an inkling, and nothing I would share,"
said Merlin.
"Until I know for sure, however, our only hope is to catch Sophie and make her destroy that ring."
Agatha felt nauseous, trying to remember her best friend was leading the enemy now.
"So, how do we do that?"
asked Red Riding Hood. Merlin smiled.
"We charge the school, of course."
The old heroes eyed each other warily.
"Well, whichever kingdoms are joining us?"
asked Jack.
"We'd need Maidenvale, Gillikin, and Avondale, at the very least." "None,"
said Merlin.
"What?"
Briar Rose blurted.
"None of the Ever Kingdoms are joining us."
The room was very still.
"Merlin," said Peter Pan, "the schoolmaster is young and strong. He has 200 old villains who can't be killed by anything other than fire, along with a school of young students."
"Leave that problem to me,"
said Merlin.
"In the meantime, I expect the League to work with our young heroes, Agatha, Tedros, Hort, Hester, Anadil, and Dot, and prepare them as best you can for the villains they'll face, given you once battled these same villains yourself. We leave for war 1 week from tonight."
"But they're old bones,"
Hansel blustered.
"and they're young idiots,"
said Gretel.
"It's impossible."
"It's idiocy," said Cinderella.
"It's a massacre is what it is,"
said Red Riding Hood. "The other option is to lay down and die," said Agatha, launching to her feet. Everyone turned to her. Tedros gave her a surprised look, as if she had far more courage than him at the moment. Meanwhile, Agatha felt sweat puddling beneath the crown. She'd stood up before she actually had anything to say. But then she saw Guinevere in the corner. The old queen nodded at her with a steely smile, and Agatha felt her voice again. "My mother died to let me live," Agatha said, still watching Guinevere as if she was feeding her the words. "For most of my life, I made the mistake of thinking she was clueless. I figured she was old and out of touch and couldn't possibly know how hard it was to be young. Never paid much attention to her, just like me and Tedros discounted all of you when we first came to your cave."
"Discounted?" Peter heckled. "Your boyfriend called us a retirement home for the about-to-be-dead."
"Well, you had your own opinions about us, too," said Agatha. "You thought what my mother did, that young people are careless and thoughtless and have it easy." The old heroes grumbled agreement. "But in the end, my mother knew how to keep me safe," said Agatha. "She didn't just save me from death. She also sent me to you. Not to a warrior kingdom, not to a young league of knights, but to a group of legendary old heroes she knew would protect me. And she was right, wasn't she? That's why I put my faith in you, no matter how little you have in yourselves or in us, because I might not have listened to my mother while she was alive, but I'm listening to her now." Agatha leveled eyes with the League. "Me and my friends will tell you everything we know about the young schoolmaster and his new school. In return, we need you to tell us how to defeat your old enemies. Let Merlin worry about our plan for war. Our job is to listen to each other, ever and never, young and old, no matter how puny our army is. And if anyone doesn't want to be a part of that army, then leave now and see how you fare in the woods alone." Merlin stood up, all eyes shot to him.
"Oh goodness, I'm not leaving," he said. "The hips are a bit stiff."
Laughter rippled through the room. Agatha saw Tedros smiling at her, his expression soft, as if her words about her mother had meant as much to him as they had to her.
"Well then, now that our new queen has set the tone, the real work begins,"
Merlin declared. He swished a finger across the table, and tiny marble figurines of each member in the room appeared on top of it.
Each young student will train with an old hero.
Agatha crammed between Hester and Hort, trying to get a view of the table as Merlin paired up the figurines, announcing the training teams. Dot with Red Riding Hood, Annadil with Jack and Briar Rose. Agatha couldn't focus. Her crown was itching terribly, and she looked up, hoping Tedros was far enough away that she could take it off. Only she couldn't see Tedros anywhere. And now that she was scanning the room, Guinevere wasn't there either. She heard the front door latch in the hall and glanced back to see a boy's shadow through the window curtain, leading his mother out to the moors alone. Hester elbowed her.
Pay attention.
Agatha spun to the table. The wizard was glaring right at her, saying something about her mentor and her assignment in the war to come. But Agatha couldn't stop smiling, because for the briefest of moments, she felt like a war had already been won. Chapter 28. Who's Helping Who? The thing Tedros liked about girls is that they always started the conversation. Most of the time, his job was just to listen, ask questions, and try to understand what in God's name was going on in their complicated little heads. He rarely had any idea what girls were talking about, or why they made everything so torturous in their logic. So, playing the role of the strong, silent type usually gave him time to catch up. But this was different. This was his mother, and he was the one with the storm in his head, which meant he was definitely going to have to start this conversation. The breeze over the lush moors was brisk enough that Guinevere had to cling to her lumpy sweater, but Tedros was sweating like a mule, tugging at his shirt, wishing he could take it off. His chest pummeled like a pressure cooker, and the silence between them was only making it worse. He didn't even know where he was taking her. There wasn't some hallowed landmark that would make this any easier. So, without warning, he plopped down mid-stride into the grass, still fidgeting with his sleeves. Guinevere calmly sat down beside him.
When we met the Lady of the Lake, Merlin asked her to hide us the way she'd hidden someone before,
said Tedros, not looking at her.
Which means Merlin helped you escape from me and Dad.
Merlin knew I was unhappy for a long time, said Guinevere.
Father adored you, Tedros shot back. He decorated the castle with your portraits, brought you the most extravagant gifts from his quests, and lavished you with attention and affection. He never raised his voice to you, or laid a hand on you, or deprived you of anything, and now you're acting like he was some madman in the attic. So what if he had a few bad habits? No relationship is perfect. Look at me and Agatha. The difference is that Agatha loves you back. Her answer disarmed him. Tedros exhaled. Mother, you couldn't have been unhappy enough to abandon your own son. I know. That's why I stayed with your father much longer than I should have, Guinevere replied. Believe me when I say I was well educated in the values of good. I'd been trained by a dean far less progressive than yours to put king and kingdom first. I knew full well that no one would forgive a queen who absconds with a knight from her king's court, and for good reason. Even if Lancelot was my true love, the idea of going off with him felt childish, selfish, and deeply evil. I had a duty to keep my family together. Exactly, said Tedros.
It wasn't as if I could take you with me, said Guinevere. That'd be unfair to you, to your father, and a kingdom that needed its future king.
That's not just unfair, but unconscionable, Tedros piled on.
Which is why I told all this to Merlin, hoping he'd condemn such sinful thoughts and force me to focus on the life I'd chosen, not the one I kept imagining. His mother paused. Instead, he asked me if I so desperately wanted to leave Camelot, why I was still there. Tedros looked at her, agog.
Why? Because you have a child. You have a husband. Because that's what you're supposed to do. How could he ask you such a stupid question? It's a matter of right and wrong.
I was even harsher. His mother concurred. I said only a man would have so little regard for a woman's sense of duty. How irresponsible to think this was simply a matter of choice. I couldn't just dump my old life and start a new one. How would I wake up every day knowing I'd left a son behind? He's my child. He's my blood.
He needs you,
Tedros fought. He needs my help, Guinevere finished. Both of them were quiet, looking into each other's eyes.
What did Merlin say? Tedros asked tightly.
Guinevere's eyes glistened. He just looked at me and said, "Who's helping who?" Tedros shook his head.
I don't
But he did. His soul did. Tears stung his eyes, washing away his anger. To stay with your father would have ruined my life, and it would have ruined your life too, said Guinevere. Arthur may have been a wonderful king to his people, a loving father to you and a faithful husband to me. But I loved someone else, Tedros. I'd always loved someone else. And if you found out I'd clung to an unhappy marriage for your sake, you would carry that weight forever. You would know that your mother chose to disavow her own happiness on your behalf. And as much as I wanted to give up my life and stay by your side, I couldn't make that choice for you. Not for a boy with as much courage and compassion as you. Part of your journey was to come to see your mother for who she truly was, not who she pretended to be. Most children would never get past the resentment and wither from the pain. But Merlin knew you were different. He said my leaving wasn't just necessary for my own fate, it was the essential seed of your fate, too. It would make you look closer and find real love. It would make you the king you needed to be. And even though leaving would strike us both with an indelible wound, one day you would find a way to forgive me. Tedros was a mess of tears.
You were my mother. You were my whole life. I wanted to die when you left.
But you didn't, said Guinevere. And I didn't either, even if I thought I would. For months I pounded at the moors and screamed at the sky, begging the Lady of the Lake to take me back to you. But Merlin had forbidden her. He came every Sunday that first year to soothe me and tell me stories of what you were up to, how you'd sit in on the advisors' meetings and ask them questions about the kingdom, how you'd hide your vegetables under your rice so the nursemaid wouldn't notice, how you'd sit with Arthur every night after I'd left, even if he wouldn't say a word to you, and how you cursed me for days and weeks after he died. I'd make Merlin tell me every detail again and again, until I cried myself to sleep. She smiled wistfully. He came less and less as the years went on, and soon only on Christmas. But on that one day, I'd feel like a child again, listening to the tale of my own son growing bolder and stronger, his mother's absence fueling his desire to make something of himself. And soon I began to feel bold and strong too, knowing I finally had an honest love, instead of a love forced by duty. It didn't matter if Lancelot and I would be alone for the rest of our lives. It didn't matter if we were cast out in disgrace. because we'd found real good instead of a lie and honored the truth of our stories. Listening to Merlin speak of you year after year, I started to feel I was living with you, even if I wasn't there, growing younger and younger in spirit while you grew older and older, until here we are, humbled by the blessings of good, our two stories connected once more. Only now I see Merlin was right. Just as your father made you strong and responsible, my leaving Camelot also made you the man you are. It made you sensitive, independent and resilient, and led you to your perfect queen. Naturally, it also made you a bit raw and bull-headed.
Like father,
Tedros sniffled. No, said Guinevere sharply. Your father would never be sitting here with me the way you are right now. Your father could never see that deep down, everything I did was to give all of us a chance to find real happiness. He believed happiness meant something very different. He was a different kind of man, a different kind of king. But you can see what he can't, Tedros. That even though your father and I are flawed to our very core, we came together by the grace of our stories to make the most perfect child in the world. And for that, all of our pain is worth it. Tedros couldn't speak any more. His mother clasped him to her chest, letting him cry, his muscles fighting and fighting her, until at last they surrendered, and he curled against her like a little boy. They stayed that way a long time, until his heaving breaths calmed.
"Does that ogre treat you well?"
he croaked, nose running. Guinevere laughed, as well as an ogre can treat a lady.
"'Cause if he doesn't, I'll gouge out his eye,"
Tedros puffed. I appreciate your chivalry.
"If he so much as looks at you the wrong way. How many times you gonna threaten to kill me before you cock up and do it, boy?"
A voice growled. Tedros whirled to see Lancelot approaching, while the rest of the Ever-Never army were gathered in the distance, outside the house.
"Though you might want to wait a bit," said the knight, "considering Merlin just paired the old and young ones up, and chose me as your training leader."
Tedros frowned.
"Come on, lad,"
Lancelot smirked, beckoning him towards the others.
"Time to show us what you learned at that god-forsaken school."
Guinevere smiled. Be gentle with him, Lance.
"Wouldn't dream of it,"
Lancelot said with a wink. Tedros stayed by his mother's side, watching the knight catch up with the others. Go on now, Guinevere urged. You and your queen have a war to win. Can't be wasting time with an old housewife. Tedros turned. You'll be home when I get back. The question was so silly and obvious, and yet his mother knew what he meant. I'm not going anywhere, she answered flatly. Tedros nodded, averting his eyes. He rose and started to jog after Lancelot before he stopped and looked at her one last time. I love you, Mother. He sprinted ahead, ensuring Guinevere didn't have time to say it back. She didn't need to. Him saying it was enough for the both of them. It wasn't long before the first death. Lady Lesso had been warning from the start that having new students fight old, bloodthirsty zombies was recklessly stupid. But Sophie felt like the young students had been pampered enough. First, Rafal had protected them from the front line of the coming war. Then he'd moved war preparations to the school for new, since the old good castle was warmer and better lit. Then he'd abolished the Doom Room, allowed open access to the Groom Room, and even halted further tracking, ensuring half-mogrified dimwits like Kiko wouldn't be fully turned into animals and plants until after the war. Enough was enough, Sophie scowled. She was training leader, and the training fights would continue as scheduled, no matter what anyone said. It didn't matter if the old villains were injuring and torturing the new students. Evil had a war to win, and evil only learned to be evil through suffering and pain. That's how she'd learned, after all, and now her classmates would too. She'd planned the entire training schedule herself. For the next 6 days, 400 villains, old and new, would be divided amongst the various evil teachers and rooms. During each class, there were no lectures, no tests, no challenges. Instead, teachers would supervise one-on-one fights between an old zombie and a young student in accordance with a class theme. Each student's schedule consisted of the following sessions. Evil Army Training. Session 1. Weapons Fighting. Faculty, Caster. 2. Spells Fighting. Professor Bilious Manley. 3. Talent Fighting. Professor Sheba Sheeks. 4. Devious Fighting. Pollux. 5. Lunch. 6. Mental Fighting. Lady Lesso. 7. Hand-to-hand Combat. Lord Auric. From the very first class, screams of young Evers and Nevers rang through the hall. An ogre chased Rena with an axe during weapons. A witch burned a hole in Vex's thigh during spells. Jack's giant threw Chaddick down the stairs in talents, and Red Riding Hood's wolf ate half-feathered Kiko before Pollux made him choke her out. Meanwhile, Auric's hand-to-hand combat sessions produced so many gashes and concussions and broken bones that the fairies set up a makeshift infirmary in the foyer, supervised by Beatrix, who scurried about in a panic, dispensing healing elixirs and spells out of old library books. As the days went on, Sophie began to relish the students' misery and the growing number of bodies in the infirmary, as if her heart, once fueled by love and hope, was now only fueled by other people's pain. She woke up craving the first screams of the morning and felt forlorn when the day's training ended and the students limped back to their rooms. By the third night, she was staying up late to make her own draws of who would fight each other the next day. "Think I'll put Beatrix against Hook," she said, perched in the windowsill as she scribbled onto a piece of parchment. Rafal eyed her across his chamber as he changed shirts. "The point of training is to prepare the Dark Army for war, not batter young students who won't be on the front line." "That wasn't my decision," Sophie murmured. "Our students are evil's future, Sophie. We have to protect them until they're fully trained, and that's what I'm doing. I'm training them. By breaking their bones and spirits? I'm not sure they see it that way." "I'm not sure I care," Sophie murmured. "Says the girl who used to care desperately what other people thought of her." Sophie looked up. "I care what you think." The young schoolmaster smiled. "I think you're forgetting that once upon a time, you were in their shoes." Sophie frowned and went back to her list. "Actually, I don't care what you think." Rafal was about to say something, but Sophie preempted him. "You put me in charge, didn't you?" she clipped, without looking up. "If you have doubts, then replace me." She heard the young schoolmaster sigh, but he spoke nothing more. The truth was, deep down, Sophie wished she could feel bad for her fellow classmates, but she felt nothing. It was as if a part of her heart had simply switched off. She didn't know when it had happened. When Tedros's kiss turned rotten. When she learned Agatha had used her to get closer to her prince. Or was it when she finally looked at herself in evil's crown and felt strong and in control for the first time in her life? Perhaps it was all of these, and more. A lifetime of rejections by good, casing her heart inch by inch, until it sealed to stone. And indeed, with each passing day, she noticed her skin was paler, her voice steelier, her muscles harder, with her ice-blue veins almost translucent through her skin, matching the chill inside of her. Though still in her young body, she felt like one of the old, dead-eyed zombies, drained of humanity. Even her kisses with Rafal had changed. His lips no longer felt cold. By the 5th day, Sophie had disbanded the infirmary, since students had started faking injuries to avoid having to fight. Even the most intrepid Nevers trudged into the ring with their hands up, offering no resistance before their zombie opponent punched them, slashed them, or blasted them across the castle. Sophie was furious at first, but she knew the young students would eventually pay the price for such cowardice. And indeed, when Beatrix accosted her in the hall after lunch, face shining with tears, screaming that a student had been killed, Sophie couldn't help but feel whoever it was had deserved it.
Saw it from our window. It was an ogre. Threw someone off the belfry. Into the bay.
Beatrix gasped. "It's what happens when you don't fight back," said Sophie without stopping. Beatrix grabbed her arm.
"But aren't you going to see whose body it is? It must have come from Castor's class.
"There won't be a body if it was thrown into the bay. Slime would eat it right up," said Sophie airily. "I suppose it erases the need for a funeral." Beatrix gaped at her, trembling.
"All you ever wanted was to be good, and now you're as bad as him."
Sophie pulled Beatrix's hand off her arm and walked away. "I'll take that as a compliment." It turned out the student thrown off the belfry wasn't a student at all, but Beazle, who'd been cheering for an ogre in his fight against Rovan, only to stumble in the middle of the ogre's charge and end up head-butted over the railing. Castor led a short memorial before first session the next day, in which no one shed a tear. By the afternoon, Sophie was making her rounds as usual and noticed for the first time that the new students were actually performing better. Whether Beazle's death had scared them into action, or they'd had enough of losing, or their survival instincts had finally kicked in, the young Evers and Nevers fought back with a vengeance against the old villains, using an array of black magic that Sophie had never seen. Vex cast himself into a noxious wind to beat off the wolf. Kiko turned part of the floor to acid, burning a hole in a witch's feet, while Chaddick morphed into a deadly germ and infected his troll opponent. All 3 of them still lost in the end, but by the morning of the 6th day, the School for New had their first victory, when Beatrix summoned crows that pecked out Cinderella's stepsister's eyes. The zombie girls managed to recover them from the pesky birds, so they'd no doubt have their revenge on Beatrix later. And yet, Sophie wondered, where had the students learned such black magic? Certainly not from the schoolmaster, who'd restricted the teaching of sorcery at the School for New, either because he didn't trust the young Evers and Nevers with it, or because he viewed such sorcery as a direct threat to his own. So it had to be a teacher, Sophie thought. And yet none of them took credit for the rise in the students' performance. Instead, they thought she was responsible for it. Once doubtful of her training methods, now all the teachers gave Sophie approving looks. All the teachers, that is, except for one. Sophie waited until a break between sessions to knock on the door of Professor Dovey's old room. When the locked door magically opened, the pumpkin treacle walls were still intact from the good old days. But now they were cracked from end to end, like a mirror that might shatter at any moment. Lady Lesso was poring over a scroll at Professor Dovey's old sour plum desk, the plums all rotted to black pulp. "Interesting choice of rooms," said Sophie, sitting on one of the students' desks and glancing around. She heard sniffling, oddly guttural, and looked up to see Lady Lesso hastily wipe her nose and adjust herself at the desk. "I didn't choose it," she said, eyes still on her scroll.
As the senior faculty member, I let the others pick their rooms first. Professor Dovey's was the only one left.
You must miss her, said Sophie smoothly. Clarissa was your best friend. Lady Lesso raised her violet eyes.
I'm not sure you've earned the right to call a dean by her first name.
A former dean, said Sophie, and I am her superior as I am yours, so I can call anyone what I like. I'd call you by your first name too if I knew it, Lady Lesso. You aren't a teacher to me anymore. You're an employee.
My!
Lady Lesso grinned at Sophie's pale face and stone-mouthed expression.
It's like looking in a mirror at my younger self. Even sound like me.
She went back to her scroll, producing another strange sniffle that made her readjust her chair.
Regardless, since no one knows my first name, and Professor Dovey is frozen at the bottom of a dungeon, I suppose this is all rather irrelevant. Though I'm quite envious of Clarissa, given she doesn't have 400 students to supervise now, with young, old, ever and never all attending class in one castle. So if you don't mind, I'll get back to my lesson plan before next session starts.
Speaking of your lesson plan, what is it you're teaching them exactly? Sophie asked.
You're the only teacher who locks her door during training so that I can't stop by. Nor can my son. And given the schoolmaster has made it abundantly clear he'll let Auric kill me, locking my door seems the least I can do. As for what I teach them, I'm preparing them for war. Just as you instructed, my queen.
Is that so? I've stood outside your door after class ends, and never once has a young student come out looking like they've been in a fight.
Because teaching them to fight means teaching them to protect themselves.
Lady Lesso glared.
Particularly when the fight is an unfair one.
Sophie smiled wryly at the dean. It was you then, wasn't it? You taught them black magic to fight against the old villains. She paused, confused. And yet the old villains were still in the classroom the whole time.
I put them to sleep while I taught the others, said Lady Lesso. A simple mist of sleeping willow. When they woke up, it was as if they were never in class at all. Surely you remember the effects of it from your first-year trial?
Sophie's jaw clenched.
You had no right to disobey orders. It worked, didn't it? Lady Lesso replied swiftly. The young students are brimming with confidence. The old villains have been forced to raise their level since the new students are giving them a fight. The teachers now fully support you as their leader. Even Rafal no longer looks as if he'd made a mistake in letting love guide him.
Sophie said nothing. Lady Lesso let out a long sigh.
Sophie, my dear, you think I'm working against you when helping evil to win has been my life's work. After all, I was the one who told you there were spies for good plotting against you within this very school. But ever since you've returned, I've feared that your emotions are too volatile to lead our army. I could feel the young students resisting you instead of respecting you. You cannot beat young souls down into believing in evil. You yourself only gave evil a chance when it gave you something to fight for. By helping the students fight back, I empowered them for the first time since they stepped foot in their new school. I helped them see that ever or never, trusting in evil is their only hope to survive.
Sophie looked skeptical. So why didn't you tell me what you were doing? Lady Lesso leaned in.
Because I wanted Rafal and the teachers to credit the reversal in their performance entirely to you.
Sophie stared at her.
Remember what I told you when we spoke in my office?
The dean said.
I want you to be a legendary queen. I want you to make evil great again. And most of all, I want you to be happy. Because you deserve the life I never had. You deserve a love that's right.
Her eyes sparkled with warmth.
So maybe you don't see me as a teacher anymore.
but I'll always see you as my student, Sophie. And when you lose your way, I'll be there in the shadows, your evil fairy godmother, pushing you towards your destiny like a wind behind a sail. Even when you lose sight of what that destiny is.
Sophie could see there was more Lady Lesso wanted to say, but she was holding back. Instead, they just gazed into each other's eyes, Sophie's throat tightening. It was the first emotion she'd felt in days. Fairies shrieked through the halls. Sophie stamped out the emotion like the embers of a flame. "Well, I don't need your help," she said, moving towards the door, "and I don't need a fairy godmother. This is my school, not yours, and if the young students are going to fight with black magic, well, now I'm going to let the old villains use weapons. Only fair, isn't it? And when you hear the students' screams, you'll know it was your doing."
"Sophie!"
She stopped. "What is it, Lady Lesso?"
"You couldn't kill Agatha and Tedros when they came to rescue you,"
Lady Lesso said quietly.
"What makes you think you can kill them now?"
Sophie turned ice cold. "The same reason I returned to evil. A heart can only fight the wind so long before it learns to embrace it." Lady Lesso watched her leave, the black train of Sophie's gown slithering behind her like a snake.
"Well said, my child,"
the dean smiled. She went back to her work.
"Well said."
It wasn't long before young screams pierced the hallway again, much worse than before. Sophie had made good on her promise. Chapter 29. Failed Assignments. Far away, in the bright sunshine of a safe haven, Agatha brainstormed ways to murder Cinderella. Merlin had paired her with the abominable princess, just as he'd paired up each of the other young students with an old hero. Agatha knew the wizard was going to team her with that over-rouged hellion, if only because Hester, Annadil, or Hort would have put an axe through her head. Dot wasn't an option. Cinderella would have squashed her like a fly. Agatha couldn't appeal the assignment, for Merlin had left the farmhouse after the group's lunch meeting and hadn't been seen since. At the outset, Agatha genuinely believed she could learn something from the former princess. First, Cinderella wasn't as old as the rest of the heroes. Second, they'd both had Professor Dovey as a secret fairy godmother. And third, given what she knew of Cinderella's storybook, hadn't they each overcome their own self-doubt to find true love? But as open as Agatha tried to be to her mentor during their training sessions, by late in the week, the only thing she'd learned was to count to 10 every time she had the urge to disembowel her. "It's a wand, you hopeless half-wit!" Cinderella barked, jowls flapping. "5 days of this, and you can't even hold it straight!" "Because you're making me nervous!" Agatha yelled, trying to steady Professor Dovey's wand at the White Rabbit, patiently leaning against a tree while he snacked on a cheese biscuit. "Imagine how nervous you're going to be when an entire army's trying to kill you!" "If I could just speak to Merlin, he'll see he shouldn't have picked me for this. Too bad Merlin ain't around." "But why do I have to do it?" said Agatha, the wand shaking so much she could feel her queen's crown quivering. "Why can't someone else?" "'Cause for some ungodly reason, Merlin thinks you're the one to make Sophie destroy her ring," Cinderella blared. "I, on the other hand, think we should fillet and fry you and serve you to evil as a peace offering." Both glowered at each other, fuming. "Listen to me, you overgrown milkweed. There's no use fighting this war unless you can make Sophie shatter that ring," Cinderella growled. "And I say the only way you can do that is by giving her the choice between living and dying. But you have to be willing to hurt her in practice, otherwise you won't believe it when the time comes. And if you don't believe it, she won't believe it." "But why do I have to hurt a rabbit?" Agatha argued, pointing at the one against the tree. "Agatha," said Cinderella, trying to control her temper. "If you can't hurt a rabbit, how would you hurt your best friend?" "Can't I just stun him with a spell? Why do I have to use a wand?"
"'Cause she's not going to be afraid of a stun spell. Sophie won't be afraid of any stupid school spells,"
roared Cinderella. "She'll be scared of Dovey's wand if she thinks you're ready to shoot her with it. And Dovey's wand works the way all magic does in our world, by intention and conviction, both of which Merlin seems to think you have, despite all evidence to the contrary." Agatha gritted her teeth and exhaled. "Once, all right? I'm only doing this once." Cinderella threw up her hands. "So far you've been doing diddly squat, so once would be an improvement." Agatha ignored her and slowly raised the wand at the white rabbit once more. She pictured armies clashing around her, the entire fate of this war resting on her shoulders. She held her breath, gripping the wand tighter. It's for good. Just once, for good. But now, instead of the rabbit, she saw Sophie looking back at her with emerald eyes and rosy cheeks. The Sophie who'd tried again and again to be good, only to end up evil. This is how it would end, standing in front of Sophie, willing to kill her, wanting Sophie to believe she could kill her, so she could help her be good one last time. Good and evil in a single wand stroke. Love and hate. Friend and enemy. But all Agatha could see was the friend. "I can't," she whispered, lowering the wand. "I can't hurt her." The white rabbit calmly finished his biscuit. Cinderella snatched the wand from Agatha and shot a blast of light at the rabbit, slamming him so hard against the tree that he was knocked out. The old woman dumped the wand in Agatha's hands and glared at her. "And to think for a moment I'd mistaken you for a queen." She tramped towards the house, leaving Agatha alone. They weren't the only team with growing pains. At first, Dot resented being paired with old Red Riding Hood. "Just 'cause we both like cake doesn't mean we'll get along," she grouched to Annabel. Things got worse when Red Riding Hood didn't seem to have anything to teach her. "Well, you can't outrun the wolf or beat him in a fight, and he won't fall for any stupid tricks," mulled Red Riding Hood. "Best if you just do what I did when I was your age and scream for help. Maybe there'll be a woodsman nearby." "That's your advice? Wait for a woodsman to possibly pass by?" Red Riding Hood blushed, lost in her memory. "A handsome woodsman who smells of leather and earth. Look, Miss Hood, the second that wolf sees you, he's going to come for you and try to rewrite your happy ending. I can't let that happen," Dot snapped, stifling the urge to bond over their similar taste in men. "If he kills you, the schoolmaster will break the shield into the reader world. You heard Merlin. Doesn't need more than one of you heroes dead." Red Riding Hood tapped a finger to her lips. "Chocolate, isn't it? That's your villain talent? Oh, for heaven's sake, do you know how much energy it takes for me to turn a toad or mouse into chocolate? I can't possibly turn a whole wolf." She saw Red Riding Hood grinning. "Who said I was talking about a whole wolf?" As her jolly old mentor explained her plan, Dot found herself smiling wider and wider, suddenly realizing why Merlin had paired them in the first place. And indeed, Red Riding Hood's plan was so good that by the time they'd perfected it 4 days later, Dot was pretending they'd come up with it together. Meanwhile, Hester had been teamed with Hansel and Gretel, which was as awkward as it sounds.
"You said you didn't have a problem with them,"
Annabel started.
"I meant I can be in the same house without killing them. Doesn't mean I can train with them,"
Hester yelled. The wheelchair-bound siblings had a similar revulsion to helping the daughter of the witch who tried to eat them.
"Does this one cook children too?"
Hansel asked Gretel. Yet, despite their rocky start, the three of them soon found common ground. We are not friends, yes? Hansel said to Hester. But all of us want same thing. Your mother back in grave. For the last time, that thing is not my mother, Hester retorted. Said Gretel thoughtfully. And yet, not your mother still sees you as her daughter. Hester's eyes widened, catching on. What? Said Hansel, glancing between them. What I'm missing? But now Gretel and Hester were grinning at each other. The plan is clear, young witch? Said Gretel. Crystal, said Hester. Gretel beamed at Hansel. Merlin gave us smart one, eh? Hansel still looked lost. Smarter than your brother, at least, Hester cracked. Gretel gave her a high five. Across the oak grove, Annabel was rankling over having to train with both Jack and Briar Rose. They're in love. Can't blame Merlin for wanting to keep them together, said Dot. They can't even take a poo apart, Annabel miffed. In addition to having to deal with double mentors, as well as their geriatric displays of affection, Annabel also had double the villains to deal with, Jack's giant and Rose's evil fairy. And for Annabel, who'd been trying so valiantly to prove she was more than just Hester's sidekick, the extra burden was worth it. It didn't matter if she had to put up with 2 lovey-dovey mentors. It didn't matter if she had to work twice as long and twice as hard as everyone else. Kill 2 villains, and no one would call her a henchman ever again. But it was Hort who had the worst pairing of all. He'd been so focused on wooing Sophie these past few weeks that he'd failed to notice that one of the old men stalking about the farmhouse was his mortal enemy, Pan. Pan. At first he couldn't believe it, since Peter Pan was the boy who'd vowed never to grow up, let alone grow bald, wrinkled, and frail. But then he saw Tinker Bell perched on the old man's shoulder, and his stomach went cold. To be matched with the hero who'd slain his father during the Battle of the Jolly Roger, the hero who'd left him an orphan at the age of 6, the hero who he'd shadow-dueled in daydreams all his life, well, it nearly stopped the poor boy's heart. And yet, after the shock subsided, he never felt rage, only an empty despair. For in his dreams, Hort had always imagined Peter young and cocksure, a bumptious, trash-talking sprig he could kill in a fair fight. But now, watching Pan so old and ordinary, Hort lost the will to fight him at all. Right then and there, he understood what made him different from the evil schoolmaster they were about to face, because, unlike him, Hort could see when a story was over, and it was time to move on. So that first day of training, he and Peter slit their palms and made a blood oath to mutual respect. Hort vowed to slay Captain Hook and put him back in his tomb, and in return, Pan promised to stand beside Hort at his father's grave when the war was done and won. Neither Cinderella nor Agatha showed up to training on the 6th day. While the others went out to the oak grove after breakfast, the old princess stayed in her nightgown and roasted marshmallows over the fireplace in the den. Agatha just lay in bed, curled towards the window, watching Lancelot and Tedros clash swords across the moors. Her prince had come so far with his mother since that day they'd gone off together. He sat beside Guinevere at meals now, helped her scrub dishes, and took her on private walks in the gardens each night. In fact, his kindness towards her touched Agatha so deeply that she had to stop herself from mentioning it for fear of making Tedros self-conscious. She'd learned that if you compliment boys for something they've done, they go out of their way never to do it again. But Tedros's willingness to let go of old resentments and start anew with his mother made Agatha realize that he wasn't just a worthy prince and a loving son, but he'd make a wonderful king, too. Agatha naturally assumed then that once paired with Lancelot for training, Tedros would extend the same kindness and openness to the knight as he had to his mother. She was wrong. Face red-hot, Tedros slashed and hacked at Lancelot with his father's sword, only to be beaten again and again. Not just beaten, but humiliated, with Lancelot nicking Tedros's ear every time he won a round, lopping off a bit of his hair, or smacking him on the backside with the flat of his blade. No doubt Merlin paired the two together, knowing Tedros would benefit from the great knight's sword skills, but by the 6th day of their sparring, the prince was a deranged beast, stabbing Excalibur wildly at the knight and grunting and salivating, as if fighting not just for his pride now, but for his father's, for his kingdom's. Lancelot beat him even worse than before. When Tedros ended up face first in a pile of horse manure a few bouts later, Agatha couldn't watch anymore. She took a long bath and sauntered down to the kitchen, hoping there was food still left. "Shouldn't you be out training?" Guinevere asked, laying out a spinach omelette and mug of tea for her. Agatha eyed Cinderella lounging in the den with curlers in her bluish hair, stuffing a cheese biscuit with roasted marshmallows. "You know how well things are going with Tedros and Lancelot?" She turned back to Guinevere. "They're practically lovers compared to us." "I need another biscuit!" Cinderella boomed from the den. "This one broke!" Agatha ignored her. "I really need to speak to Merlin," she said to Guinevere. "It's been 6 days. Surely you know where he is." "If you haven't noticed, Merlin isn't particularly forthcoming about his thought process or whereabouts," said Guinevere. Agatha looked out the window at the silhouettes of her old and young friends in the distant oak grove. "He hasn't even told us how he thinks we can win this war. The schoolmaster has both the Dark Army and the students. We're outnumbered 20 to 1. Merlin wouldn't send children off to war unless he had a plan." Guinevere smiled. "Or unless he was desperate," said Agatha. Guinevere's smile wavered. She poured Agatha more tea. "Well, at least he's left his hat," she said with forced cheer. "Otherwise I have no idea how I'd manage meals for such a mob. Poor thing is a bit run down." She glanced at the hat, drooped over a houseplant and snoring softly. "Everyone seems to be helping our war effort. Except me, I mean." "You're managing almost 20 people in your house, including a half-dozen cranky old heroes, and their meals, laundry, dishes, and demands. That isn't just helping the war effort, that's leading it," said Agatha. "If anything, I'm the disappointment. Merlin trusted me with the most important assignment of all, and I can't even do it. And if I could just tell him, then he'd know there's no way I can get Sophie to destroy that ring, and no way for us to win this war, if it's all left to me." Guinevere raised her brows. "Convenient he left then, isn't it?" Agatha was thinking the same thing. No one else seemed as concerned by Merlin's absence, perhaps assuming that he was off forging a flawless plan to take on evil. But once another dinner came and went without the wizard returning, panic began to set in.
"We're running out of time and we can't fight all of evil by ourselves," Hort fretted, as he, Agatha, Tedros, and the 3 witches shared a midnight snack of chocolate cookies. They started as ginger snaps before Dot had her way with them.
For one thing, we don't even have weapons. Lancelot hardly had use for them out here. So all we have are a couple of his rusty old training swords and a few carving knives that won't stop a rat, let alone zombies that can only be killed by fire. What are we supposed to fight with? How are we supposed to win? Win? How do we even get to evil if Merlin doesn't come back to let us through the portal?"
said Hester. Hort gaped at her. He swiveled to Agatha.
"This is your fault. You give some highfalutin speech about young and old working together, making us all feel guilty when Merlin never even told us the plan."
"My fault," Agatha shot back. "Merlin said, 'Leave it to me,' as if he'd return with some giant army to fight behind us. How was I supposed to know that a week later there's no Merlin and no army?
And there'll be no army, said Anadil. The Ever Kingdoms won't help us, remember?
It isn't just numbers, said Hester. Before we broke Agatha and Tedros into school, we spent weeks with Merlin working out every detail. The stakes are far higher now, and he's nowhere to be found.
What if he's hurt? Dot asked, paling. What if he's dead? Don't be stupid, Tedros huffed. He'll be back soon, everything's fine. But Agatha noticed the prince was eating his third chocolate cookie, which meant everything wasn't fine at all. She clasped his hand to comfort him and noticed it slick with sweat. Tedros drew it away. Hot in here, he said, even though it wasn't. Agatha tried to look supportive. I'm not scared, Tedros said loudly. Even if Merlin doesn't come back, I'll command the Lady of the Lake to let us through. I can lead this war all on my own.
After Lancelot beats you into another pile of crap, you mean?
Snorted Hort. Tedros ignored him and took another cookie. Through the archway, Agatha could see the old heroes gathered around the dining room table, the tiny paired-up figurines still in place on the surface. The League members were no doubt having a similar conversation about Merlin's disappearance. I say we all go to sleep, Dot yawned. Sleep always fixes things. No one had a better plan. Hours later, Agatha curled up in a blanket on the floor of the guest room, listening to the house rumble with every tone of snore and snuffle imaginable. She'd given the bed to Dot, Anadil, and Hester, who spooned and slept on each other like puppies, occasionally knocking one of their pillows down onto Agatha's head. It wasn't like she could sleep, anyway. All she could think about was whether Merlin had made a fatal mistake leaving her and Tedros in this safe house for so long. It had been almost 3 weeks since the Lady of the Lake had stashed them here. They'd been lulled into the languid pace and tranquility of Guinevere and Lancelot's life, forgetting that out in the woods, legendary heroes were dead, and readers like her were losing their faith in good. Here on the moors, the sun was strong and bright, the food was plentiful, and they were safe from evil. While in real life, darkness was falling, an evil army was rising, and her best friend was fighting at the schoolmaster's side. What would it be like when they went back through the portal? Would she and Tedros be ready for what they'd find? If they went back through the portal, that is, if Merlin ever returned for them. Her heart flurried faster, and she knew that if she didn't find a way to sleep now, she wouldn't sleep at all. She pulled her blanket tighter, about to roll over. Only there was something odd about the blanket. It was thicker than usual, with furry, velvety fabric that smelled like a musty cabinet. As her eyes adjusted to the dark, she saw the purple inseam, the lining stitched with silver stars. Agatha gasped. Chest pounding, she yanked the wizard's cape over her head and felt herself floating through violet sky before she landed softly on a cloud. Merlin was waiting for her. Agatha sat cross-legged in white mist beside him, her shoulder touching his. For a short while neither of them said a word, basking in the vast silence of the Celestium. Just being next to the wizard again made Agatha feel calmer, even if he did look alarmingly thin. "Where have you been?" she asked finally. "Visiting a dear old friend." "For 6 days?" "We would have stayed together far longer if we had the time," said Merlin wistfully. "I do wish I had my hat, though. Never realized how difficult it is to procure a decent meal without magic. I suppose that's why people find companions eventually. It makes it easier to manage the burden of food when there's 2 of you. Then again, living life alone comes with its benefits, like learning self-reliance, or traveling on a whim, or washing your hair only once a year." Agatha waited for him to get to the point. "It is marvelous up here, isn't it?" he sighed, gazing into star-spattered emptiness.
Almost makes me forget the things I've seen. Good's old heroes, slain and discarded, their bodies left in the woods to rot. Some as famous as Thumbelina and Aladdin, others never known by their proper name, but only as the Clever Tailor or the Wily Beggar Boy. I buried as many of them as I could, but will have to give them proper graves in the Garden of Good and Evil when the time comes.
A haunted sadness clouded his face, his thoughts still somewhere in the woods. Agatha knew she should be just as sad for these dead heroes, and yet all she could think about was finding a way not to join them. "Merlin," Agatha prodded gently, "you are aware that you left us here, and never explained how to beat an army 20 times our size."
"I'm well aware, Agatha. But what's most important to me now is whether you've made any progress in how you're going to convince Sophie to destroy her ring."
"I can't do it, Merlin. You told us that Sophie has to destroy the ring by choice. Threatening to kill her doesn't give her a choice at all, nor does it seem good."
"Is that how Cinderella told you to get Sophie to destroy the ring?"
Merlin said, aghast. She spent the last 5 days trying to get me to torture the White Rabbit."
Merlin groaned. "Should have known that's why she wanted Dovey's wand. A bit of a gorilla, that girl. No doubt a product of her upbringing. Yes, I'm afraid bullying your best friend to get what you want isn't just morally questionable, but utterly useless. As I've said, the schoolmaster is only destroyed if Sophie destroys the ring. If Sophie dies without destroying the ring, the schoolmaster loses his true love in body, but not in spirit. Meaning he'll lose his immortality and be mortal like the rest of us, but still very much alive, with an army of villains at his command, and nearly impossible to kill. Hardly the end that we seek."
He paused thoughtfully.
"And yet, Cinderella is onto something. Sophie is evil's queen now. You will not convince her to destroy the ring by appealing to her goodness. You have to confront the deepest evil in her and prove she has a reason to do so."
Agatha looked at him.
"But you will only have one chance," said the wizard. "Use it wisely."
Agatha thought about what she'd do with this one chance, but still nothing came. "Merlin, before you left, you said the schoolmaster is looking for something in Gavelden? Something that will destroy good forever. Do you know what it is yet?"
"I'm afraid I've been as successful with my assignment as you with yours." The wizard smiled dryly. "And yet, I keep coming back to something you said to me when we were traveling to Avalon. That the schoolmaster suggested it was Sophie who would destroy good in the end, not him."
Agatha remembered what Rafal told her in Evil's museum. He said the most dangerous person in a fairy tale is the one willing to do anything for love. Merlin tugged at his beard, spectacles slipping down his nose. "Do you think it has something to do with Sophie's mother?" Agatha nudged. "We never did find where her body is. Could the schoolmaster have her?"
"Perhaps it has to do with Sophie's mother, or perhaps it has to do with much, much more," said Merlin. "Remember what I told you the last time we were here? For hundreds of years, good has had love on its side, making good invincible against evil. But why? Because the schoolmaster killed his own brother in the pursuit of power, proving that evil could never love? To balance that one terrible deed, the Storian has made good win every single story, as long as it has real love on its side. But now that Rafal has Sophie as his queen, he believes that her love is finally enough to redeem the murder of his brother."
"But that doesn't make any sense," Agatha countered. "Even if he does have Sophie's love, that doesn't erase the fact he killed his own blood."
"Precisely. said Merlin. So the question remains, what is it he expects Sophie to do for him at the end of this story? Does he think she can redeem that original sin? And if so, is that why he chose Sophie as his true love in the first place?
Agatha's gut twisted. Merlin, whatever it is he's planning, we can't win. Not without help, don't you understand? We're just a few students and rickety old heroes. Merlin wasn't listening.
What if we have the whole story all wrong, Agatha? He said softly. What if he can prove killing his brother was never a crime at all? That love is the greatest evil instead of the greatest good? What then?
His body straightened.
Then good would become evil, and evil would become good, wouldn't it? Just like he promised.
Agatha shook her head. Merlin, you're not making any sense. He flinched, as if he suddenly remembered she was there.
This was thoughtless, wasn't it? Bringing you here in the middle of the night when you haven't had a wink of sleep, especially with all that's to come. Come, off to bed. Every minute counts.
Agatha frowned. But wait! How are we supposed to fight him? How are we supposed to... But she was yawning now, and she knew he'd done something to her, for her body grew numb, and her head so heavy that she sank through the cloud like an anchor. She thrust out her hand for Merlin, striving to stay awake, trying to grab hold of him. But all she felt was a fistful of stars as she fell into the dark, and the warm taste of sky in her mouth. Voices swelled sharply out of the void, and Agatha's eyes opened. She was sprawled on the floor in one of Guinevere's blue, tattered blankets. The witches were gone from the room, their bed neatly made. Through the window, she could see the inky night sky with no sign of the sunrise. Agatha followed the voices towards the den and glimpsed her friends, young and old, packing burlap sacks with crackers and fruit and tins of water while devouring last bowls of oatmeal. Everyone was clad in thick black cloaks, buzzing in hushed whispers, except for Guinevere, who was still in her nightdress, packing a bag for Lancelot while the knight polished his sword. As Agatha inched into the den, she noticed that the group was no longer divided into old on one side and young on the other as usual, but into the various mentor groups, Hort with Peter Pan, Annadil with Jack and Briar Rose, Hester with Hansel and Gretel, Dot with Red Riding Hood, before Hort caught sight of Agatha and he and Pan went quiet. All the other pairs did too. Merlin sauntered into the den from the dining room, sipping a mug of coffee.
Tried to keep our voices low, my dear. Wanted to give you a bit more rest.
In her sleepy daze, Agatha didn't understand. But then she felt someone touch her shoulder. She looked up at Tedros, clean and beautiful in a black cloak, Excalibur strapped to his back. He clasped her hand with a scared smile.
It's time, he said.
Chapter 30. Apologies and Confessions. Agatha knew they were all doomed when Tedros tried to convince Lancelot to stay behind with his mother. Tedros knew as well as Agatha did that they needed the knight to join their army in the war to come. So for him to beg Lancelot to remain at the house meant Tedros knew they were all going to die. For as much as the prince despised the scalawag knight, he couldn't bear the thought of his mother losing him. Not that his wishes mattered in the end. Guinevere wouldn't hear of it. She said her goodbye to Lancelot out on the moonlit moors, just as she did with the rest of her guests, taking the time to give brisk hugs to each, as if they were all popping off to a shop and would be back by lunch. It was only when Guinevere hugged Agatha that the old queen lingered. Agatha could see her lips trembling and the wet sheen of her eyes. "Take care of my Tedros," Guinevere whispered. "I will," said Agatha, trying not to cry. Something cold touched her head, and Agatha looked up at her prince as he fit her crown back on her.
You left it in your room, he said, with a droll smile. An oversight, I'm sure.
Then he met his mother's gaze. Agatha could see each of them overwhelmed with emotion, a mother and son who'd battled so much pain to come back together, only to be pulled apart once more. "Let me come with you, Tedros. Please," Guinevere pleaded. "I can fight. We'll be together."
"No," said the prince. "It's the one thing Lancelot and I agree on."
Guinevere shook her head, tears falling. Tedros hugged her to his chest.
"Listen to me. You'll be at Camelot for my coronation, once Agatha and I close her storybook and the schoolmaster is dead. That's where your story will end, all right? Not here, but Camelot, where you'll be a mother, then a grandmother, and you'll have so much love for the rest of your life. You can even bring the ogre."
Guinevere sniffled a laugh. "Promise me, Tedros. Promise me you'll come back."
"I promise,"
Tedros rasped. But Agatha knew he was lying. Guinevere spotted something over her son's shoulder and pulled away. Agatha and Tedros turned to see Merlin leading his league of heroes, young and old, towards a floating portal of white glow atop a distant hill. Lancelot climbed through first, evaporating like a shadow into the sun, before the old and new heroes followed him into the light one by one, until only Merlin was left, raising consoling eyes to Agatha and Tedros across the moors, as if he wished he could let them stay.
"Has to be morning by now, surely," said Tedros to Agatha, peering through the darkness of the woods as they tried to keep up with the pair in front of them.
"Then where's the sun?" Agatha asked, searching a horizon of fast-moving black clouds with a pinprick of light pulsing through it. "All I see is the North Star and storm clouds." Only they weren't clouds, as Agatha looked closer. It was smoke emanating from somewhere far ahead, directly in the path of where Merlin was leading their army. Huddled into a black cloak, Agatha stood on tiptoes, squinting over the pairs in front of her. But she couldn't see where the smoke was coming from. "Lift me up," she nudged Tedros.
"What?"
"On your shoulders."
Tedros frowned. "Just because you're wearing a crown doesn't mean—"
"Now!"
The prince sighed. "And I thought Sophie was high maintenance."
He swung her up onto his shoulders, grunting softly as she clasped her arms around his cloak collar, her clumps digging into his chest. She could see Hort and Peter Pan paired in front of them, and hear Cinderella and Pinocchio a ways behind, trading jokes at the sight of them.
"Someone's whipped,"
said Pinocchio.
"Finally as tall as his father," Cinderella groused.
Tedros gritted his teeth, labouring under Agatha's weight.
"How much longer you need up there?"
Agatha leaned forward, the lattice of tree branches brushing against her crown, as she gazed far into the darkness, tracking the smoke. It was coming from a fire. Far into the black horizon, a tall tower of yellow-red flames raged into the sky. As the blaze licked higher and higher, it lit up the surroundings. A crooked clock tower, the shops of a square, turreted cottage rooftops, and the rest of a crystal-clear village glowing in the flamelight beneath a tattered shield. Gavaldon. Gavaldon was on fire. Suddenly she remembered the painting in the exhibition of evil, August Seder's last vision of a giant bonfire in the middle of the village. "No, it's not on fire. They're burning the storybooks," she whispered, clutching Tedros tighter. Seder knew they'd burn the books. She could see the shield over Gavaldon riddled with small holes and quivering in the wind, as if about to shatter at any moment. "They're believing in the new endings, Tedros. Merlin was right. They're losing faith in good."
"I don't get where Em is taking us," Tedros murmured, not listening to her. "The school is to the east, and your village is to the west. If Merlin keeps us on this path, we'll run straight into the Stimpf forest between them."
"Stimpf forest?"
"Where Stimps come from. You know those bony birds we used to have at school before the crogs ate them all? Said Tedros impatiently, sweating under her. Merlin's insane if he thinks we'd last a minute in there. No one in their right mind ever goes in that forest, because the schoolmaster controls the stimps.
I thought stimps hate villains, said Agatha.
Because the schoolmasters trained them to seek out evil souls. Only time anyone even gets near the stimp forest is on November 11th, every 4 years, when the new nevers are picked for school. Families have picnics on the perimeters and watch the stimps blast out of the trees to kidnap kids and bring 'em to Evil Castle.
From Tedros's shoulders, Agatha could see the dark stretch of woods that separated Gavaldon from the faint outlines of the school for evil. She'd been in that forest before. That night, more than 2 years ago, when the schoolmaster took her and Sophie from Gavaldon, he'd dragged them into the endless woods, where a stimp hatched out of a black egg, snatched them in its jaws, and flown them off to their fateful schools. But why would Merlin be taking them to the forest where their story began? They were supposed to be attacking the school for evil. They were supposed to be finding Sophie, so she'd destroy her ring. If Agatha could convince her to, that is. Quickly she looked into the sky, trying to distract herself from her impossible task. How long did they have until the woods went dark anyway? And why hadn't the sun risen yet? Her eyes drifted back to that tiny speck of light trapped behind the smoke clouds. As she focused harder, she saw it was dripping. Orange pieces of flame that scorched through the smoke and extinguished mid-air. "Not the North Star," she rasped. "Tedros, that's the sun."
Tedros glanced at the sky, irritated. "Don't be daft. The sun can't be that small." His expression tensed. "Can it?"
Agatha knew he'd just realized the same thing she had last night. They'd been away from the woods too long. Slowly he lowered her back to the ground.
7 days. That's what Merlin said, didn't he?
"Meaning the sun will die at sunset tonight," said Agatha.
"Meaning tonight the storybook closes," said Tedros. "One way or another."
They looked at one another, the same shade of pale.
"I won't let anything happen to you," he promised.
Agatha nodded. "I know." But she was the one lying now. Not even a prince could protect her from what was coming. Tedros forced a gallant smile, hugging her into his flank.
"Of all the tales in all the kingdoms in all the woods, you had to walk into mine."
Agatha feigned a smile back, holding him tight, as they followed Merlin and the rest of Good's army towards the dark, stimp forest. When they'd come through the portal into the woods, the first thing Agatha and Tedros noticed was how cold it was. After 3 weeks in the springtime haven of the moors, the return to a sunless winter sent them both into shivers, even under their thick cloaks. But worse than the cold was the new nasty smell. A stink of dead trees and decomposing animals that made her and Tedros shield their noses with their sleeves for the first hour before they got used to it. As the morning dragged on, no warmer or brighter, the group continued on the path, 2 by 2, old with young, except Agatha and Tedros, who paired with each other to avoid their respective mentors. At first, the teams were lulled into a sense of safety by the deserted woods. The Ever Kingdoms had sealed themselves away just as Merlin predicted, while the Never Kingdoms, like Ravenbow and Netherwood, knew better than to attack Good's army, however small, until the schoolmaster proved that evil could win. Their safe feeling didn't last much longer. Soon the pairs began to notice makeshift graves off the path, topped with smoking white stars on which Merlin had written fallen heroes' names. Walking with the White Rabbit, Yuba made a note of them in a small notebook and whispered a prayer for each. By the time he and the rest stopped for lunch, a few hours later at a dried-up pond, They all had the same grim faces, knowing they were drawing closer and closer to graves of their own. And yet they still had faith that their leader had a plan to save them. So, when Merlin lit a fire in the middle of the pond bed and handed out turkey sandwiches, his audience settled into the dirt, relieved they were about to finally hear how a small gang of heroes and students could beat an evil army 20 times their size.
"Sometimes I wonder,"
Merlin declared, licking a bit of mustard off his upper lip.
"Where exactly does the food come from? Is there a fourth dimension where a magic hat goes to fetch it? Or does it simply summon turkeys and bread out of thin air? In which case, what is this sandwich really made of?"
40 eyes gaped at him.
"Merlin,"
said Lancelot, simmering.
"It's clear we're headed straight for the Stimpf Forest. Otherwise you would have turned us east hours ago. Is there a reason we're going there instead of the school?"
"Certainly,"
said Merlin, digging in his hat for a toothpick. He didn't elaborate.
"So? What is it?"
Peter Pan snapped.
"The Stimpf Forest is where the schoolmaster plans to attack us, of course,"
said Merlin as he picked his teeth.
"Shall we have some coffee? Though 20 mugs of it is a bit much to ask, given all of you are no doubt fussy about how you take your milk and sugar."
"Merlin, for God's sakes,"
growled Jack.
"When I said, leave the plan to me, I meant it,"
the wizard retorted.
"All of you have enough to worry about without the intricacies of war. A war that will be all for naught if even one of our most famous heroes dies. The shield over the readers is almost broken now. Peter, Cinderella, Jack, Sleeping Beauty, Red Riding Hood, Hansel, Gretel, Pinocchio, you are all that's left between the schoolmaster and the end of good as we know it. So, let me worry about the battle plan while you and your young lieges worry about how to keep all of you alive."
Tedros gave Agatha a sharp look, questioning whether leaving the plan to Merlin sounded as faulty to her as it did to him. Agatha cleared her throat. "Merlin, you just said you're taking us into the Stimpf Forest because the schoolmaster will attack us there. Given the schoolmaster controls the Stimpf Forest, don't you think that warrants some details?"
"Details?"
Merlin asked, pursing his lips.
"How's this? The schoolmaster plans to ambush us with the old villains before we get to school. Given I know this before it happens, I had to choose where I want this ambush to take place. The Stimpf Forest seemed the best option."
Rumbles rolled through his audience.
"He's finally lost it,"
Tedros mumbled to Agatha.
"Merlin, first off, the Stimpf Forest is the worst place we can go if it's under the schoolmaster's control."
Lancelot snorted.
"Forget the Stimps,"
Hester jumped in.
"He's ambushing us with 200 zombie villains. How would wizard even know they ambush us?"
Hansel scoffed.
"For once, Hansel is right,"
Gretel agreed.
"Ambush means attack with surprise. So if there is no surprise, then there is no ambush."
"What's surprising to me is that our future queen is worried about me,"
Merlin boomed, eyes still on Agatha.
"when she is the one ultimately responsible for winning this war and yet has no idea how to make Sophie destroy her ring."
Everyone shut up. Agatha slowly looked up at Merlin.
"Either the schoolmaster dies or we die, Agatha," the wizard impressed. "So if I were you, I would be wholly focused on Sophie instead of Stimpfs."
His echo resounded across the woods. Agatha could see Tedros staring at her. The rest of the group frowned at her too, dead silent.
"Might as well kill ourselves now, then,"
Cinderella cracked. Agatha twirled to her.
"Or kill you, since you're a vile, black-hearted beast who no one can stand."
Cinderella went beet red. A stillness fell over the group, with everyone looking away. Agatha glanced at Tedros, but he couldn't meet her eyes either. Merlin lumbered to his feet, brushing his hands of crumbs.
"Another reason I've stayed a bachelor all these years," he said, heading towards the path. "The joy of eating alone."
"I'm not apologizing," Agatha declared. Tedros chomped on an apple, ambling beside her. "I'm not. She deserved it." Agatha pushed, trying not to look back at Cinderella with Pinocchio a ways behind. "You would have done the same thing." Tedros didn't answer. "Look, if you're going to make a scene about it, I'll apologize, but only if she apologizes first," said Agatha. Tedros gnawed at the apple core and tossed it aside.
"What is she apologizing for, exactly?"
"Tedros, she's done nothing but torment us since the day we met her."
"None of it bothered you before. If anything, you've gone out of your way to be civil to her until 10 minutes ago."
"Because I can only take so much."
"Or because you found a convenient whipping girl during a moment of self-doubt."
"What?"
"Agatha, do you remember first year? We were in Dovey's good deeds class, and you told me I was dumb as an ass, and then—"
"You threatened to kill me?"
Tedros pointed at himself. "Self-doubt?" He pointed at her. "Whipping girl." The prince cocked a smile. "Takes one to know one."
Agatha folded her arms. "Well, you didn't apologize to me back then, so why should I apologize to her now?"
"Because you're a better person than me, obviously."
"Is that the defense you're going to use in every argument from now until we die?"
"Works, doesn't it?"
Agatha groaned. "Fine. Given that it's impossible to get her alone at the moment, I'll wait until there's a more suitable time and place—"
"Hey, Longnose!"
Tedros shouted to Pinocchio.
"Mind walking with me for a bit?"
Pinocchio grimaced.
"I'd rather not, given your air of entitlement, but seeing you're a spoiled brat who will heckle me with emasculating taunts if I don't, I'm sensing I don't have a choice,"
he said, shuffling towards the prince. Tedros blinked at him.
"It must be exhausting to always tell the truth."
"Why do you think I'm not married?"
said Pinocchio, walking off with him. And just like that, Agatha was alone with her mentor. She expected the old princess to attack her and make a public spectacle of this, but instead, Cinderella trudged ahead, slouched and shifty-eyed, looking like a shamed child. Hello again," said Agatha, a bit thrown. "I wanted to say sorry. I guess I felt defensive and took it out on—" "You think I'm a bad person?" Cinderella mumbled. "Everyone thinks I'm a bad person, and that I'm bitter and frigid and rude. But no one in this group will ever understand, least of all you." "That's not true," said Agatha. "People used to think I was pretty rude, too. Truth is, I was afraid of their judgments, until I learned to—" "Oh, no one gives a hoot what you learned," Cinderella grouched. "You got it all wrong anyway. This ain't about me being scared of stupid judgments or people like you. Forget I said anything. I accept your apology and now you can go away, all right?" She crossed her arms and looked away, done with this conversation. Agatha sighed. "All right." She started to leave, but then she heard it. A quiet voice inside of her. "Don't go." Only it wasn't her voice. It was Cinderella's. Once upon a time, Agatha could hear the wishes of souls in need. Since then, she thought she'd lost her talent. But perhaps she hadn't lost it after all. Perhaps she'd just stopped listening. Slowly, Agatha turned back to the old princess. "Tell me," she said. Cinderella looked at her, startled. "Still here, are you?" she said, trying to sound annoyed. "Look, Merlin thinks we can help each other," said Agatha. "And I have a feeling you know why." Cinderella shifted her eyes to the ground. "What's the point?" she muttered softly. "Please," said Agatha. They walked in silence for a long time. "I never thought in a million years I'd get into the school for good," said the old princess. "I grew up with a stepmother who told me I was ugly and stupid and paunchy and wasn't worthy to scrub her toilet, let alone be an Evergirl. Cinderella, she named me, the girl who would be lucky to marry a stable boy. All her attention was focused on her 2 daughters, who she knew would marry eligible princes after graduating from the school for good. So when I got a flower ground ticket to school and my stepsisters didn't, I felt so ashamed, as if there'd been some great mistake. Surely someone would see it was my sisters who belonged there, not me. But then I got my uniform and schedule and portrait on the wall, and there I was, a real student just like the others. Ella, sweet, cinderless Ella of Charity, room 24. But I wasn't happy at school. By the end of my first year I was horribly homesick, because here's the thing no one knows about me. I loved my stepsisters, and they loved me. The storybooks never tell you that, because it would mess up everything, wouldn't it? I mean, sure, they were silly and spoiled and prince-obsessed, but they were also clever and bawdy and sassy like me. Plus, they'd saved my life. When my father died and I was orphaned to my stepmother, she'd wanted to sell me to Bluebeard, who was looking for a new wife at the time. But knowing that Bluebeard had a reputation for hacking up his wives, my stepsisters came up with the idea of making me the housemaid instead. I could tell they felt guilty about having me wash their underpants, but I was happy as a clam, knowing they'd spared me from a terrible end. Besides, they usually were at my side while I did the sweeping and cooking, telling me all about the legendary School for Good and how glorious it would be once they got their flower ground tickets, along with relaying the latest town gossip and carping about their troll of a mother. The 3 of us were so close. So to then be whisked off to school without them, especially when I always thought of that school as theirs. Well, by the 2nd month, I was moping over a bucket of ice cream before bed every night, wishing I could go home. She took a deep breath. But graduation finally came, and while other students went off into the woods in search of their fairy tales, I dashed back to my stepmother's cottage in Maidenvale. At first, my sisters wouldn't speak to me, still furious that I'd stolen their place at school. But I was careful never to mention my life as a student, and in time, they began giving me chores all over again. Meanwhile, my stepmother tore up any letters that arrived from my schoolmates and burned my old uniforms and textbooks. And soon, it was like I'd never gone to the school at all. Which was a relief, honestly, because I was just happy to be laughing with my sisters, like it was old times. But my stepmother was a jealous wretch, and began warning her daughters to keep their distance from me. I was a wolf in sheep's clothing, and would one day betray them, just like I had when I'd taken their spots at school. The bonds between girls who weren't blood could never last. My stepsisters didn't believe her, of course. I was family to them. And the truth was, I wanted them to be happy. After seeing my father marry that she-devil, and seeing all the stupid energy that Evergirls put into boys at school, I was more than happy to leave marriage and love and princes to my stepsisters, while I lived life in their shadows, perfectly fine with their company and my own. Cinderella paused. So you have to understand. When Professor Dovey came to my house on that famous night and granted my wish to go to the ball, she and everyone else who knows my story thought I wanted to go to the ball to meet the prince. I never wanted to meet the damn prince. I wanted to go to the ball because I wanted to see my stepsisters meet the prince. Their whole lives had been building towards the night Prince Keelan would see the eligible girls of the kingdom. And after all those years of me listening to them gush about what they'd say to him, and what they'd wear, and how they'd win his heart, now they'd finally get their turn in front of him. How could I not be there? They wanted me there too, of course, but they couldn't dare admit it to stepmother. You should have seen their faces when I cornered them at the ball and revealed myself, magic slippers and all. Just as I'd played down my time at school to keep us together, now they saw again how much I really loved them, for I'd used a magic wish to see their moment with the prince. Her mentor's eyes slowly dimmed. When Prince Keelan chose me, I could see the shock in their faces, as if in a single moment they realized they should have listened to their stepmother all along. The things they called me in that moment, with so many people listening, were so horrible that I can never forget them. I tried to explain to them that I didn't want the prince. I even ran away from the ball to prove it. But princes always find their princesses, even when they don't want them to. He tracked me to my stepmother's house like a snoop and fit me with the glass slipper I'd left behind. When he proposed to me, I gave him one condition. My stepsisters would come and live at the palace with me, because if I was marrying a man I hardly knew, at least I could live it up in style with my best friends. But he'd seen how my sisters behaved towards me at the ball, and when his men fitted me with the slipper, he couldn't see in them what I did. Instead, he demanded I choose. Either I'd go to the palace alone as his wife, or be left behind at the house with my sisters forever. He gave me until the morning to decide, and left with his men. Cinderella paused. That night, my stepmother tried to kill me in my bed with an axe, but my prince had hidden outside my window, knowing I wasn't safe under her roof. He killed her on the spot with his sword and swept me away. The last thing my stepsisters ever saw was me riding away with the prince they'd both dreamed of, their mother dead on the floor. Cinderella teared up. First, I took their place at school. Then I took their prince. Then I took their mother. How could they see the good in me now? How could they see me as anything but an enemy? She rasped. For years they plotted against me, until my prince had them both killed, without my knowledge. When I discovered what he'd done, I left him forever, because what my stepsisters never knew was that I would have stayed the next morning and given up my crown for them, because they were my ever after, more than any boy could be. And if I had to be alone the rest of my life in order to keep them in it, I would have. But it was all too late. She finally looked at Agatha, racked with pain. That's why I told you to just stick that wand to Sophie's head and threaten her and make her do what you want. That's what my story taught me, at least. Might as well be a big fat bully and get what you want, 'cause love doesn't mean anything in the end. Not when a boy's gonna swoop in and ruin it forever. She broke down in sobs. "Oh, Ella," Agatha whispered, tears sliding down her face. "It's why I'm never happy." Ella wept, the harshness gone from her now. "Because everyone thinks my fairy tale was about finding a fairy godmother, and a dress, and a prince, when I never wanted any of that. I just wanted my stepsisters to be happy. I just wanted to keep my best friends." Agatha touched the old princess's back and let her cry as they walked in silence on the path. "You really love Sophie?" Ella asked finally. "After everything she's done?" Agatha nodded, suddenly overtaken by emotion. "As much as you love your stepsisters?" Ella stopped on the path, a quiet awakening in her eyes. "That's why Merlin paired us together. Because I let my story go. I gave in to despair and anger and let it steal my life from under me. But you can fix my fairy tale by fixing yours, Agatha. You can still fight for Sophie. You can still fight for your friend." Agatha shook her head. "I don't know if there's any of Sophie left to fight for, Ella." Her mentor touched her cheek. You can't give up, Agatha. Not yet. Show the world what I couldn't. Love that means just as much as a boy's. Love that's stronger than blood. Do it. For the both of us. Agatha gazed at Ella, and for the first time the dark fear inside of her gave way to a ray of light. Then Cinderella's expression changed. Agatha turned and saw the entire group stopped on the path, gawking at her and her mentor as if they were a lion and rabbit having a garden party. "Oh, good grief, the fools think I've gone soft," Cinderella growled. "I'll tell them I grovelled for forgiveness," said Agatha. "And pledged your eternal servitude, too," snapped Cinderella. "Now get back to your blasted prince before you completely ruin my reputation." With a wink, she gave her charge a swift kick in the buttocks, and Agatha couldn't help but smile as she stumbled away, wondering how different her life might have been if she'd just learned to say sorry more often. Chapter 31. Spies in the Stimpf Forest. By the time they made it to the outskirts of the Stimpf Forest, the sun's shrinking glow was firmly in the east. "Only a few hours until the sun sets," Tedros said nervously, his hand moving to Excalibur as if to make sure it was there. "Even Lance keeps looking at the sun like he knows we're doomed." "Lance? He gets a nickname from you and I don't?" Tedros glanced at Agatha. She cracked a smile. "It's not funny," he said, seeing the entrance to the Stimpf Forest ahead. "There is no escape this time. The dark is coming, Agatha. This is the end for us. The real end." "I know." She squeezed his hand, still affected by Cinderella's story. "So let's try to hold on to every last bit of light that we can." He stared at her. "Now you decide to be romantic? Now?" Agatha stopped smiling. "Look, Merlin has a plan, all right? He has to have a plan." In front of them, the other pairs began to slow down as they approached the gates of the Stimpf Forest. At the entrance stood two colossal elm trees as tall as castle towers, with their trunks bowed towards each other and dead branches whittled into the shape of a bristling black swan, beak open, feathers beating. So lifelike in its impending attack that Agatha felt herself clutch Tedros tighter as they crossed beneath it. She shook off her fear. "I mean, it's Merlin we're talking about. The Merlin of legend and myth, who never fails good in times of crisis. Except when he deserts us for 6 days, forgets to recruit a real army, drags us straight into schoolmaster territory without weapons, and doesn't teach us a single fire spell to kill any of the 200 zombies about to eat us." Agatha swallowed. They couldn't see anything now, for the Stimpf Forest was so dense with sky-high elms that it scrubbed out the last pinprick of sun. Agatha waited for someone to light a torch or a finger glow, but no one took the initiative, as if it was less frightening to be in the dark than to see what was lurking in the trees. With no other light source, the 19 heroes folded in a tight hive behind the wizard, whose hat led the way with its glowing white stars. The deeper they drew into the Stimpf Forest, the more they began to smell the acrid smoke seeping from the bonfire in Gavelden beyond the woods. Instinctively, the younger members shielded their older mentors, remembering their duty to protect them and keep the shield over the reader world intact. Annadil's rats spread out across Annadil's, Jack's, and Briar Rose's shoulders like bodyguards. Hester and Lancelot wheeled Hansel and Gretel through the pebbly dirt. Yuba stuck by the White Rabbit, whose night vision was quite acute. Dot and Red Riding Hood hewed to Princess Uma, insisting a teacher of animal communication should know how to manage stimps. "Stimps aren't animals, they're beasts," Uma moaned. and Hort held out a rusty training sword, guarding Peter Pan and Tinker Bell. Slowly their eyes drifted upwards, pinned to the trees, and as they adjusted to the darkness, they began to make them out. Bony, vulturous shadows, eerily still on the elm branches, not making a sound. "They're watching us," Lancelot murmured. Merlin stopped suddenly, causing a pile-up behind him and an array of hissed curses and crushed toes. The wizard peered ahead.
"Gretel, why is wizard stopping?"
Hansel started. "Shh!" Gretel retorted. "Listen." That's when Agatha heard it too. The low thunder of marching, reverberating through the forest. Far away, pulses of bright green glow pierced the blackness like blinking stars. First a few, then a dozen, then hundreds, lighting up all at once before vanishing back to dark. With every second, the pulsing lights grew closer, matching the crescendo of footsteps, left, right, until Agatha wasn't sure whether it was the light following the march or the march following the light. As the flashes grew bigger, brighter, she honed in on the green detonations like mini fireworks, holding just long enough to illuminate the trees in the distance. And the bodies coming towards them. The dark army skulked into the Stimpf forest in perfect rows, carrying axes, swords, and spears. Over their heads floated a cloud of black zombie fairies that kept the beat of their march with their glowing green tails, extinguishing and rekindling again and again. With every flash of light, the army strobed closer, as if time was skipping forward, and soon Agatha could make out their dead-eyed glares, stitched-up skin, and infamous faces. Peter Pan and Tinker Bell shrank against a tree at the sight of Captain Hook and his curved steel blade. Cinderella clutched Agatha's arm when she saw her wicked stepmother with a rusty axe. Jack pulled Briar Rose close, glimpsing his club-wielding giant and her dagger-carrying fairy. Hansel and Gretel wheeled to the rear of the pack to hide from their zombie witch, and Red Riding Hood shifted from cowering behind Dot to cowering behind Lancelot when she snagged a look at her salivating wolf.
"Merlin, this is where we leave it to you,"
Hort called out. If Merlin did answer him, it was drowned out by the swell of the villain's march. Agatha searched for the glow of the wizard's hat, but the forest was too dark and the heroes huddled too close. "Looks just like when I saw him in Granny's nightdress," Red Riding Hood rasped, watching the wolf in the front line only 50 yards away. "Ate me in one swallow then, but I'm a grown woman now, which means he'd have to chew first."
"I'd take a wolf's teeth over a hook any day,"
said Peter Pan anxiously. "My stepmother has an axe!" Cinderella boomed.
"You win," said Hansel. "It's not your stepmother, okay? They're not any of your old villains," Hester retorted. "They're zombies. They're not real."
"They look plenty real to me," Lancelot growled, drawing his sword. Hands shaking, Tedros pulled Excalibur as the dark army marched closer. "Lead the way, Sir Lancelot." "Look who's suddenly showing me respect," Lancelot snorted. "You, who spent all week blathering that you could win this war without my help." "You don't know me well enough to know that I spend half my life saying stupid things and the other half apologizing for them," said Tedros. "Please, Lance, you're the greatest knight who's ever lived. Surely you've faced tougher battles. Surely this isn't as bad as it looks." The knight could see Agatha and the rest gazing at him with the same hopeful expressions. Lancelot glanced up at 200 villains brandishing weapons 30 yards away now, then back down at his army of defenseless evers and nevers, crotchety old heroes and a prince who held the world's greatest sword, but still wasn't much good at using it. "Not as bad as it looks," he said. "Worse." The dark army halted their advance, 20 yards from the knight. The fairies lit up to full blast as the villains sneered across the forest, eyes red and murderous, mouths clamped in flat, lifeless lines. They raised their weapons in the fairy light, waiting for the order to charge.
"Think I just wet myself?" peeped Hansel.
Merlin? Agatha spluttered, fixed on the zombies. Merlin, tell us what to do.
That'll be difficult, 'cause Merlin ain't here,
said Hort. Everyone spun around. Merlin was gone. Agatha and Tedros gripped each other in horror. "We're dead!" they gasped. From the sky came a blast of wind, and they looked up to see two shadows embraced in flight, float down through the trees. The boy touched down first, his white hair spiked as sharp as the black crown of the girl he held in his arms. He wore a sleeveless black shirt that showed off his porcelain skin and lean muscles, and long black breeches that hung low on his hips, revealing a piece of his rippled stomach. The girl was as pale as he was, her cheeks and lips so colourless that for a moment Agatha thought her a marble statue, until she pulled away from the boy, wearing a black leather catsuit that hugged every curve of her frame. She moved towards Agatha, her hair a gold wave beneath her jagged crown, her skin so tight against her bones the veins glowed through, and her mouth curled in a cold, nasty smile. But it was only when Agatha saw the green of her eyes, the wicked emerald green, as bright as the fairy tales around her, that Agatha knew who the girl was.
"Hello, darling,"
said Sophie. Agatha's throat felt like a vice, trapping her voice. Her vision blurred, Sophie lapsing out of focus as if Agatha's whole body was rejecting the moment, searching for the ends of a dream. She could hear nothing, only a furious ringing in her ears. Darkness curled in at the corners of the scene, and she knew she was losing consciousness. Her legs weakened, her heartbeat fizzled, the world funneling to black. Only there was light through the darkness now. Gold like a beacon. A gold light like the one that glowed from her own finger when she needed it most. But it wasn't coming from her finger. It was coming from the evil queen's. The ring. Make her destroy the ring. Agatha felt the mulch beneath her feet again, the bleak night air, her eyes refocusing ahead. And there she was. Sophie, as evil and dead cold as the boy she'd chosen, but Sophie still the same. "Agatha of Woods Beyond, the girl who never wanted to be a princess," said Sophie. "And here she is, with a crown." Agatha held her ground. Evil has a queen, so too does good. "If I have a prince, you want a prince. If I have a crown, you want a crown. It's what I love about you best, Aggie. Always a step behind me." Sophie looked past her at ragged, frightened Tedros, before her gaze moved to Rafal, immaculate in fairy light. "Until I do it better." Tedros took Agatha's hand and scowled at Sophie. "You call him better? A demon? A devil's spawn?" "Oh, Teddy, don't be transparent," said Sophie. "We can make you a paper crown if you like, for the boy not yet a man, the prince not yet a king." Tedros flushed. "Well, perhaps you were too busy admiring your own crown to notice you're missing half your army," he scoffed, struggling to sound intimidating. "What happened? Lost 'em on the way here?" A sharp laugh echoed, and Rafal sauntered forward. "Oh, I'm quite sure my queen would have preferred we attack you with full force, little prince. Now that she has her crown, she makes me look quite soft in comparison. But our students represent evil's precious future. I wouldn't risk a single one of them
when evil's past is perfectly able to destroy you all on their own.
Agatha followed his eyes to the dark army, teeth gnashed, impatient for their master's signal. She thought of Rena, Chaddick, Rovan, and all the other students she'd come to know, trapped in the school for evil. One day, Rafal would ensure they ended up as dark-hearted and ruthless as these undead killers, hungry for war. But then Agatha remembered Kiko. Lovely, sweet-faced Kiko, who just wanted everyone to find happiness and love, who could never be evil, no matter what anyone did to her. "Evil will never have a future," said Agatha, thinking of her kind Evergirl friend. "Not when there are those who want to be good." "And no one wanted to be more good than me, Aggie," said Sophie. "But no matter how hard you try to make an evil heart good, it won't take. You know that, or you'd never have given me a chance with your precious prince. You knew full well that I'd make a fool of myself." Sophie's pupils gleamed. "But to make a good heart evil? Oh, that's child's play, Aggie, because good hearts are like the softest underbelly, ripe for evil to rip through. Just ask your friend Kiko, who I heard crying last night, wishing she still had her best friend Agatha to talk to. Quite popular, weren't you, in your time at school, darling? Too bad your best friend won't be able to talk much longer. She'll end up making a nice wicked goose when her evil education resumes and her mogrification is complete."
"You know what they say," Rafal said, smirking. "Even the purest good excels at evil when it might end up as Christmas dinner."
The two of them burst into snickers. Agatha tensed, thrown by the glee in their laughter. With their ghostly skin, ice-blue veins and sharp cheekbones, they looked so much alike now.
"Well, there'll be no goose, and there'll be no Christmas dinner," Tedros blustered, "because we're winning this war."
"Are you?" Rafal said bitingly. "With your formidable league of 19? Seems you lost your wizard, though there's so many rallying to your cause that it's hard to keep up. My, how will I ever kill the one hero I need to break the shield?"
He scanned the meager group, huddled against the trees, 8 famous old heroes quailing in fear, 4 young never-turncoats, a languid white rabbit, a pot-bellied green fairy, an animal language teacher, and a feeble old gnome. Before his eyes fell on Lancelot, sword in hand, watching the conversation between this young foursome with a confused look on his face. Rafal's smile darkened.
"A complication."
"Who the devil are you?"
Lancelot blustered, squinting at the snow-haired boy.
"And when does the schoolmaster get here?"
"That is the schoolmaster,"
Hort hissed. "I told you he turned young." Lancelot's eyes bulged in shock.
"Good God! Why didn't anyone say so?"
In a split second he launched forward with a running start and hurled his sword like a tomahawk at Rafal's head. Caught off guard, the young schoolmaster raised his hand too late. Sophie let out a cry of surprise. The sword blade smashed into Rafal's forehead, cleaving right through his skull. Villains froze. Heroes held their breath. The Stimpf forest was as silent as a corpse. Lancelot scratched his ear, stunned by how easy it all was, before he flashed a boastful smile.
"Hoo-wah! See that, boy? One shot and the cat goes down. Schoolmaster, dead. Storybook, closed. Now, where's our bright sunshine?"
His smile eroded. Rafal was still standing there, a sword in his head, a cheeky grin on his face. Slowly, the blood seeped back into the wound around the sword before the young schoolmaster reached up, took a hold of the hilt, and drew the blade out of his skull. The hole in his head sealed up, smoothing to fresh young skin, as Rafal wiped the blood off the steel edge with his bare palm. his eyes never leaving Lancelot. Sophie too was grinning now, stroking the gold ring on her finger which had kept her true love alive.
Our friend seems to have misplaced his sword,
the young schoolmaster said to her. Tends to have a habit of meddling in other people's business, if I remember, said Sophie. Especially mine.
Then perhaps you'd like to be the one to return his weapon,
Rafal asked. Sophie gripped the sword by the hilt. Would be my honor. Slowly, she lifted cold eyes to Lancelot, her fingertip glowing pink. Never liked him much anyway. She fired her glow to the knight's blade and shot it like a bullet across the forest. Lancelot didn't even have time to breathe. His own sword rammed into his shoulder, cutting clean through skin and tissue before spearing into the tree trunk. The knight let out a lion's roar of pain, pinned to the elm like a piece of meat. Sophie cozied up to Rafal. Complication solved? Agatha and Tedros were white as death. All the other heroes cowered against the trees, watching their greatest warrior whimper and flail, immobilized by his own weapon. Rafal caressed Sophie's cheek.
Like I said, my queen makes me look soft.
Agatha could see the dark pleasure in Sophie's face, and the yellow cat-like glow in her pupils. Suddenly, her hope to make her friend destroy her ring seemed numbskulled and naive. Merlin had warned her there would be no easy path to ever after, because there was nothing she could say to make Sophie destroy that ring now, nothing she could say to bring her back to good, because there was no good in Sophie anymore.
Help me, boy,
Lancelot cried out to Tedros.
Help me loose!
Tedros didn't budge. Agatha could see him watching Lancelot on the tree. The sword was buried at the top of the knight's shoulder, away from vital organs and clotting the wound from bleeding out. As long as Lancelot stayed there, he'd be in excruciating pain, but safe. Because the second Tedros helped Lancelot off that tree, Lance would make another charge for Rafal and end up dead on the spot. Villains didn't offer mercy more than once, and whatever happened to Tedros from here, whatever he had to sacrifice to help good win, even his own self, he'd make damned well sure of one thing. Lancelot would go back to his mother, alive. The knight saw the change in Tedros's face.
Tedros, no! Don't fight them alone!
But the prince was looking at Agatha, who'd taken Tedros's hand, her teeth gritted, silently telling him he wouldn't fight evil alone. He would fight it with her.
Tedros, please,
Lancelot begged. The prince's fear hardened to steel. Hand in hand with Agatha, he turned back to Sophie and Rafal, the scared and tremulous boy, gone. Rafal looked thoroughly entertained.
They think this is one of their old storybooks, my queen. Join hands, fight for love, and everything will go Good's way.
At least evil does love with dignity, Sophie scoffed, studying their joined hands. You two are like one of those cakes drowned in frosting so no one will notice it's spoiled. Agatha lost her poise. A cake you did everything possible to get for yourself, remember? And I did, thanks to you, Sophie replied coolly. She smiled at Tedros. It just didn't taste very good. You're a witch, Tedros hissed. A witch who's even uglier than the warty, bald-headed one you were before. Lucky that you found a freak as empty as you, another black hole of a soul. The venom in his voice took Sophie by surprise. Her cheeks blushed before they paled again. And yet we love each other just like you and your princess, Tedros. Nothing you say can make my love with Rafal mean any less. Nothing you say can take away our happy ending. She pulled in tight to Rafal, who kissed her gently on the head. Unless it's hate, not love, that keeps you together, said Agatha, watching them. "And hate can never win."
Never win.
Rafal arched a brow.
Your steadfast wizard flees like a child the moment he sees our army. Your trusty knight proved even less useful. And yet still you're pretending as if you have a chance.
Sophie glared at Agatha, fury building. "That's the problem with good, isn't it? It tells you to believe in hope and faith when those are just phantoms. Evil tells you to believe in the truth that's staring at you in the face no matter how scared you are of it. And here's some truths for you. I was dreaming about Rafal all along. I was in the right school all along. I could have been happy being myself instead of trying to be something I wasn't. And if I just accepted that, I'd never have tried to be your friend in the first place. Because the only reason I knocked on your door with my big smile and my basket of cookies was so that a schoolmaster would think I was good. I was using you, Agatha. You were my good deed to get what I wanted. The same way you've used me to get closer to your prince. So don't stand here and tell me what Rafal and I have isn't love. What you and I had wasn't love, because that was a lie from the beginning." All Agatha could hear was the sound of her own breaths, for Sophie's eyes were like fireballs scorching through hers. "But then again, you have hope and faith on your side, those never-failing weapons," Sophie said cuttingly, "when all we have are axes, armies, and youth on ours."
Is that all we have, my queen?
Rafal asked playfully. Sophie read his face. "How could I forget?" Fingertips searing pink, she thrust it skywards, directing the cloud of fairies higher into the trees and lighting up the forest overhead. Thousands of bony, fleshless stimps snarled down from the branches with their eyeless sockets, cawing with high-pitched screams at the sight of their master and his new queen. Agatha and the heroes shielded their ears from the terrible shrieks, but Rafal just hummed along, as if listening to beautiful music.
"They can scream all they like," Tedros growled, trying to endure the sounds. "Stimps won't attack the good. You only trained them to attack the evil."
Rafal tried not to laugh.
What I admired most about your father when he was a student was that he never thought he was more than he was. He knew he was about as sharp as a flintstone, so he kept his mouth shut and made up for it with a pretty face.
Tedros reddened, looking unnerved.
You, on the other hand, despite having even less brains than Arthur, have somehow convinced yourself that you have something going on in that exquisite little head of yours.
Rafal cooed.
Must have your mother's blood. Always thought she was quite the know-it-all.
"Whoever birthed you would slay herself on the spot if she knew you had her blood," Tedros spat. "I'm proud to be my mother's son."
Rafal's stare chilled him to the bone.
Well, she won't have a son after tonight.
Agatha felt Tedros tense against her.
And as for those stimps, they are indeed trained only to attack the evil,
Rafal said, leering at the prince.
But the woods are no longer the woods you once knew, little prince. Good used to be the side with happy endings. Good used to be the side with true love's kiss. Good used to be the side with Evers fighting for it. But evil has all those things now. Evil has become the new good.
He raised his arms to the stimps with a malevolent smile.
Which means to them, good is the new evil.
The young schoolmaster bared his teeth.
Kill them!
The dark army roared with bloodlust and charged for the heroes. Rafal held his hand up and they skidded to a stop. He was still staring at the stimps, who hadn't moved from their posts. They weren't screeching anymore either.
I said, kill them!
Rafal bellowed. The birds didn't flinch. The forest was quiet.
Yoo-hoo, over here,
a voice pipped. Slowly Rafal raised eyes to Merlin, high in an elm tree astride a stimph.
You see, I'm afraid evil isn't the new good, my dear boy. Not if your evers and nevers are both on good's side.
At the top of every tree in the forest, shadows toting bows and arrows slid out onto the branches from behind the tree trunks. With a swish of his hand, Merlin magically lit all their arrow tips on fire, illuminating the archers' faces. Agatha and Tedros blanched at the sight of her classmates. Chaddock, Mona, Arachne, Vex, Rena, Millicent, Ruven, and Kiko, beaming despite her goose-feathered limbs, along with nearly 200 other evers and nevers, their flaming arrows pointed at the dark army.
I peed again,
Hansel said, alongside his fellow gaping League members. Sophie was the colour of ash. She looked at Rafal, who was just as dumbstruck.
Impossible,
he breathed. They were at school, with the teachers, stuttered Sophie. Lady Lesso barricaded them inside.
Just like she did inside her classroom every session this past week, preparing her students to fight for good, said Merlin cheerfully. I should know, my dear. I was there, teaching the class with Lady Lesso while the old villains were asleep. The sleeping spell was my work, of course, as your friends will tell you. I have a specialty in putting things to sleep, whether the thorned trees outside the school gates, visitors to my celestium, or a sadistic fleet of zombies. And here you thought Lady Lesso was teaching them black magic tricks for your idiotic training fights. That was Beatrix, by the way, who found the spells in her old library books while supervising the infirmary. But it proved a useful smokescreen for what Lady Lesso was really up to. Once you became suspicious and visited the Dean's room, not that Lesso lied to you, she was helping the young students fight the old villains, just for a much bigger fight than your pointless classroom brawls. I was hiding under her desk the whole time you were there, by the way, trying to disguise my sniffles. Terrible allergies to sour plums.
Sophie couldn't find air. I heard you. Agatha and Tedros were just as flawed. That's why Merlin was gone all week, Agatha thought. That was the old friend he said he was visiting. Hester, Anadil, and Dot weren't his real spies. It was Lady Lesso, said Sophie, realizing it too. She was the spy all along.
Playing evil's fervent champion and your loyal mentor until I needed her. And with your return to evil and the darkening of the woods, that time finally came, said Merlin.
You are a fool, old man, if you think a bitter, feckless hag of a dean can make a difference in your fate,
Rafal sneered.
Given Lady Lesso has been evil's greatest dean of all, I'll happily play the fool, said the wizard. For even she knows that evil cannot exist without good, the two of them in constant tension, refining and defining each other as nature's balance. Try to erase good, and you only tilt the balance more in good's favor, which means, despite all your efforts, you haven't made evil the new good at all. You've made evil as old as it ever was.
The wizard smiled at Rafal.
And it seems you've trained your stimps all too well.
He let out a piercing wolf whistle, and with a rousing war cry, 200 strong, the students leapt astride the birds and dive-bombed the birds off the trees, launching flaming arrows at the old villains. Arrow blades ripped through their targets, igniting zombie bodies on fire. Chaddock spiraled his stimp straight into the dark army, skewering 3 ogres with a single arrow. Beatrix managed a flying loop before she sparked fire to Snow White's witch with an arrow to the neck. Arachne took out a Cyclops' eye with a straight shot and spinning dive. Agatha watched a fleet of nevers spray arrows into more zombie heads, utterly flabbergasted. Neither stimph flying nor archery was ever taught at school. How had students as bumbling as Brone or Mona or Millicent become bird-riding, weapon-firing warriors in a week? But it was only when Agatha saw Kiko flying wildly with absolutely no direction, her hand puttering on her bow, unleashing an arrow miles off target, that Agatha realized what was really happening. For all of a sudden, Kiko's stimph magically leveled, and her arrow magically veered before tearing through a troll's throat and setting him aflame. Slowly, Agatha looked up to see Merlin high up in his tree, waving his palms like a symphony conductor, managing the stimph and arrow flights of his ever-never army with a sorcerer's touch. "Leave it to me," he'd insisted all along, for if the schoolmaster would bring forth an army under his control, so too would Merlin. He swished his arms once more, and 4 unmanned stimphs with bows and fiery arrows in their mouths throttled towards the ground, scooping Hester, Anadil, Dot, and Hort onto their backs, who immediately began taking aim at zombie targets and letting arrows fly. "If Daddy could see me now!" Dot cheered, lancing a headless horseman through the chest.
"He'd ask why we're fighting for good,"
Anadil crabbed, taking out 2 harpies.
"Always the party pooper, Annie,"
said Hester, firing arrows as her demon flung firebolts from its mouth, igniting zombies on the spot.
"No wonder good always wins,"
Hort marveled as he flew above them, watching Merlin correct the witch's shots.
"You guys cheat."
For a moment, Agatha felt a surge of relief, knowing the wizard was in command of Good's whole army. Well, almost the whole army. The old heroes were trying to charge into the fray, but were held back to the trees by Princess Uma, Yuba, the White Rabbit, and Tinkerbell, who knew even one of their deaths would break the reader's shield. Meanwhile, Lancelot yelled for the wizard to help him off the tree, but Merlin was so distracted trying to orchestrate his army that he flicked his hand in the knight's direction and accidentally buried the sword deeper into his shoulder. As Lancelot hollered in pain, Agatha started towards him, but stopped short. Tedros. Where was Tedros? She whirled to see him, Excalibur in hand, charging towards Rafal, whose back was turned. Agatha held in a scream as Tedros raised his sword. Rafal spun just in time, shooting a bomb of black glow, which Tedros barely deflected with his blade.
"Always so impulsive, little prince,"
the young schoolmaster snorted.
"And now you've taken yourself into battle against someone who can't be killed."
"When I'm done, you'll be in so many pieces, I'd like to see you try to put yourself back together," Tedros roared. As the two clashed viciously, Rafal firing more death spells and Tedros repelling them, Agatha could see her prince already losing ground. The schoolmaster was rifling spells so fast and blasting away trees with such force that Tedros was diving behind stumps to avoid being toasted alive. Agatha couldn't breathe. Her prince was going to die. She had to help him. But how? The schoolmaster was invincible. There was no way to save Tedros unless... The ring. She looked up urgently and saw Sophie, crimson with rage, firing spells at stimph birds and crashing them with their riders to the ground. Sophie sensed something and froze still, before she turned and saw Agatha glowering at her, at the ring on her finger. Her jaw set with determination. Slowly, the two friends locked eyes. Sophie took off, fleeing through the forest. Agatha started chasing, then heard Tedros cry with pain. She whirled and saw him crawling through flaming bodies, clutching his singed arm as he tried to dodge Rafal's spells. At the same time, the Dark Army was starting to regain a foothold in battle, thanks to Jack's giant knocking down stimps with his fist, while Captain Hook slashed his weapon, sending students careening to the ground. Merlin's gestures were increasingly frantic, and he had the same anxious look that he'd had when he'd lost control of his fairy dust train. Agatha swiveled to Tedros and saw him using a stimph corpse as a shield against Rafal as the schoolmaster closed in. Petrified, Agatha spun and saw Sophie getting farther away. Either she went to help Tedros, or she went after the ring. She looked up to the sun's glow sinking in the dead east. There wasn't much time.
"Let me free!" Lancelot's voice ripped through the chaos. "The boy'll die without me!"
Agatha's eyes veered to him, speared to the tree. The knight was caked with blood, his hair ragged and beast-like, his face filled with primal rage.
"I fight," he snarled at her. "You go after her."
Agatha knew there wasn't an argument. In a heartbeat, she hurtled over burning bodies and yanked the sword out of the knight's shoulder. Lancelot howled in agony and relief before he stumbled forward and snatched the sword out of her hands.
"Get her back here,"
he panted, squeezing her arm hard. "But Tedros, what about Ted—"
"He'll be here, safe and sound, with Excalibur ready to destroy the ring when you return. I promise you, Agatha, I will keep the boy safe. But we need you to bring Sophie back," Lancelot pressed. "Don't fail me and I won't fail you. Understood?"
Agatha nodded, breathless. He shoved her away, and she hurtled after Sophie into the trees. She peeked over her shoulder at Tedros, trying to repel Rafal's death spells with a broken stimph bone, before she saw Lancelot storming towards them, the gang of old heroes at his back.
"Do we fight, or do we cower?"
Lancelot yelled. "We fight!" the League roared. They followed him into battle as Agatha ran away from it. Good's last and only hope: to survive. Chapter 32. The Meaning of Evil. With the light of the black fairies and flaming arrows illuminating her path, Agatha launched after Sophie, who was sprinting eastwards towards the edge of the stimph forest. Sophie had a good 30-yard lead on her, but the farther she ran, the more the lights receded from the good-evil war, and soon Sophie was stumbling through the dark in her black leather catsuit, trying to find her way out of the woods. "Wait!" Agatha shouted, unable to see her any more. If she lost Sophie here, she'd never find her before the sunset. "Sophie!" A pink blast of light blazed towards her head, and Agatha dove just in time. She looked up to see Sophie racing ahead. Where is she going? Agatha thought, holding out her own gold fingerglow like a lantern. But then she saw it, through the gaps of skeletal branches overhead, the outlines of the 2 school castles. Agatha stopped cold. Sophie was Queen of Evil. She could open and close the school gates now like any of the teachers, which meant if Sophie crossed before Agatha caught her, she'd slam the gates shut. Agatha exploded forward, trying to make up ground as the 2 of them broke out of the woods and into a grove of purple, giant-thorned trees separating the stimph forest from the school for good and evil. The lethal sharp thorns stirred languidly, as if woken from a deep sleep, and Agatha knew she only had seconds before they spotted her. Ahead, Sophie was nearing the school gates, but Agatha suddenly couldn't see her anymore as deadly thorns started stabbing down in front of her like falling stalactites. "Sophie!" Agatha hurdled and dodged thorns, feeling the ground caving in as more and more thorns smashed holes around her. A thorn sliced from the left and she slid beneath it, only to have one gash her arm from the right. Agatha bit back the pain and fumbled forward, eyes locked on Sophie as the gates magically opened for her and started slatting shut the second she surged through. Agatha skidded towards them, still 10 yards away, knowing she wasn't going to make it. The gate was closing too fast. She glanced back and saw another thorn lashing down like a wave about to impale her against the closing gates. Only one play to make. With a gasp, Agatha turned towards the thorn. Just as it hit her heart, she skirted its edge and leapt onto its side like a hapless Tarzan. As the thorn reared up in surprise over the school gates, Agatha clung to the leathery purple thorn stem for dear life, swinging her legs through the air as she glanced down at the knife-edged gate spikes beneath her. The thorn coiled and flapped higher, about to shake her off. This was her last chance. Agatha dug her nails into the stem, kicked her legs for momentum, and flung herself off the thorn, over the gates, and shielded her head before she landed hard on her tailbone in a pine shrub. Any elation at being alive was scrubbed out by her throbbing backside. She lumbered to her feet to chase Sophie once more. Agatha froze. Sophie glared back at her from the shores of Halfway Bay. Before Agatha could move, a pink spell slammed into her chest, flattening her to the ground. The shock of being attacked with a stun spell by her best friend gave way to an onslaught of pain. It was as if she'd been stomped on by an elephant or bashed in the chest by a streaking comet. For a second, she forgot who and where she was. All she could think about was air, and finding a way to get it inside of her, but her lungs were paralyzed, rejecting her breaths. She tried to inhale through her mouth, but her ears were ringing with a tone so shrill and piercing that she clenched her teeth and closed her eyes, waiting for it to end. It only got louder, compounded by crippling nausea. Every second brought a new surprise, like a house of horrors, until she realized the biggest, most obvious problem of all. She couldn't move. She tried to crack open her eyes and see what was behind her, but her head felt like it had been hacked open with an axe. Her field of vision was upside down and shaky, her eyes watering too much to see any more than a dim, blurry fog. All she could make out, through the quaking darkness, was a blur of green coming off Halfway Bay. And a black shadow, upside down, running through it, towards the old, evil castle. Agatha could feel her heart trying in vain to pump blood to her muscles. Sophie. She had to follow Sophie. Only she was still nailed to the dirt. How long do stun spells last? She'd seen students recover from them easily in Yuba's class, and during the past 2 trials. That's why teachers never taught a counterspell. Stunning was so innocuous that even the most belligerent first year couldn't wreak havoc with it. So what had Sophie possibly done to make this spell so noxious and hateful? Magic follows emotion. Agatha's breaths shallowed. Sophie had hit her with everything raging inside of her. Fury, frustration, revenge. She'd turned an ordinary spell into a missile of hate. And there was only one counterspell to hate. Magic follows emotion. Agatha pictured her beautiful, brave prince in the Stimpf forest, fighting a deadly schoolmaster. She focused on valiant Lancelot, who just wanted to go home to his one true love. She thought of noble, incorrigible old heroes rushing into battle to repel old villains who were starting to gain the upper hand. She looked up into the sky and watched the faint plumes of smoke blowing in from a shield over Gavaldon she couldn't let break. They need me. They need me to destroy the ring. Gold heat surged to her fingertip, and a rush of air inflated her chest. With a cry of pain, she curled up into a fetal position and lurched to her knees. For the first few paces she could only crawl, her vision so misty and poor that she almost floundered straight into the bay's lethal slime. Squinting up the hill at the old evil castle, she could see Sophie propelling through the main doors. Agatha knew how vast the inside of Evil Castle was. If Sophie got too far ahead, she'd never find her before nightfall. Panicked, she glanced up at the sky over the bay and saw the needlepoint glow sinking east. A couple hours at most. Agatha willed her way to her feet, her hands and arms still locked up, her legs still spasming with pain. She limped past the bay, lumbered up the muddy hill towards the castle entrance, and shambled through the wide open doors. She'd find her. She had to find her. Her feet staggered onto the stone floor of the foyer before she slid down a wall of old portraits, drained of strength. The castle was dead quiet, with the only sound a leaky drip that trickled down the portrait frames. Sophie was long gone. Head hammering, Agatha scanned the deserted halls off the foyer, the stairs in the anteroom leading to the towers. I can't move. Not anymore. How can I find her if I can't move? She leaned against the wall, trying not to panic, trying to see straight. Voices. She heard voices. Carrying softly from the other side of the tall double doors at the end of the stairroom. Nauseous with pain, Agatha squirmed forward on her stomach like a seal, her hands and arms still paralyzed. Pouring sweat, she shoved her face to the doors and peeked through the gap between them. Inside the dark theatre of tales, Lady Lesso and Professor Clarissa Dovey were kneeling on the stone stage, hovering over the giant crack, revealing the deep, frozen brig of betrayers beneath. Thick, glowing blue mist billowed from inside the glacial dungeon, lighting up the deans' faces. From her vantage point at the west doors, Agatha could make out Dovey using her wand to melt one of the ice tombs on a dungeon wall, as Lady Lesso tried to extract Professor Emma Anemone from inside it by hacking at the ice with the tip of her stiletto heel.
"Do the part around her mouth last, Lesso dear," said Dovey over Professor Anemone's muffled shouts. "I could do without hearing Emma speak until absolutely necessary."
Dovey's silver bun of hair and beetle-winged green gown were drenched, no doubt the result of having been freed from her own ice tomb. Yet her smile was as luminous as ever, as if she'd forgotten her frozen torment the moment she was reunited with her friend and fellow dean. Meanwhile, in the back corner of the misty blue pit, Agatha could make out a new addition to the brig. Auric, tied up and gagged, thrashing on the dungeon's deep, snow-coated floor. Despite his muscles and height, there was nothing intimidating about him now as he whimpered and shivered on his side, creep still scarred into his forehead.
"Mother, please,"
he gargled into his gag, but Lady Lesso ignored him.
"Couldn't we seal him in his dormitory like we did the other evil teachers?"
Professor Dovey asked, frowning at her sputtering wand.
"We just need to keep them out of the way until the war is won."
"Auric will stay in the brig,"
said Lady Lesso.
"Mother, I'm sorry,"
he cried, trying to chew through his gag, but Lady Lesso still wouldn't look at him.
"He is your son, even if he is vile," Professor Dovey appealed. "And to leave your son in the brig all alone seems rather—"
"I'm beginning to doubt my decision to free you,"
Lady Lesso snapped. Professor Dovey pursed her lips and refocused on melting the tomb, only to see her wand fizzle again.
"Goodness, what did Merlin do to my wand? If I hadn't been frozen stiff, I'd never have let that rodent take it from me."
"Then I would have taken it from you myself,"
said Lady Lesso, tightening her braid. Professor Dovey stared at her.
"Who do you think let the rodent in the brig, Clarissa? Who do you think showed it where you were?"
Lady Lesso groaned.
"Really, I hope old age doesn't sap my brain as much as it has yours."
"If it does, I'll be there to remind you what you just said, dear."
"You'll be dead, Clarissa."
The sound of the two deans bantering made Agatha want to run to them and tackle them both in a hug, but her arms were still numb, and her body crumpled on the floor, too weak to kick open or pound on the door. She tried to scream, but no voice came out, clotted inside her throat. Helpless, she watched her good fairy godmother lean over the side of the pit with Lady Lesso and finally pull Professor Anemone from her ice grave, while Auric flailed and snivelled below.
"I still don't see how a beautification professor is going to help us during war,"
Lady Lesso panted as she and Professor Dovey heaved their colleague onto the stone stage before collapsing on their sides.
Emma is a friend, Lady Lesso,
Clarissa puffed, dabbing at sweat.
a friend who actually had the courtesy of telling me her first name. Even my son doesn't know my first name, and I prefer to keep it that way,
said Lady Lesso.
Though if I had a name as bloodless as Emma, that would be reason enough.
Even Professor Dovey chortled. The wild-haired beautification professor sat up in a soggy heap and pulled out a pocket mirror, blinking wide eyes at her streaked makeup and sallow complexion.
Is this what it's all come to? Mighty good reduced to a shadow of its former self? A shadow we will fight for, Emma,
Clarissa declared, dragging her up towards the east doors across the theatre from where Agatha was watching.
Now hurry! We have to get to the Stimpf forest and help Merlin. The sun is almost set. Wait,
said Lady Lesso. She paused at the edge of the glowing brig, glaring down at her son, tied up on the snow-covered floor of the dungeon.
Clarissa, are you sure no one can open the brig except Evil's deans? Evil's deans and their superiors, and only then from the outside. Neither me nor my good colleagues could open it,
said Dovey, looking at Auric sadly.
Nor can we, once you seal it, even if we wanted to.
Auric spat out his gag.
Please, I won't hurt you, Mother,
he sobbed, pulling at his binds.
Please don't leave me alone again. I'll be nice from now on. I'll be a good son.
Lady Lesso's glare wavered, taking in his terrified face.
Are you sure, Lady Lesso?
Professor Dovey asked.
Surely he can change. Surely a mother's love. That's the difference between good and evil, Clarissa,
the evil dean said softly.
We know that love isn't always enough for a happy ending.
She looked at her son, jaw clenching. Auric read her face.
Mother! No!
Lady Lesso thrust out her finger, and the ceiling of the brig started closing as Auric screamed in horror with a desperate, childlike wail that filled the theatre. For a moment, Lady Lesso started shaking, her eyes glistening with tears. Then she felt Clarissa's hand take hers, so tight and warm. The evil dean steadied herself, wiping her cheek.
Come on, girls,
she said sternly, turning away from Auric's cries.
Merlin needs us.
Pink light ripped past her and crashed into the brig, magically stalling its walls. The impact tore a chunk of ice off Professor Anemone's old tomb, which fell and bashed Auric in the head, knocking him out. Shell-shocked, Lady Lesso, Professor Dovey, and Professor Anemone slowly turned to see Sophie, standing at the east doors, her fingertip glowing pink.
You're not going anywhere, Lady Lesso,
she said, dead cold. Agatha choked outside the west doors. She could see the ring gleaming on her friend's finger, the ring she had to destroy to save her prince's life. Thinking of Tedros, Agatha hobbled up for the door handle, wanting to throw herself inside. But what if she startled the teachers? What if Sophie used the moment to attack them? She wouldn't have the strength to fight or help them if things went wrong. Despairing, Agatha held herself back.
Take Emma and go to the Stimpf forest, Clarissa,
said Lady Lesso.
Lady Lesso,
Professor Dovey started.
Now!
Lady Lesso commanded. Clarissa didn't argue. She grabbed Professor Anemone's hand and hurried out of the theatre through the east doors. Alone, in the Theatre of Tales, Sophie and Lady Lesso faced off in the green torchlight.
You said you wanted me to be a legendary queen,
Sophie boiled, shaking with rage.
You said you wanted me to make evil great again. You said you wanted me to be happy. And I do,
said Lady Lesso.
Then how could you betray me and the one boy who makes me happy?
Sophie snarled, prowling towards her.
Because in all of your years at my school, Sophie, I've only seen you happy in the company of one person,
said Lady Lesso calmly, holding her ground.
And it isn't Rafal. Well, in case you weren't paying attention, Tedros and I aren't exactly getting along. It isn't Tedros, either.
Sophie stopped her advance.
With Agatha, your soul is complete, Sophie, said Lady Lesso. Without her, you'll never be at peace.
Agatha's eyes widened through the door, matching Sophie's expression.
But you said she's my nemesis,
Sophie scoffed.
You told me to kill her if I could, because I knew you couldn't, said Lady Lesso. Agatha is your nemesis, but only because you've always believed she has the happy ending you deserved. Everything you've done in your fairy tale has been to try and take that happy ending, whether trying to get Tedros for yourself or trying to replace him with Rafal. But what if you had that fairy tale all wrong, Sophie? What if a boy was never your happy ending? What if your happy ending was inside you all this time?
The Dean gazed at her.
Then Agatha isn't your nemesis at all, is she? For a nemesis is someone who gets stronger as you get weaker, while you and Agatha make each other stronger. Each of you has taught the other about real love. Without you, Agatha could never have opened herself to Tedros, and without Agatha, you could never find the true ending to your fairy tale, which is to let her go to Camelot with Tedros, and know that her happiness is yours too. Don't you see, Sophie? Your only nemesis in your story is yourself. Because to find true love with another soul, like Agatha has, first you have to find it within. To find a happy ending with someone else, first you have to find it alone. Just as Agatha once did before she met you.
Sophie shook her head, rage building.
Alone! You think my happy ending is alone? I thought you and me were alike. I thought you were evil. And I am. Certainly more evil than you, said Lady Lesso. Except the difference between me and you is that I know what evil means.
Sophie smirked bitterly.
Being a spy for good. Accepting good as our equal, said Lady Lesso.
Sophie's smirk erased.
That's what evil's love really is, Sophie, said the Dean. Knowing that good has the right to thrive and fight for happiness just as much as we do. Because in the end, good and evil are two sides of the same story. Every good comes from evil, and every evil from good. Just as your mother's death made you want to find real happiness, just as Agatha's ever after with a prince will help you find yours on your own. That is the balance that sustains our world. The balance that let the schoolmaster stay young all those years, loving his good brother as his equal, even if he was his enemy, before he forgot the power of that love, just like you have forgotten too. What would you ever know about love? Look what you did to your own son, Sophie mocked, blotching red, all because you were scared he'd kill you. Not me, Lady Lesso said, smiling sadly. I was never scared he'd kill me. I was scared he'd kill the one real love I have in this world.
Sophie stared at her, disarmed.
Why do you think I was Merlin's spy in the first place? Said the Dean. Because it meant when the time came, I'd get to set Clarissa Dovey free. My best friend. My Agatha.
Sophie ashened.
You betrayed evil for a friend. Like you must,
When the time comes, said Lady Lesso. Because that friend's happy ending will be your own. If you can let yourself find peace in being alone, that's how this storybook will close. That's your real ending, Sophie. And that's a never-after worth fighting for. Sophie's face froze, her lashes blinking faster. At the west doors, Agatha watched them, her head lightening, her muscles unlocking, as if Lady Lesso's words had taken away her pain. She could see Sophie's big emerald eyes gazing at the Dean, and for a moment she caught a glimpse of her old friend inside of them. But then Sophie's pupils hardened, the yellow fire returning, and she sneered back at Lady Lesso. "I don't have a friend any more," she hissed. "I have love. I have real love that will last forever. I'll never be alone." "If only you could see yourself as you are now, Sophie," said Lady Lesso, her voice tender and maternal. "Because you've never been more alone." Sophie bared her teeth and fired a blast of pink glow at the Dean's head, but Lady Lesso deflected it easily, ricocheting the spell into Sophie, who stumbled towards the edge of the pit. Losing balance, she held out her hand towards Lady Lesso as she teetered backwards. Lady Lesso didn't take it. Sophie plunged into the dungeon mist, landing on her ribs in the cold sweep of snow. Balled up on her side, all Sophie could hear were her own frigid breaths and the echo of Lady Lesso's footsteps clacking away through the east doors. She rose gingerly, back aching, and looked up at the walls of ice tombs fogged over by the warm air seeping in from the theatre. Still shaken by her run-in with the Dean, she squinted down long rows of glowing blue graves, extending right and left beneath the stage into dark oblivion. Clawing her hands into the shards of Professor Anemone's old tomb, she stood on tiptoes, looking for a way out of the brig, but the walls were at least 8 feet high. "Help," a voice whispered. "Help me." Sophie turned to see Auric, hands and feet bound, stirring in a dark corner of the brig. His temple was streaked with blood where the ice had bludgeoned him. "Please," he croaked. "I'll get us out of here. Just cut me loose." Sophie had no fondness for the boy, but she didn't have much choice. Without hesitating, she bent down and burnt away his binds with her glowing fingertip. Auric stretched his legs, growling with pain. "Give me a boost off that broken tomb so I can get to the stage," he said. "I'll pull you over once I'm up there." "No, you give me a boost. I'm going first," Sophie retorted. "There's no way you can pull me up over that stage," Auric shot back. "Auric!" "We don't have time for this, Sophie." Sophie exhaled angrily. She dug her shoe tip into the edge of Professor Anemone's old tomb. "Use my leg." "Hurry!" Auric placed his heel on her thigh, gripped onto a broken spear of ice, and propelled himself up the ice wall. Sophie gnashed her teeth in pain, sustaining his weight on her thigh for a split second before he muscled his way over the edge of the ice and crawled onto the stone platform above. "Pull me up!" Sophie barked. "Hurry!" Auric bent towards her. Then he stabbed out his glowing finger at the dungeon ceiling, which instantly started closing again, faster than before. "What are you doing?" Sophie cried. Auric's violet eyes flashed through the mist. "If it wasn't for you, I would have led training, and the war would already be won." He bounded off and out of sight, the sound of the east doors slamming behind him. As the brig hemmed in on her, Sophie felt her finger burn with fear. She shot a blast of light at the dungeon ceiling to keep it open, but the sides were closing too fast. She tried again, but she couldn't focus her emotion like last time. Lady Lesso had left her unsteady. Panic and doubt were making her finger glow flicker. "You've never been more alone." She couldn't get the words out of her head. "Help! Someone help me!" but the stage was seconds from sealing over. She'd be trapped in the tombs. No one would know where to find her, even Rafal, even...
Help! Someone help! Please!
A shadow suddenly fell over her. Sophie looked up at a blue-lit silhouette extending her arm into the pit.
Grab onto me!
The familiar voice yelled. Sophie gaped at Agatha, stunned.
Hurry, Sophie, before it closes!
Instantly, Sophie seized her hand as her best friend started pulling her up to safety. Sophie's grip slipped and she crashed back down. Petrified, she lunged up, clasping Agatha's hand again. Too late! The crack was almost sealed. Agatha would never get Sophie out in time. Either Agatha let go of her, or Sophie would be crushed by the sides of the stage.
Don't leave me here!
Sophie rasped, holding on to her.
Please!
Desperate, Agatha looked down at Sophie's hand in hers, the schoolmaster's ring shining gold on her finger, like the last glow of sun over her prince fighting for his life.
Don't fail me, and I won't fail you,
Lancelot echoed. Agatha wouldn't. On a breath, she squeezed Sophie's hand tight and leapt over the edge into glowing blue mist, pulling her friend back down into the frozen dungeon before it sealed shut above them with a resounding crack. Chapter 33. An Unexpected History Lesson. With the ceiling closed and no warmth seeping in from the theatre, the dungeon turned lethally cold. The two girls stumbled to their feet and recoiled against opposite walls, lit by the frosty blue light of the tombs. Each held out her glowing fingertip, trying to catch her breath as they glared into the other's eyes.
What are you going to do? Kill me?
Agatha panted, shivering in her black cloak.
Still won't get you out of this place alive.
And you can, Sophie scowled, fingertips smoking through the frigid air. You, who will do anything to make me destroy my ring. Chase me, bully me, hurt me. Bet you have a wand in that pocket, ready to hold to my head. Go on, threaten me, Aggie. Threaten me with life or death. I'll die rather than destroy this ring for you. Agatha went quiet, weak from the stun spell and the cold. She looked past Sophie at the long rows of graves leading into the darkness. She couldn't help but snort at the irony of it all. Sophie simmered. You think this is funny? It's just... This is how Tedros and I started when we came back to rescue you, said Agatha, trapped in a grave. And now you're here with me, trying to find a way to rescue him. Sophie snarked. Always rescuing, Aggie. Always so good. How could I ever match up? Friendship isn't a competition. Says the friend who made it one, Sophie retorted, pointing her finger glow at Agatha's heart. You and your old minions want me to destroy my true love so you can keep yours. What if I destroy you instead? He's not your true love, Agatha said, struggling to stay calm. He's using you to get his ending. Just like you're trying to use me to get yours, said Sophie, finger glowing hotter. Even if I end up alone. Agatha matched her gaze. My ending has you in it, Sophie. Even if I'm with Tedros, I'll never leave you behind no matter how evil you are, how many boys come in our way, or how old we get. We're stronger than good and evil, boys and girls, and old and young. We're best friends. The fury drained out of Sophie's face. And yet, we can't find a happy ending together, no matter how hard we try, she said, softer now. Every path leaves us trapped. Agatha clung to Cinderella's words. Don't give up on us, Sophie. Do you know what you're asking me, Aggie? Sophie's finger glow dimmed, her eyes shimmering like cut emeralds. You're asking me to throw away my ever after for yours and still be happy. You're asking me to end just like my mother, only worse, because you want me to come live with you two. It would be like Cinderella's stepsisters, shacking up with her and the prince at the palace like one big blissful family, happily ever after. You know why we never saw that in a storybook? Because it could never happen. Agatha stared at her, her own finger glow dimming too. Sophie's face hardened again. But it would also be foolish to kill you right now, she said, ice cold. Help me find a way out of here, and maybe you'll see your precious prince again. She tightened the ring on her finger and headed further into the brig. Agatha's heart withered, watching Sophie's black-leathered silhouette recede into the mist. Where was Tedros right now? Is he even alive? The sun must be on its last drips, no more than an hour left. No, I can't think like that. A hero always finds a way out. Tedros would find a way out. Agatha took a shallow breath and forced herself after Sophie. There must be a secret door somewhere, Sophie's voice echoed. Agatha couldn't keep up, her legs still throbbing, her teeth starting to chatter. Limping behind, she scanned the coffins sunken into opposing walls, filled with those who'd betrayed their duties to evil. Professor Espada, the swordplay teacher. Professor Lucas, the boys' chivalry teacher. Albemarle, the spectacled woodpecker in charge of the groom room, each freshly entombed when they'd refused to serve the young schoolmaster's new school. Lesso and Dovey hadn't had the time to rescue them, but all three were still alive and healthy, their wide eyes blinking through the ice like trapped puppets. Guilty that she didn't have time to free them either, Agatha slunk further into the brig, promising herself she'd come back if she could. At least they were still alive, she thought, because now she could see older coffins ahead, murky and cobwebbed, with dead bodies decaying inside of them. Each was labelled on the outside with a small steel placard, blank and awaiting inscription. Yet, as Agatha moved past the grave of a rotting teenaged boy with curly black hair, she suddenly noticed the placards weren't blank at all. There were carvings embedded in the steel. A series of raised dots, small as pinheads, arranged in neat rows. Her heart drummed faster. Blind Professor August Sader couldn't write history in words like a normal historian, but he had seen history in a way no one else could, and found a way to help his students see it too, using magic dots like the ones Agatha was looking at right now. Breathless, she couldn't resist brushing her fingertips across them. A swoosh of silver air rocketed off the placard, contorting into a floating human silhouette, three-dimensional and the size of a fairy. Professor Sader grinned back at Agatha as he hovered in mid-air, wearing his customary shamrock suit, his wavy silver hair neat and clean, his hazel eyes twinkling with life. For a moment, Agatha beamed in surprise, thinking he was looking at her, before Sader's focal point scanned past her, addressing a larger audience. The next betrayer on our tour is Fawaz of Shahzabar, a henchman ordered by an evil sultan to hide a magic lamp where no one could find it, before Fawaz secretly tried to keep it for himself. The sultan caught him and had him killed before he was brought here to the brig for permanent display. You won't need to know which sultan he betrayed for your second-year exam, but keep your eye on Fawaz, who plays a crucial role in how Aladdin came to find his magic lamp. Of course he didn't see me, Agatha sighed, quickly moving on. 1, Sader was blind. 2, he was dead. And 3, he was nothing but a phantom now, on a recorded loop. No doubt he'd left these placards behind for future history classes after he foresaw his own death, just as he'd once amended the class textbooks to include his obituary. Agatha couldn't see Sophie anymore through the mist. What would Sader have told me to do? Sun setting, shield falling, Tedros struggling, a ring on her best friend's finger the only way out. A happy ending is right under your nose. That's what he'd say. Tears sprung to her eyes. He'd always felt like a father to her. Sometimes, in her dreams, she'd see him, with his silvery hair and light eyes, looking down at her with the gentlest of smiles. But when she woke up, she knew he wasn't real. Just as he wasn't real now. Just as there was nothing under her nose except darkness and snow. As she hurried past more tombs, she ran her fingers over the placards so she could see his face pop up again and again, the voices overlapping as Sada's phantom explained each one until the entire dungeon chorused with Professor Sada's deep, measured tones. It didn't matter if he wasn't real, Agatha thought. There was something soothing about hearing him, as if she was safe and protected as long as Sada was talking. Only she could see Sophie's shadow again now, looming in front of one of the graves ahead. Agatha's gut tightened. "Did you find a way out?" she pressed. "Is that a secret door?" Sophie didn't answer. She was staring at a beautiful woman in a silky white dress, her eyes closed inside her coffin, her face serene, like a princess waiting to be kissed. Unlike the other decaying corpses, she had flawless vanilla skin, luscious lips, and the most beautiful long blonde hair, like hand-spun gold. From the pallor of her mouth and the waxy complexion of her skin, it was clear she was dead and embalmed long before she was ever placed into her frozen grave. "Who's that?" Agatha said. Sophie didn't answer. Behind them, Sada's recorded voices had all gone quiet. Agatha frowned. "Sophie, we don't have time to sit here and ogle random dead women who happen to look like you." Her heart dropped. "No. That's her," Agatha blurted. "That's my mother," said Sophie, her voice flat and numb. "Her body was here in the woods all along. The grave on Necro Ridge wasn't a mistake. Someone must have moved her here." "But that's impossible," said Agatha, before she looked up at Vanessa again and saw just how much she resembled Sophie. "Isn't it?" "Only one way to find out," Sophie rasped. Agatha followed her gaze to the placard on Vanessa's tomb and the silver dots carved into the steel. "Her story is inside those dots," said Sophie shakily. "The answer to why she has a headstone on Necro Ridge, to why she's here in Evil's dungeon." Sophie looked at her friend. "And maybe to why the both of us are in this fairy tale together." Agatha held her breath, watching Sophie reach out a quivering hand and brush her fingers across the dots. A cloud of silver leapt off the placard, melting into Sada's miniature silhouette once more. Only this time, he was no longer smiling or at ease. His shoulders were stiff, his jaw tight, and his glassy hazel eyes locked on them. "We don't have much time, girls. If you're seeing this, then my visions held true, and you are nearing the end of your story." Agatha reddened. "But Professor Sada, what happens at—" "Dead seers still can't answer questions, Agatha, though I knew you would ask one because I am a seer and foresaw it. But from now until this recording runs out, neither of you will interrupt me again. There is no time for interruptions." Agatha and Sophie glanced at each other. "This means everything turns out happily," Agatha thought, hope swelling. "Sada sees the future. He knows we come out alive." "I do not know how your fairy tale ends," Sada said starkly. Agatha snapped back to him. "My visions stop after you and Sophie appear in front of me, listening to this very message. From here, I do not know whether you live or die, end as friends or enemies, or whether either of you will find a happy ending at all." Agatha felt hope shrivel away. What I do know, however, is that you cannot find the ending to your fairy tale unless you know how it began, said Seda. And it began long before you two ever came to the school for good and evil. Every old story sets off a chain of events that leads to a new story. Every new story has its roots in the old. Your story most of all. He conjured a storybook twice as big as his fairy-sized body and let it float towards the girls. It had a red cherrywood cover, just like the tale of Sophie and Agatha that the Storian was writing in the schoolmaster's tower right now. Only, as Agatha looked closer, she realized this wasn't her and Sophie's fairy tale. The title of this one was The Tale of Calice and Vanessa. Agatha saw Sophie's whole body seize up. She was in a fairy tale, Sophie gasped. Seda spread open the storybook to its first page. A puff of mist erupted over it, along with a ghostly scene of an ordinary cottage. And now, it's time for you to go inside, he said. Agatha and Sophie stared at his tiny image, confused. I was never fond of my sister Evelyn's spells, but there was one that I quite liked, Professor Seda explained with a growing grin, because, say what you will of her, when Evelyn Seda told you a story, she made you feel like you were there. He raised the open storybook and blew on the phantom scene. With a fizzling swish, the scene shattered into a million glittered shards and crashed over the two girls like a glass sandstorm. Agatha shielded her eyes, her body drifting through space until her feet touched ground next to Sophie's. Slowly, they both looked up. They were standing inside the cottage they'd seen on the page, the air thick and hazy around them, giving the room a vaporous feel, as if it wasn't quite real. Agatha recognized the effect at once, for this was how Evelyn Seda had brought them into her adulterated fairy tales a year ago. Now August Seda had brought them into one they never knew existed. Agatha scanned the intimate kitchen and white, round dining table. Wait a second, she started. This is my house, said Sophie, realizing it too. Agatha furrowed, but if it's your house, then who's that? Sophie followed her eyes to a skinny, black-haired girl in the corner, scowling out a window. She had a sharp nose, big brown eyes, and thin pink lips. She couldn't have been older than 16. It's you, said Sophie, studying her. Only not you. Definitely not me, thought Agatha, because this girl had a cruel mouth and a vicious gleam in her eye. There was something dark and venomous about her that made Agatha afraid of her, even if she was just a phantom. She'd never seen the girl in her life. She had no idea who she was and why she was in Sophie's house. But one thing was for sure. Whatever the girl was looking at through the window had her unwavering focus and utmost contempt. Once upon a time, in a land beyond the woods, there lived a girl named Vanessa, said Professor Seda. Sophie and Agatha froze dead still, eyes wide, breath misting. Neither looked at the other. Neither spoke. They gaped at the dark-haired girl who looked starkly different than the blonde-haired woman they'd just seen in the frozen tomb, because if this was Vanessa, then they had this story all wrong. Vanessa was a foul, miserable soul who thought herself far better than the town she lived in, said Seda. Perhaps she would have made a fair student at the school for evil, except for one ray of light amidst the darkness of her heart. The scene magically zoomed in, so now Sophie and Agatha could see what the girl was looking at through the window. A young and strapping teenager strutted by, with thick, wavy golden blonde hair, a tall, sturdy frame, blue-green eyes, and a devil-may-care smile. Stefan, thought Agatha, struck once more by his resemblance to August Sader even as a young boy. But it wasn't Stefan who Vanessa was glowering at as he passed by her house. It was the plump, scraggly-haired, sweet-faced girl walking with Stefan, hand in hand. "Honora," Sophie whispered. Sader continued. Since the day she laid eyes on him, Vanessa had been in love with young Stefan. Not that they knew each other. Vanessa fantasized about him from afar, waiting for him to rescue her from her dreary life. Day after day, he was her only source of happiness. This, despite the fact their souls were mirror images. Where Vanessa was calculating, controlling, and disdainful of her fellow villagers, Stefan was jovial, gregarious, and a favorite of the elders. Not that he didn't have his faults. Stefan was rakish and carefree in a way that made mothers keep their daughters away from him. But if Vanessa thought this cleared the way for Stefan to choose her, that would soon change. For Stefan had fallen in love with a girl named Honora, who, despite her plain looks, had his same blithe and playful spirit. Stefan had eyes for no one else. Vanessa glared harder at Honora, who was ruffling Stefan's hair, until Honora noticed Vanessa through the window. Vanessa quickly pretended to be doing dishes. Needless to say, Vanessa saw no such goodness in Honora, and thought of her only as an evil witch. Vanessa spent most of her days plotting how to tear the witch and Stefan apart before she hatched the perfect plan. For what better way was there to get closer to her true love than to make friends with the witch? The cottage vanished around them, instantly replaced by the town square, where Vanessa and Honora walked hand in hand through the lanes as Stefan traipsed beside them. And Honora, who was just as affable as Stefan, was more than receptive to a new best friend. Meanwhile, Vanessa finally had her chance at the boy of her dreams. Vanessa scooted closer to Stefan on the path and smiled up at him. He shifted away, ignoring her. Only there was one flaw in Vanessa's plan. Stefan didn't like her, and there was nothing Vanessa could do to change that, Professor Sader declared. The town square melted away, and now Vanessa was kneeling in the graveyard at night near the forest's edge, praying into the darkness with clasped hands. So, young Vanessa did the one thing storybooks taught her to do when you love someone who is out of reach. She wished into the woods for a magic spell that could help her win her one true love. The scene started to evaporate around the two girls. Yet Vanessa's isn't the only love story that matters in this fairy tale, Sader's voice echoed. Phantom colors melted in around them, and now they were in the schoolmaster's tower, as the masked sorcerer flew in through his window, carrying a young, attractive woman in his arms with short brown hair, big, beautiful eyes, and tanned, gangly limbs. Because, while Vanessa prayed for Stefan's heart, the schoolmaster was trying to win Calice's. Agatha choked on her own tongue. Calice! She ogled the woman's elegant posture, olive-brown locks, and bright, freckly skin. But that can't be Calice. It doesn't look anything like... Something hopped out of the woman's black dress onto the floor. A tiny, bald, wrinkled kitten. Reaper. Agatha blanched. Merlin had told her part of this story, that the schoolmaster sought her mother's love, but the woman in his arms didn't look anything like her mother. Or did she? For as Agatha looked closer at her wide, lucid eyes and long nose, she started to see bits and pieces of her mother, like a sculpture that had been deliberately altered. Something floated back to her, that Merlin had said her first time in the Celestium with him. Something about Calice being quite pretty, before Tedros snorted incredulously. Agatha watched the schoolmaster bring the woman deeper into his chamber, Reaper pattering beside her. It was her mother. But then why didn't it look like her? She broke out of her trance, for Seda had already moved on. The schoolmaster was curious about a new teacher, Callus of Netherwood, who the Storian had chosen for its latest tale, shortly after she took a position teaching uglification at school. According to the Storian, Callus had long dreamed of finding her one true love, even though she taught at the school for evil. In truth, Callus was having doubts as to whether she was evil at all. So, when the schoolmaster took a shine to her, a schoolmaster everyone thought was good at the time, Callus saw her way out. A chance to switch sides to good and find her true love at last. The masked schoolmaster pulled a golden ring from his pocket and took one knee before her. Slowly, she reached for the ring and stopped cold. For now, as she looked closer at the ring, she could see the inky black streaks swirling beneath its gold like a poison waiting to latch onto its wearer. Until she realized what the schoolmaster really was. The scene flashed to Callus, fleeing through the dark woods in the rain, a bald, wrinkled kitten wrapped in her arms. She held him off for a night, but the next evening, after classes, she made her escape. She had to warn Merlin that he'd been right about the schoolmaster being evil and using her as a weapon against good. All Callus had ever wanted was real love, and instead she'd found a villain trying to use that love to start war. She cursed herself for not accepting Merlin's help when he'd tried to see her at school. There was no time to find the wizard now. Once the schoolmaster realized she'd escaped, he'd surely find and kill her, since she'd discovered the secret behind his mask. Except there was nowhere to hide that he wouldn't find her. Nowhere that he didn't have power over. Callus suddenly stalled, hearing a chorus of low, urgent whispers floating in the wind. I wish. I wish. I wish. Like all witches, Callus could hear the pleas of those truly desperate enough to pay a price. Yet this wish wasn't coming from the woods, but beyond it, where the schoolmaster had no power. Callus wouldn't ask a price for choosing to answer this wish, she told herself, only a chance to turn the page and live a life free of evil. Answering this wish would be her very first good deed. And so, a witch who dreamed of her one true love followed the wish. Callus tracked the whispers to Necro Ridge and an unmarked, open grave at the top of the hill. She dug through the bottom of the empty grave, Reaper helping her, deeper, deeper, deeper. All the way to a girl in the reader world, dreaming of her one true love. As Callus came out the other side of the grave, she found herself in Gavelden's graveyard, standing in front of a dark-haired girl kneeling in the weeds. Slowly, Vanessa looked up at Callus and smiled, knowing her wish had been granted at last. All at once, Sophie and Agatha were back in the schoolmaster's tower, as the masked sorcerer studied the open storybook on the altar table, the Storian frozen above it. During this time, the Storian had been writing Callus's fairy tale, but when she vanished, the pen went still, as if it had lost the connection to her. Suspecting he'd been betrayed, the schoolmaster commanded his stimps to find Callus and bring her back to him alive. But when they didn't retrieve her, and there was no sign of her going to Merlin's side, the schoolmaster assumed Callus was dead. His suspicions were confirmed when the Storian abandoned her fairy tale and moved on to another. To the schoolmaster, Callus's story was over and forgotten. The scene disappeared, and the girls were in pitch darkness, Seda's small figure levitating over them. But unlike the schoolmaster, I had the power of sight, which meant I could see what happened after the Storian stopped writing. For unbeknownst to the schoolmaster, Callus wasn't dead, and her story wasn't over. Not in the least. Sophie and Agatha glanced at each other, shaken. After leaving school, Callis wanted nothing to do with evil or witchcraft ever again, but she hadn't given up on her dreams of true love. Seeing how safe and quaint Gavaldon was, she harbored fantasies of starting over and finding a new start as a reader. Seda went on, yet she still owed Vanessa a wish, since choosing to answer that wish had given her safe haven from the schoolmaster. Callis promised herself it would be her very last deed of magic before she settled into ordinary life. And so she made the love potion that Vanessa had desperately wished for, but Callis warned her it would only last one night, for matters of love were too delicate for magic, and use of a love spell for any long-term goals would only lead to the unhappiest of endings. Magic always had its price. A new scene melted in, and Sophie and Agatha were in a crowded pub as Stefan caroused with his friends. Vanessa paid no heed, Seda said. Stefan put his drink down on a table, and a hooded shadow slipped by and poured a vial of smoky red liquid into it, just before Stefan picked it back up. She tricked Stefan into drinking the spell, and he instantly fell in love with her. And, even though the spell soon wore off, as Callis had warned, the potion had a far more enduring effect. For it wasn't long before Vanessa knocked on Stefan's door and told him she was bearing his child, which meant, by council law, that he had to marry her. The scene changed to Honora and Stefan arguing heatedly on Honora's porch. Furious, Honora broke ties with Stefan. How could he betray her trust, and with her best friend, no less? Stefan swore it was black magic. He had no love for Vanessa, and when he'd returned to her house to confront her, he'd noticed a strange houseguest huddling in her room. It was she who did it, he told Honora. The stranger. He could see the guilt in her eyes. That witch had cast a spell over him, he was sure of it. How could Vanessa do such a heartless thing, trap him into marriage with a child? An innocent child. He feared the spell would backfire somehow, but Honora wouldn't listen. Stefan begged her not to give up on him, but it was no use. No matter what he said, Honora didn't believe his story and wanted nothing further to do with him. So Stefan took his story to the elders instead. Now the girls were outside, in the square, at night, with a mob of onlookers, watching Callis tied to a torchlit pyre as the three bearded elders presided from the stage. The elders believed him, for Stefan had always been a beloved son. Moreover, the elders had been leading witch hunts for years, searching for anyone who might be responsible for the child kidnappings that continued to happen every 4 years. So, when Stefan pointed his finger at Callis, a strange, unmarried woman they'd never seen in town before, the elders finally found their witch. The executioner reached for the torch over Callis's pyre. Sophie and Agatha could see Stefan at the side of the stage, glaring at Callis as the executioner lowered the flame to the wood sticks under the witch. Callis's face flooded with tears of terror and regret. She'd tried to do one last act of magic in exchange for the chance at a life of goodness and love, and now she'd be slaughtered as an evil witch instead. As she wept for the mistakes of her life, the flames spreading under her feet, Stefan watched her, his own face beginning to soften. When he saw her, in that moment, a human-hearted soul, just like him, Stefan realized he didn't have it inside of him to be responsible for another's death, said Professor Seda. Though he still believed Callis was a witch, he recanted his story and agreed to marry Vanessa in order to save Callis's life. Per the elders' conditions for sparing her, Callis had to move to the graveyard and stay out of the townspeople's affairs. Forever. She could never marry a man from town, never have a shop in the square or a house in Cottage Lane. But she would keep her life, even if it was a loveless one. As would Stefan, who, in the process of saving her, had doomed himself to a loveless life with Vanessa, too. Agatha couldn't breathe, watching Stefan free Callus off the pyre. "The debt," she whispered. That was the debt she owed him. Sophie shook her head. "But she looks so different from your mother, Aggie." "So does yours," said Agatha. Both girls turned back to the story as the scene melted into a lavish, sun-drenched wedding at the town church. Stefan stood at the altar, next to a pregnant Vanessa. He'd never looked more miserable. Stefan married Vanessa, while Honora's parents soon forced her to marry the odious butcher's boy. Now Vanessa had everything she'd always wanted, her one true love, and his child on the way to keep him. The girl he once loved married off and out of their lives. A perfect fairy tale ending. Or so she thought. Because Vanessa hadn't counted on one thing. The church dissipated, and now the girls were on Graves Hill in the middle of the night. Grim-faced, Stefan shoveled dirt to fill the last of 2 small graves. Vanessa watched him, weeping. Stefan's fear that the spell would backfire came true. Vanessa gave birth to 2 boys, both born dead. The scene shifted, and Sophie and Agatha were back where they began, in Sophie's cottage, lit by a red sunset, with Vanessa glowering through her kitchen window. Her eyes were on Stefan in a hooded coat, hustling down the lane, before Honora snuck him into her cottage. In the years that followed, Vanessa tried everything she could to have a child with Stefan, but her efforts failed again and again. Soon, Honora suspected that Stefan was telling the truth all along. Vanessa had tricked him into marrying her. With Honora just as unhappy with her husband as Stefan with Vanessa, Honora and Stefan began to see each other in secret once more. Brightness leached out of the scene, and now the girls were in Agatha's house on Graves Hill, watching Vanessa fuming at Callus. Vanessa visited every doctor in Gavelden, who all agreed she'd never have a child. Enraged, she returned to Callus and demanded a new potion that would help her bear Stefan's baby. Unless she had his child, a child that could prove their love was real, Stefan would never believe in their marriage. Callus refused, insisting she was done with magic forever and just wanted to keep to herself per the elders' orders. But Vanessa threatened her. She said she'd go to the elders and tell her she'd cursed her to never have children, that she was cursing other townswomen as well, that she was the one responsible for the kidnapped children. Callus knew then that there was no stopping Vanessa. Her only choice was to help her. The scene skipped ahead, and the girls watched as Vanessa drank a smoking black tonic from a wooden bowl. Callus warned her that magic could not force the union of souls into a child, as love does, just as magic could not force true love itself. Try to unite 2 souls into one child through magic, and you would only split those souls even more, said Seda. But, just as before, Vanessa didn't listen, determined to have Stefan's baby, and soon enough a healthy child was growing inside of her. Night fell darker over the house. Vanessa was in painful labor now, as Callus comforted her. The miracle child, the doctors named it. Vanessa promised Stefan it would be a boy as handsome as him. Seeing Vanessa carrying his child again, and how much it meant to her, Stefan tried to give his wife another chance. In his heart, he knew sneaking off to Honora's was wrong, for they'd both taken wedding vows to other people. Besides, it didn't matter what Vanessa did in the past. They were about to be a family. She was his wife now and forever, and that meant if Vanessa had his baby, he would love it and its mother as much as he possibly could. Stefan even let himself name the child before it was born. Philip, after his own father, said Seda. And, in time, the night came where Vanessa finally had Stefan's child, thanks to the secret power of Callus's magic. Only it wasn't a boy at all. It was a fair, luminous girl that looked just like Stefan. Weak and sweating, Vanessa stroked the blonde, beautiful girl in her arms before she suddenly felt strong pains again. But just as the witch predicted, the souls of Stefan and Vanessa never fused, for there was no love between them. Each soul produced its own child, which meant Vanessa delivered not one baby, but two. This second girl, then, looked nothing like Stefan. Instead, she looked just like her mother. Vanessa gasped as Callus held out the baby, raven-haired, with bulging big eyes and a hideous face. Vanessa recoiled in disgust, shoving it back at the witch. She ordered Callus to dump the baby in the woods and leave it there to die. She could never take such an ugly child home to Stefan, she scoffed, before bundling up her beautiful blonde daughter and hurrying off, sure that everything between her and her husband was about to change, said Seda. But Callus, who only saw beauty in the girl Vanessa threw away, kept the child for herself. She named her Agatha, which meant soul of good. Finally, after so many years of loneliness, Callus of Netherwood had found her one true love. Callus glanced into a mirror as she studied the child's big, insect-like eyes. Slowly, Callus magically made her own eyes bigger. To ensure no one asked questions as to whether she was the child's mother, Callus gradually transformed herself over the years, using her uglification skills to look more and more like Agatha. Soon the villagers began to notice Callus's child lurking on the hills, a practical duplicate of her. The elders asked Callus questions, of course, but she gave no answers. And, in time, the town simply shunned the young girl, just as they shunned her mother. Morning streamed through the house's rickety windows as black-haired, sallow-skinned, scraggly Callus read storybooks to her black-haired, sallow-skinned, scraggly daughter. When new fairy tales appeared in Gavelden year after year, with good still winning every story, Callus began to question whether she had it all wrong. Perhaps the schoolmaster hadn't been evil at all. She even wondered, had she made a mistake by not taking his ring? As the years went by, she began to wish that her daughter would be taken to the school for good and evil, so that Agatha could have a future filled with magic, adventure, and love, instead of being trapped in a lonely, ordinary life because of her mother. The scene flashed to Stefan in his cottage, sitting at the dining table with Vanessa and young Sophie. He was eyeing his 3-year-old daughter warily, no tenderness in his face. Meanwhile, as young Sophie grew, Stefan had an instinctive stiffness towards her. He tried so hard to love her, taking her to Battersby's for cookies, reading her storybooks at bedtime, smiling when passers-by said his young Sophie looked just like him. But deep down, all Stefan could see in his daughter was Vanessa's soul. Now Stefan was carrying lumber to the mill. He paused on the path, noticing 5-year-old Agatha playing alone in the weeds on a nearby hill. She looked up at Stefan and smiled toothily. Stefan smiled back. And yet, when he'd see the strange urchin girl that skulked around Graves Hill, he'd feel such affection towards her, even as the other mill workers noticed her striking resemblance to Vanessa, said Professor Seda. With 2 girls born to her, one ugly, one beautiful, Vanessa had kept the one she thought Stefan would love, the one who would bring her closer to him. But it was the one she threw away who imprinted herself on Stefan's heart. Stefan's scene disappeared, and the girls were alone with Vanessa in her bathroom, filled with hundreds of beauty potions, creams and elixirs, as she thickened her lips with a special paste, made her eyes green with herbal drops, and dyed her hair golden blonde with a homemade brew. 7-year-old Sophie mimicked her mother, rubbing honey cream from a bottle into her own cheeks. Vanessa couldn't understand why Stefan still seemed cold to her, even after Sophie's birth. Was Sophie not pretty enough? She thought. Am I not good enough either? Panicked, Vanessa obsessively tried to make herself more beautiful, her daughter too. But no matter what she did, Stefan seemed to shirk from the both of them. Sharply, the scene pivoted to Vanessa standing with young 10-year-old Sophie at the kitchen window, each of them blonde and gorgeous, watching Stefan playing with 2 young boys in Honora's front yard. Vanessa no longer looked angry anymore. She looked defeated and heartbroken. Eventually, Vanessa died alone, while her true love abandoned her for a girl she once thought an ugly witch. She lived to see Honora have 2 children of her own, 2 boys Vanessa knew were Stefan's until the day she died, even if Honora pretended otherwise. She knew it from the way Stefan loved them, from the way Stefan held the boys at Honora's husband's funeral after he was killed in a mill accident, and from the way Stefan stared so distantly at Sophie, the daughter he had at home. As Stefan played with Honora's children, he looked up and saw Agatha, hunched and gangly, stalking up Graves Hill. He smiled fondly. Yet Stefan never forgot about the girl in the graveyard, who he looked for whenever he passed by, because deep inside, she felt more like his child than any of them. The story washed away like a painting in the rain, and Sophie and Agatha were in vast, silent blackness, listening to the sound of their matching breaths. 2 sisters, said Sada's voice, but sisters in name only, for there was no love in their making. 2 souls forever irreconcilable, since each soul was a mirror of the other, one good, one evil. Indeed, if fate ever brought these girls together, they'd be mortal enemies, even as their hearts yearned to find a bond. There would be no path to happiness, just as there had been no path to happiness for their parents. They were old souls made new, doomed to hurt and betray one another again and again, like Stefan and Vanessa, until they too were torn apart forever. And for anyone to think these 2 girls could defy that ending and find an ever after together, well, that would be a fairy tale, wouldn't it? Slowly, the brig filled in around them, and the 2 girls were in the frozen dungeon, their bodies slack, their faces ash-white. Professor Sada floated in front of Vanessa's tomb, gazing back at them. But I had hope, even if I couldn't see what your ending was. Look at how far you've come already, against all odds. That's why I moved your mother here, so you could see the truth about your story. That's why I sacrificed my life for the both of you, because by breaking all the rules of our world, you have the chance to save it when we need it most. To find a bridge between good and evil, to put love first, whether it's a boys or girls. To shatter the chain between your parents' old story and your new one. No one knows if you will succeed, children, even me. But the Storian chose you for a reason, and it's time to face it. No more running. No more hiding. The only way out is through your fairy tale. His hazel eyes sparkled with tears. Now go and open the door. Professor Seda smiled at the two girls one last time. Then his phantom dissipated to darkness, like the last tears of a sun. Chapter 34. The War of All Things. Neither girl could look at the other. They just stared at Vanessa, dead and beautiful in her frozen grave. "We're sisters," said Sophie, a strange flatness in her voice. "But not," said Agatha softly. "Family, but not family. Blood, but not blood. Together, but apart." She could feel a wave of emotions trapped behind her heart, too big and powerful to let in. "That's why I saw Seda in my dreams, like he was my father," she rasped. "Because he always reminded me of your father. Somewhere, I knew I was Stefan's daughter all along." Both of them were quiet, watching each other's blurred reflection in the iced tomb. "Sophie," Agatha finally looked at her, "we have to go. We have to go right now." Sophie didn't meet her eyes. Her muscles were tense, her entire body on edge. "Did you hear me?" Agatha pressed. "We have to go—" "It doesn't change anything, Agatha," said Sophie coldly, still staring at her mother. "What? Sophie, it changes everything." "No," she retorted. "It proves I was evil from the start, that my mother was never good and cursed me to relive her miserable little life, rotting away alone while you get a happy ending with Tedros, the same way my father gets a happy ending with Honora. Good gets good, evil gets nothing. Except I have the chance to change my ending. Now more than ever, Rafal is my only hope to not end up alone. To not end up like her." She shoved past Agatha and started jostling random tombs. "Bloody hell! There has to be another door somewhere." Agatha watched her, stunned. "Sophie, don't you get it? Choosing Rafal only makes you more like her. Your mother did evil in order to force love, and look what happened. Choosing Rafal will only leave you more alone in the end. Aggie, you're acting like I care about your opinion." Sophie spat, pounding on graves. "You heard what Seda said. There is no love between us. There is no bond. You're good, I'm evil. And now we'll see who makes it to the end first. Either Tedros gets you to Camelot, or Rafal and I seal our never after. Only one of us wins our fairy tale." "Seda also said he believed in us," Agatha said, accosting her. "He died for us, just like my mother died knowing she'd never found love," Sophie said, elbowing her away. "Evil souls don't find love. First lesson at the school for evil. Evil souls are meant to end up with no one." "I won't let that happen to you," Agatha fought back. "Really? Because you, Tedros, and I will be a happy threesome? Because I'll be your evil little pet?" Sophie hissed, punching tombs. "Don't you get it? My soul is broken. I'm messed up, sick in the head, rotten to the core. I'm damaged. I'll never find the kind of love you did because I'll never be happy inside. All these years, I wanted to be like the mother I thought I had, an angel of good and light. And instead, I see I was always like her. Unlovable down to the pit of a bad, bad soul." "You aren't her," Agatha said, tailing behind. "Deep down you're nothing like her. Are you deaf? Did you hear her story?" said Sophie, hitting tombs faster now. "I made friends with you so I could get a prince, just like my mother made friends with Honora to get my father. I tried every trick my mother did to find love spells, beauty potions, wishing on stars, only to end up hated and alone while my best friend gets everything. And just like my mother, I'm going to end up dead in a frozen dungeon with all these other cowards who were too weak to accept they were evil." She whirled to Agatha, splotched with rage. "So you better believe, If I get out of here, I'll do anything it takes to keep my true love, no matter how evil. Anything. A high-pitched ping ran through the brig. All the steel placards on the tombs lit up with blinking, bright blue arrows that pointed towards a glowing tomb before its coffin door magically popped open. Lady Lesso's recorded voice blared from all sides. "The student exit has been opened. Kindly exit the dungeon with the rest of your class and return to school. The student exit has been opened. Kindly exit the dungeon with the rest of your class and return to school." Agatha gaped at the lit-up coffin. "Now go and open the door." Sada's last words. He must have put a charm on it to unlock once they'd gotten close enough. Her thoughts broke off because Sophie was already sprinting towards the glowing grave. "Sophie, wait!" Agatha said, racing after her. She couldn't let her get to Rafal. But Sophie was already thrusting herself into the empty coffin and shoving through a false snow wall at the back of the grave. Agatha tried to grab Sophie from behind, but Sophie flung her away and Agatha reeled off balance. She recovered and lunged after Sophie through the wall, propelling into the freezing block of white. As she came out the other side, Agatha shook the snowflakes out of her eyes and hair to see she was in a dark, leaky tunnel, sloping steeply uphill. Sophie was way ahead, almost to the door at the end. Agatha hurtled after her, hearing the echoes of Sophie's stuttered breaths and rustling leather catsuit as she wrestled the handle. When it wouldn't budge, Sophie threw her shoulder against it as hard as she could before Agatha tackled her against the door, slamming it open with a tumultuous groan as both girls tumbled through. Agatha's head cracked hard against a stone floor. By the time she'd wobbled to her knees, eyes blearing open, Sophie was gone. Agatha lurched up to the big, empty room, lit by a weak green torch. A room she'd been in before. The exhibition of evil. She hustled towards the museum's exit, not wanting to let Sophie get too far ahead. A sharp hiss slashed through the silence. Agatha froze on her heels. Slowly, she turned and spotted a small, dark shadow huddling on the floor beneath Sada's last painting of Gavaldon. "Reaper?" The bald, mashed-up creature hissed at her again before it glared up at Sada's painting with copper-yellow eyes. Agatha rushed towards him and scooped him into her arms. He bit her wrist and she dropped him with a yelp. Reaper turned back to Sada's painting, his slit-like pupils locked on the scene. All Agatha's questions of how her cat had gotten into the school, where he'd been the past few weeks, or why he was in Evil's museum, fell away. Because right now, Reaper wanted her to look at the painting on the wall. As she leaned in towards the canvas, Agatha saw why. The scene was different than it was before. It was darker, with only a needlepoint of light left in the top corner, and where the shadows of villains once closed in on Gavaldon as the villagers burned storybooks in fear, now there were actual villains coming through the trees as they battled the young and old heroes back. The only thing separating the villains from Gavaldon was a thin, hole-riddled shield about to break. Agatha bolted straight. Once a vision of the future, Sada's painting was now magically tracking the present. She was watching the war between good and evil as it unfolded, and good was losing. Urgently, her eyes scoured the scene for Tedros, but Sada had always painted with hazy, impressionistic brushstrokes, no detail to the faces at all. "I have to get to Sophie," she panicked. "But how?" Sophie had too much of a head start. Reaper meowed again, still fixed on the painting, as if whatever answers she was looking for were inside its frame. What hadn't she seen? She put her nose closer to the canvas, her fingers running across the oily surface, until they stopped. The empty anvil, from which she'd drawn Excalibur, was tucked beneath the canopy of Mr. Deauville's bookshop, far away from the action of the war. Reaper growled, urging her on. Of course, Agatha thought. The schoolmaster had enchanted the sword to hide it in Sada's painting, which meant he had to enchant the anvil too. And if he enchanted the anvil, then maybe... Heart-rattling, Agatha slowly slid her right hand through the tight, wet surface of the painting until she watched her fingers appear in the painting. She felt the cold, hard metal of the real anvil under her palm. Her hand wasn't just inside the painting. Her hand was in Gavaldon. A portal. Reaper curled around her leg, ensuring he'd be along for the ride. Agatha smiled down sadly. "Thanks for helping me, Reap," she whispered, prying him off. "I'll be back for you when it's safe. I promise." As her cat whimpered, Agatha grabbed the anvil tighter and pulled herself head first into the painting. Her whole body was swallowed into hot, wet darkness before her face poked through another tight, wet barrier and into the cold night air. Still levitating horizontally, Agatha grabbed hold of the anvil with her second hand and yanked the rest of herself through the portal wall, the heel of her last clump popping out before she collapsed onto sooty cobblestones. When Agatha raised her head, the first thing she saw was hordes of screaming villagers fleeing for cover. Trapped in the stampede, Agatha rolled like a log under Mr. Deauville's awning, just missing being trampled before she ducked behind the anvil. Peeking over it, she could see people of Gavaldon cramming into the church, shuttering themselves in shops and chaining themselves in cottages. Once upon a time, she'd witnessed the same scenes as parents tried to protect their children from the schoolmaster. Now, it wasn't just the children they were hiding from him. Agatha rose from behind the anvil, gazing out at the woods a half-mile away. It was exactly as she'd seen in Sada's painting. Flames streaked through the distant trees, illuminating legions of zombie villains as they battled old heroes and students out of the woods, backing them towards an invisible barrier that separated the forest from Gavaldon. From inside the town, Agatha couldn't see the enchanted shield the way she'd seen it inside the woods. She only knew it was there because an ogre slammed a stimph out of nearby trees, sending it whizzing into the shield and ricocheting to the ground, toppling the young rider on its spine. Agatha squinted harder, trying to make out faces through the trees, but, like Sada's painting, all she saw was a blur of bodies and fire. Scared, Agatha searched for the sun, but couldn't find it through the clouds of smoke. How much time was left? 20 minutes? 15? Less? All at once it overwhelmed her. She'd never find Sophie in time. She'd never make her destroy that ring. She'd die here, useless and cowering, beneath a storybook shop. Panic ripped through her blood. "Don't give up." Cinderella's voice echoed inside of her like a heartbeat. "For the both of us." Air slowly came back into Agatha's lungs. Her mentor was right. Either she helped her good friends win this war, or she would die with them. But first, she had to get past that shield. Stealing with determination, she sprinted towards the woods. As she tore through town, she passed a father sending his wife and son up a ladder to hide in a chimney, a mother and daughter sealing themselves in a barrel, and one of the elders herding children into the schoolhouse, with Radley amongst them, balancing a fishbowl as he scooted inside. Agatha scanned the scattering villagers for Stefan or Honora, but there was no sign of either of them. Hurtling past the mills and lake into grassy fields, Agatha started to hear the sickening roar of the war, clashing metal, crushing stimph bones, and girls' and boys' screams. Soon she could make out a few faces, lit by the burning forest. Beatrix atop her stimph, still shooting arrows. Raven fighting a troll fist to fist. Kiko being chased by a zombie witch. But most of the war was still camouflaged by trees and the blue-black sky. As she got closer to the trees, Agatha began to glimpse small holes in the air, hundreds of them, each no bigger than a grapefruit. No one had ever seen the shield from inside Gavaldon, magically diverted before they could reach it. But Agatha could see the gaps in the barrier now, which meant she could figure out exactly where the shield was. Racing towards these holes, she noticed that the colours outside the holes were brighter and more vibrant than the colours inside them. And for a moment, she marvelled at how thin the line between stories and ordinary life really was. Skidding up to the shield, she reached out her fingers and felt the bubbly, invisible surface between the holes. Before the war, each fairy tale that evil had rewritten in its favour had punctured holes in the shield over the reader world, just as it had punctured holes in readers' faith in good. But, with good's greatest heroes still alive, none of these holes were big enough to let the shield fall. Yet. Nor let evil pass into their protected realm. Which left only one question. How am I supposed to get through? Agatha thought, panicking. Through the shield, she could see snatches of heroes past the trees, trying to hold the line against the dark army. If the villains pushed them back any farther, they'd have them cornered against the shield. Suddenly, Agatha glimpsed a flash of golden hair and broad shoulders. Tedros? He was already gone. There was no time to think about her prince. If she wanted to help him, she had to get through the shield and find Sophie. Agatha refocused and reached a hand through a hole, probing its edges. Breaking barriers was a personal talent. She'd gotten through the one on Halfway Bay every time she'd tried. Surely she could get through this one, too. But there was no gatekeeper to fool, nor any way to get through holes this small, or... Something nipped her finger. Agatha recoiled in surprise and saw one of Annadil's black rats planted on the woods side of the shield. Tiny claws clasping the edges of the hole for support. Rat number 3, Agatha remembered, the only one still perky enough to get this far, for the other two had yet to recover from retrieving Dovey's wand and zip-lining chocolate fog. Now, rat number 3 tittered sternly at Agatha through the hole, ordering her to pay attention before it started crawling through the hole into Gavaldon. The instant its nose crossed the plain between the woods and the reader world, the rat was assaulted by a fiery shock that sent it flying to the ground. Through the shield, Agatha watched rat number 3 jerking in the dirt, still alive, despite the magical shockwave. So, the shield won't let it through, she thought. She slipped her own hand through the hole again, easily. But then why does it let me? Agatha shook off the thought. What does it matter? The hole's still too small for me to fit into... Something bit her again. Agatha looked at Annadil's rat, who'd crawled up the shield again despite its obvious pain, and was still glowering at her. Agatha glowered right back. What did the little pest want? She gasped. Little. It's showing me how to get through. Mogrify. It wants me to mogrify. And there was only one animal Agatha knew how to be. Instantly, she closed her eyes and visualized the spell, feeling her fingertip glow hot gold. In a flash, she shrunk to the ground, her clothes flopping on top of her, before she crawled out from under them, a skinny black cockroach. Antennae quivering, Agatha the roach skittered up the side of the shield, leaving her clothes behind, and scooted through one of the holes, before she followed the rat down the side of the shield and into the woods. The second Agatha pattered through the first trees, a green fireball scudded past her, nearly incinerating her and the rat. Petrified, she chased after Annadil's pet, zipping through the war in full flight. But as a cockroach, she was so small that all she could see were crashing feet and falling bodies, and the glow of flaming arrows and magical spells shooting back and forth above her. She needed to look for Sophie, but with all the fighting around her, she'd never find her as a bug. An arrow sheared over her tiny carapace. Spooked, Agatha accelerated behind the rat, leading her intently towards a pine bush. Agatha motored through the bush behind him, pine needles pricking her thorax, and came out the other side. She stopped, cold. Handsome, dark-skinned Nicholas was face down in mulch, a giant gash through the back of his head. As the roar of war echoed beyond the bush, Agatha gazed at the young Everboy, her insides crumbling. Valiant, sweet Nicholas, dead. Because of her fairy tale? Sadness and guilt rushed through her, big bug eyes filling with tears. Annadil's rat hissed. Agatha turned to see it glaring at her and pinching at Nicholas's uniform. It wants me to take his clothes. There was no part of Agatha that could do what she was about to do, and yet she had no choice. Don't think. Don't think. Don't think. Sick to her gut, she reverted back to human form and forced herself to change into Nicholas's uniform while she crouched behind the pine bush. As she shoved on his big boots and pulled on his cloak, the rat nudged over Nicholas's bow and quiver of arrows, which lay by his side. Agatha leaned in and touched her shaking hand to Nicholas's black hair. "Find Sophie," she gritted. "Find her now." From the rat, she took his weapon into hand and rose from the bush. Suited in all black, her eyes darkening and jaw clamped. With a deep breath, Agatha plunged into war. The air was so dark and foggy, filled with the smoke of flying arrows and burning zombie corpses, that at first she could only see shadows. Taking cover behind a tree, she squinted and made out Hort and Peter Pan 20 feet away, both trying to fend off Captain Hook with sticks, rocks, and whatever else they could find on the ground. Meanwhile, Tinkerbell frantically showered fairy dust over Hook, trying to fly him away, but the captain spun and sliced into her wing with his blade, sending Tink plummeting to the ground. As Tinkerbell crawled through the grass looking for a place to hide, Hook stabbed harder at Peter and Hort. Hort tripped backwards over Peter's feet, trying to defend him, and Hook bashed him aside, bolting towards Pan. Behind a tree, Agatha knew she only had one shot to save him. With her finger glow, she lit her arrow tip on fire and aimed it right at Hook's heart. As he launched towards Peter Pan, Hook ripping towards his neck, Agatha let the arrow fly. It missed Hook's heart, but speared his cheek instead, lighting his face on fire. As Hook staggered back in surprise, trying in vain to put out the flames, Hort and Peter didn't even look to see who'd saved their lives. Both ran for cover as Agatha watched Hook succumb to the fire and collapse into the dirt. One down, even if it was by accident. Agatha stepped out from behind the tree, another arrow drawn. She searched the trees for Sophie, but all she could find were more students and mentors trying to fight off zombie villains who seemed to be exclusively targeting the famous heroes now. Gretel and Hester against the witch, Red Riding Hood and Dot against the wolf, Jack and Annadil against the giant. With every second, the good heroes were losing more ground against their villains, steadily being pushed out of the trees towards Gavaldon's shield. The battlefield around them was littered with fractured stimps, dead villains, and moaning students nursing wounds and broken limbs. Suddenly, in the far distance, Agatha glimpsed Auric rushing at Professor Dovey with a jagged knife. The old dean tried to shoot him with a spell, but the young dean was coming too fast. He tackled her to the ground, knocking her out, cold. Gripping Dovey by her silver hair, he kneeled over her senseless body. Agatha bleached white. If she tried to shoot Auric from here, she'd have to be dead on target, or she'd hit Dovey instead. She barely even managed to hit Hook, and he'd been 20 feet away. Instinctively, she started dashing towards Auric, fumbling for an arrow, trying to get close enough to get a better shot. But it was too late. Auric raised his knife over Professor Dovey's throat, about to finish her. Agatha screamed. From behind, Lady Lesso charged in and dove on top of Auric, knocking him off wounded Clarissa. Agatha choked with relief. But now Auric was on top of his mother, the two of them flailing for the dagger in the dirt. Agatha ran faster, trying to get within shooting range. As Lady Lesso clasped the dagger, Auric punched her in the back of the neck and surged over her. His mother collapsed onto her stomach, but lurched forward, grappling Auric by the ears. Both flushed red, mother and son fighting for the knife, the gleam of metal swerving from one to the other until Auric kicked it away. Agatha aimed her arrow from afar, trying to get a clear shot at Auric's head, but he and Lesso were both crawling madly towards the dagger now, jabbing and elbowing past each other. Lady Lesso swiped the blade first, but Auric leapt on top of her. His mother flipped over, clutching her son by the throat, their faces touching, the knife trapped between them. Auric's eyes shot wide as he let out a stunned cry. Standing over him, Professor Dovey stabbed a broken stimph bone deeper into his back. Auric's big muscles went limp, and he collapsed on top of his mother, blood seeping out of his mouth. Lesso shoved her son off her, wheezing for breath. Flat on her back, the evil dean clutched Professor Dovey's wrist and smiled weakly at her best friend. Agatha dropped her arrow and throttled towards Lesso and Dovey, thankful they were both safe. Something crashed into Agatha and yanked her behind a tree.
Where is she?
Hester barked over the chaos.
Where's Sophie?
Agatha shook her head. I don't know. Hester seized Agatha's shoulders.
Look!
Agatha followed her eyes through the trees to a fleck of light, half buried into the horizon.
10 minutes. That's all we have. You have to find Sophie.
Hester commanded. Where's Tedros? Agatha breathed.
Merlin's trying to keep kids alive as long as he can,
Hester said, pointing at the wizard, darting from wounded student to wounded student, treating their injuries with dust from his hat.
Where's Tedros?
Agatha pressed. They heard a high-pitched scream and whirled to see Pinocchio chased by 20 ogres and trolls across the woods. Just as the villains snagged him, a horde of animals burst from the forest and slammed into the zombies, dislodging Pinocchio from their grip. Princess Uma swung down from a tree and pulled the old hero up to safety in its branches, alongside Yuba and the White Rabbit, while Uma's animal army fought the zombies below. Another yell rang out, and Agatha twirled to see Lancelot battling Rafal near the first line of trees. The knight's shoulder was drenched with blood, but he was deftly deflecting the young sorcerer's spells, despite his snarls of pain. Agatha paled. Tedros wasn't with him.
Agatha, listen to me,
Hester hissed.
Hook's dead. Annie killed Briar Rose's fairy, and I killed my zombie mother, pretending like I was happy to see her. All that's left is Jack's giant, Riding Hood's wolf, and Cinderella's stepmother. We'll do everything we can to keep that shield from falling, but you have to find Sophie.
Where's Tedros? Agatha demanded.
He's fine. Prince Loser is fine, Hester lashed. Lance is keeping him away from the schoolmaster, all right?
She pointed across the forest at Tedros, brandishing Excalibur and barreling at ogres the way he once barreled at Lancelot on the moors, while Chaddock flew over the prince on a stimph, taking out wounded ogres with fiery arrows.
But you don't have time to help him, or check on him, or get anywhere near him, so don't even try it, Hester berated. We need you to find Sophie now. 10 minutes, Agatha.
Agatha met her eyes. 10 minutes.
Hurry,
Hester begged before running to help Dot and Riding Hood. On a breath, Agatha tore in the opposite direction, eyes peeled for Sophie, as she leapt over fallen students and zombies. A boom echoed behind her, and she spun to see Jack's giant fall to the ground, leveled by Kiko, Beatrix, and Rena, who'd firebombed him from the height of the trees, while Annadil, Jack, and Briar Rose distracted him from below. Behind them, the wolf was advancing on Red Riding Hood, with Dot seemingly hurt on the ground. But just as the wolf's jaws closed over Red Riding Hood's head, Dot thrust out her glowing fingertip and turned the wolf's jaws to chocolate. His chocolate teeth sunk into Red Riding Hood, crumbling down to the gums. When he recoiled in shock, Hester had a fire-tipped arrow waiting for him. Agatha heaved relief, scanning for Sophie. The old heroes were safe now. The shield wouldn't fall. Her eyes bulged. Cinderella was frozen near the shield, seeing her undead stepsisters for the first time. Agatha watched Ella's face melt to happiness, taking in the beloved sisters she'd once loved more than anyone else. It didn't matter that they were spear-wielding zombies, or that they were on evil's side. Like a moth to fire, Ella drifted towards them, hands up in peace. The closer she drew, the more her stepsisters' gnarled faces softened in turn, their grip on their spears weakening, as if they too felt the stirrings of old love for their sister, erasing all new orders to hurt her. Cinderella slowly held out her arms towards them, a beautiful glow spreading across her face. She didn't hear her stepmother behind her, with the axe. "No!" Agatha cried, sprinting forwards. Cinderella turned too late. The axe slashed down. As the old princess fell, Agatha's vision fogged with tears, her heartbeat dragging to a crawl. In the fiery hell pit of the forest, a war stopped. Even Lancelot and Rafal held their blows, watching Cinderella hit the ground only a few feet from Gavaldon's shield. Merlin turned from nursing injured Ruven. The wizard's body went stiff, his eyes flying to Agatha. Shell-shocked, both she and the wizard wheeled towards the shield over Gavaldon. A young boy stood inside the protective bubble, watching them. He was no more than 7 or 8 years old and held a storybook open in his hands. Agatha recognized him immediately. Jacob, Honora's youngest son. He watched Cinderella dying on the other side of the thin shield, her slumped position matching the changing painting on the last page of the fairy tale in his hands. The rewritten book slipped out of his fingers and fell to the grass. Behind him, Agatha glimpsed a mob of shadows led by a tall, broad man racing towards the young boy from Gavaldon's square. She could hear Stefan calling out Jacob's name, telling him to get away. But it didn't matter now. The holes in the shield over Gavaldon were magically expanding and bleeding into each other, growing bigger, bigger, bigger. All at once, the shield exploded with an ear-splitting crack, detonating in a blinding flash of white light that jolted the forest like an earthquake. Heroes young and old spilled to the ground as stimps careened head-first into trees, exploding on impact. Agatha spun from the sizzling glare, her body thrown to the dirt as she covered her eyes. Then the light seemed to fade. Little by little, she peeked up through her fingers and saw twinkles of white raining over the reader world like stars. The shield between the woods and Gavaldon was gone. In the woods, the heroes were slow to get up, but the zombies were already unfurling to their feet. Agatha couldn't see Tedros anywhere, or Merlin, or Lancelot for that matter. She swiveled back to where the shield had been. Jacob had been subsumed into the throng of villagers who'd swarmed in to save him. Honora gripped him hard against her waist, his elder brother Adam under her other arm as she herded them into the safety of the crowd. Staring at the firelit battlefield, the oldest elder quivered at the fore of the mob, too frightened to discern who was friend and who was foe. He held out his hands in surrender, backing against his people.
Every 4 years you ripped our families apart. You took our children. Isn't that enough?
The elder pleaded.
We'll do anything you want. Please don't kill us.
I have no intention to kill you, said a cool, hard voice. Agatha's spine tingled. Slowly she turned, along with the villagers, to see Rafal, standing alone inside the boundary of the reader world.
Well, except for him."
He grinned. The young schoolmaster stepped aside, revealing Stefan kneeling in the grass, gagged with a stick. Sophie stood over her father, cold-eyed and still.
"In fact, it's not me doing the killing at all. My true love will be the one to end this story."
Rafal kissed Sophie's hand gently, his ring on her finger gleaming against his lips.
"Sacrificing her own father's blood for love."
Agatha broke out in a sweat. The most dangerous person in a fairy tale is the one willing to do anything for love. It was never the readers that Rafal was after in Gavelden. It was only one reader, a reader whose murder could undo the schoolmaster's slaying of his own brother. Merlin's words rushed back to her, the ones he'd spoken in the Celestium the night before the war, the ones that didn't make any sense.
What if we have the whole story wrong, Agatha?
The day Rafal had killed his own blood, he'd proven that evil couldn't love and doomed his side to eternal defeat. But now, he had a queen who would kill her own blood to prove evil could love. An original sin erased. The curse on evil reversed. An immortal schoolmaster with no one to stop him until every last ever was dead. Until good was only a memory. Just as he'd promised. Horror-struck, Agatha looked up at Sophie standing with Rafal, his spiked white hair like icicles against the night sky. As Sophie gazed at her beautiful true love, there was nothing in her eyes but a deep, green void. Beneath her, Stefan didn't struggle. He knew he was beaten. Agatha felt her fingertip heat up, knowing Tedros must be nearby. Lancelot and Merlin, too. Surely they could help her get to Stefan in time. Somehow they'd get Sophie away from the schoolmaster. The wizard always had a plan. But now she saw Rafal smirking at her, his eyes on her glowing fingertip as if she was 2 steps behind. Dread rising, Agatha turned to see Rafal's zombies restraining Merlin's army, young and old, weapons to each of their necks. Zombie trolls and ogres broke heroes' bows and crushed the last stimps with their fists, splintering their bones. Trapped at spear and sword point, the young and old heroes surrendered to their knees like Stefan. First Hort and Peter together, then Jack and Briar Rose, Uma, Yuba and Pinocchio. Even Hester knew her demon was no match for a knife-wielding zombie witch, and dropped to the dirt next to Anadil and Dot. Petrified, Agatha searched for Tedros, but she couldn't see him anywhere as she scanned the grove down to the last 2 trolls tying prisoners to a tree. Her heart stopped. The prisoners were Merlin and Lancelot. The knight had a gash in his cheek, a scorched thigh, and his shoulder looked worse than before as he drifted in and out of consciousness, trying to keep his head up. Merlin had been stripped of hat and cloak, and one of the ogres had hacked off his beard. Slumped in the dirt in a filthy undershirt, the wizard stared at the sun through the trees, minutes from snuffing out. She could see the despair in his sad blue eyes, reflecting the last trickle of light. Together, they'd failed to destroy Sophie's ring, failed to hold the shield, failed to stop the schoolmaster from his ending. Instead, they'd given him just enough time to seal Good's destruction forever. Agatha waited for Merlin to look at her, to tell her what to do from here, to give Good a way out. But Merlin never did. Rafal leered at the hapless wizard and the rest of the kneeling hostages.
"Why can't some souls love?"
he asked, his sultry tone carrying into the night.
"It's a question I've wrestled a long time. watching good win every single story, while souls like mine languished without a weapon to fight back. So many nevers try to love in good's way, in the hope that we might find a happy ending too. Even me, I tried to love my good brother with just as much fervor as evil's queen once loved a good prince. But evil can't love in good's way, no matter how hard we try. Because our souls were never created with love. We are the discarded, the neglected, the beaten down. We are the hated, the cast-offs, the freaks. Despair is our fuel, pain is our power. The love that wins ever afters could never be enough for us. Nothing will ever be enough to satisfy the black hole in our hearts, unless we change what love means.
A cutting smile slid across his face, his eyes lifting to Agatha.
And evil finds its own happy endings.
An ogre seized Agatha from behind and bound her wrists. At the same time, muffled yells tore through the silence, and Agatha swiveled to see two trolls push Tedros next to her with hands tied. The prince, bare-chested and gagged with his balled-up shirt. He no longer had his father's sword. Rafal leaned between them, his lips at their ears.
I promised you an ending you'd never forget,
he whispered, his breath gelid on Agatha's skin.
The last ever after to your fairy tale.
One troll handed Excalibur to Sophie, who instantly put it to Stefan's throat. The second troll pulled the axe from Cinderella's corpse and handed the weapon to Rafal. Rafal shoved Agatha and Tedros down to their knees, side by side, before he pinned a black boot between each of their shoulder blades. First Agatha, then Tedros, crushing their faces over a fallen tree trunk as two ogres kept their bodies from squirming. The young schoolmaster carefully lay the axe blade across Agatha's and Tedros's necks, the edge long enough to take care of both of them at once. Agatha could feel the blood dripping off the steel, along with rough speckles of rust.
Good finds ever after with a kiss. Evil finds ever after with a kill.
Rafal looked up at Sophie, smouldering red patches on his snow-white cheeks.
You've been hurt by everyone you ever trusted, my queen. But one swing, and they'll be gone for good. One swing, and our love is sealed forever.
There was a mad, lustful passion in his face now.
Because on this night, I take you, Sophie, as my never after. From this day forward, in darkness and despair, for evil and eviler, to love and to hate, till death never do us part. This death I give to you, my one true love.
He pressed his axe into Agatha's and Tedros's necks, taking aim. Sophie's face was still a hard, ghostly mask. She dug Excalibur deep into Stefan's windpipe. This death I give to you, Rafal, my one true love, she pledged. Sophie, no! Agatha cried out, twisting to meet her eyes. He's your father! Rafal crunched his boot down, silencing her. Wait, Sophie said, sharp as a whip, stopping the young schoolmaster cold. I'm not finished with this one. Rafal's boot eased up on Agatha, and he smirked at his queen, surprised.
By all means, my love. Unleash.
Sophie turned to Agatha, the hardness in her face warping to something deeper, scarier. You think this man deserves the name father? A man who despises me? Stefan tried to speak, but Sophie jammed the sword blade against his neck. I tried to make him love me. I tried to show him the real me. But he hated me even more. Just like Tedros. Just like everyone good ever did. Sophie spat at Agatha. I am my mother. Evil to the bone. That's all anyone will ever see. Agatha raised her head from the log. Except me. Her voice was surprisingly calm, as if rising from a place over which she had no control. She could see the last slivers of sun glint in Excalibur's blade. Merlin had warned her. She would have one chance with Sophie. Use it wisely. She tried to listen to the wizard. She tried to have a plan. But there was no plan. There could never be a plan for her and Sophie. There was only the truth. She could feel Tedros struggling against his binds like he had on a pyre once upon a time in Gavelden, trying to help her. But this time, it was she who gently touched her foot to his leg, soothing him. No one could help her now. This was her and Sophie's fairy tale, and this was the end. Agatha looked up at her friend. I know what's inside you, Sophie, she said, beyond your mother, beyond evil. I know the real you. This is the real me. This has always been the real me, Sophie retorted, tightening her grip on the sword. The one who doesn't have to pretend to be good anymore. The one who doesn't have to feel like I'm not enough. The one who doesn't have to feel anything at all. I'm finally happy, Agatha. No, you're not, Agatha said quietly. You're not happy. Sophie bristled. About to die with your beloved prince, and still thinking about me? My story will go on without you, Agatha. I don't need you anymore, or your pity. Like one of your decrepit cats. I'm no longer your good deed. But I'm still yours, said Agatha. Because without your love, I'd never have become who I really am. So even if I die, I'll always be your good deed, Sophie. And no evil in the world will ever erase that. Spots of pink seared Sophie's cheeks. Her throat bobbed. You shouldn't have come back for me, she rasped. You should have lived your own life and let me have mine. None of this would have ever happened. I would do it all over again, said Agatha. Because we're sisters, Sophie scoffed, fighting emotion. Stefan gurgled, confused. Sophie dug the blade deeper. Because we're more than sisters, said Agatha, staring straight at her. We chose each other, Sophie. We're best friends. Sophie looked away. A princess and witch can never be friends. Our story will forever prove that. No. Our story proves a princess and a witch have to be friends. Because each of us has played both parts, said Agatha. And we'll always play both parts. That's who we are. That's why we're us. Sophie still couldn't look at her. All I ever wanted was love, Aggie, she breathed, voice breaking. All I ever wanted was a happy ending like yours. You already have one, Sophie. You've always had one. Agatha smiled through tears. With me. Sophie finally met her eyes. For the briefest of moments, sound and space fell away. The two of them locked in a gaze so strong that they became reflections of each other. Light and dark, good and evil, hero and villain. Only, as each looked deeper, neither knew who was who. For in each other's eyes, they saw the answers to their own souls' silent questions, as if they weren't reflections at all, but two halves of the same. A tear slipped down Sophie's cheek, her mouth falling open to the softest of gasps, as if a fire inside her had gone out. The young schoolmaster looked ruffled, his hands twitching on the axe, pupils darting between his prisoner and his queen. Sophie blinked, the moment gone. She looked at Agatha as if she were a stranger, her face chilling back to its dead numb shell. Slowly, Sophie turned to Rafal. "On 3, she said. Rafal smiled cruelly at Sophie and slammed Agatha's head back down on the tree. "On 3, said Rafal, measuring the blade against her and Tedros's necks. Agatha went limp, her heart broken. 1, said Sophie. Tedros stopped thrashing, as if he knew the end had come. He pressed his bare shoulder against Agatha's, and she pulled even closer, wanting to feel every part of him as they died. 2, said Rafal, both fists on the axe. She tasted the warmth of Tedros's breath. "Forever," he whispered. "Forever," she whispered. Rafal raised the axe over their heads. Sophie aimed her sword at her father's neck. 3, Sophie said. Agatha felt the wind of the falling axe and saw Sophie swing Tedros's sword, the sun imploding to darkness in the mirror of its steel. But as Excalibur grazed Stefan's skin, about to rip into his throat, Sophie suddenly diverted her swing, looping the sword upwards. Her right hand came off the hilt, brushing across her left hand, sweeping the schoolmaster's ring clean off her finger and high into the air, the gold circle catching the last spear of light in the sky like a bold new sun. The glare blinded Rafal, and he froze the axe in shock, whirling back towards his queen. As the ring fell towards Sophie, his eyes widened in horror, and he thrust out his palm, a blast of black glow scorching towards her. Clasping the sword with both fists, Sophie looked dead into the schoolmaster's eyes and smashed Excalibur down with all her might, shattering the ring out of the air into 1,000,000 shards of gold. Gold shimmer enveloped Sophie's body like a shield as the schoolmaster's death spell ripped into her, the black cloud breaking apart on impact and dissipating like the last mists of a storm. Thunderstruck, Rafal watched the last embers of his ring go cold, betrayal flushing through his young, beautiful face. Then he began to change. His face shriveled like rancid fruit, his thick white hair sloughed off in clumps over his mottled skull, his spine hunched with sickening crackles, jerking his body into ugly contortions. Liver spots rashed across decaying skin, his blue eyes clouding toxic grey, his muscled limbs shrinking to bony sticks. With each second, he grew older and older, thousands of years old, screams of rage tearing from inside of him as his flesh boiled with heat. His clothes burned off of him, smoke spitting through his mummifying skin until the schoolmaster was unmasked at last, a naked corpse of blackened, hateful flesh. His red eyes met Sophie's. Roaring with vengeance, he staggered towards her, faster, faster, stabbing out a rotted claw for her face. His hand crumbled to dust as he touched her. Rafal let out a monstrous cry and burst into ashes, cascading to the ground like the sands of an hourglass. All through the trees, his dark army of old villains crumbled too, their weapons dropping and clinking to earth in clouds of dust. A last gust of wind swept trails of smoke across the forest like a curtain. The night was quieter than the depths of a tomb. Stupefied, Tedros ripped out his gag and scraped to his knees first, gaping into the black sky. "We're here," he said, spinning around. "We're still here. Agatha, we're alive! The storybook's closed." His princess hadn't moved. Face down on the log. "Agatha?" Slowly, Agatha looked up at him, Tedros, I think I'm going to faint.
Her prince smiled. You catch me, I catch you.
The colour drained from Agatha's face, and she slackened into his waiting arms. Across from them, petrified villagers freed Stefan, who tearfully embraced Honora and her 2 young sons. In the mulch of the forest, young and old heroes pulled themselves off the ground, surveying the carnage of war. Hester cut Lancelot and Merlin loose, while Hort reunited the wizard with his hat and starry cloak. Meanwhile, Anadil and Dot hustled between old mentors, propping them up to their feet.
"We'll make you a new wing, Tink,"
Peter said, comforting his weeping fairy.
"Make me a new chair, too,"
said Hansel, frowning at a broken wheel on his wheelchair. With his spectacles cracked, the White Rabbit depended on Yuba to guide him, while Princess Uma said a silent prayer for all the animals that had died during the war.
"Anyone seen Jack?"
Pinocchio asked. Red Riding Hood pointed to him and Briar Rose, kissing behind a tree. As Merlin tended to the wounded students, Beatrix used what few skills she'd learned leading Evil's infirmary to help Lancelot bind his bloody shoulder.
Gwen will never let me leave the house again, he grumbled.
As Agatha stirred, she felt Tedros running his fingers through her hair. The first thing she saw was Merlin crouched over Cinderella, wrapping her body in his cloak. The old princess looked so peaceful and light, the way she had when she saw her stepsisters one last time. The wizard met Agatha's eyes and gave her the warmest of smiles, as if to reassure her that even though she was no longer alive, Cinderella had finally found her happy ending. Agatha watched as Hort and Chaddock helped the wizard carry her away. Tomorrow there would be a funeral where she could say goodbye. Tomorrow. The sun, she choked, peering into the dark sky. Where's the sun?
Waiting to rise in the morning,
said her bare-chested prince, helping her up.
Thanks to you.
Agatha exhaled. Takes 2 for a happy ending, she said, searching for her best friend. But Sophie was nowhere to be seen.
You know what went through my head as the axe was coming down? Tedros asked. That we never had nicknames for each other like every other couple.
We're not like every other couple, said Agatha, looking at him.
No, we're not, Tedros admitted. Not every king finds a queen who's smarter, stronger, and better than him in every way.
Agatha put her hand to his golden cheek. You are the pretty one, at least. Tedros grinned, leaning in.
You might have me beat there, too.
He kissed her, long and soft, leaving Agatha even more wobbly on her feet. Tedros steadied her with his strong arm, bringing her into his sweaty chest. After all this, he somehow smelled better than he ever did before. She kissed him again, a blush blooming on her cheeks. Then her smile faded. Tedros noticed and turned. Through the trees, Sophie was kneeling beside Lady Lesso, shivering on her back as Professor Dovey clutched her friend's hand. The evil dean's dress was soaked with blood. Oh no, Agatha whispered. Sophie stroked Lady Lesso's cheek, gazing into her violet eyes. The dean was wheezing shallowly, trying in vain to say something. Shh, Professor Dovey said to her, stoic and firm. Just rest. The good dean had known the moment she'd seen the wound from Aric's knife that magic would serve no use. Sophie glanced up and saw Agatha, Tedros, and all the other young and old heroes gathered at a distance, watching solemnly.
What made you do it?
Sophie slowly looked down.
Tell me,
Lady Lesso said. Sophie smiled. "The same thing that made you turn your back on evil, too," she said. "A friend." Lady Lesso took Sophie's hand in hers, the Dean's other hand still on Clarissa's. "The old and the new together," she whispered. "Both in good hands." Tears slipped down Sophie's face. "This is my fault?" "No," said Lady Lesso, stealing wilfully. "Never that. You're my child, as much as my own son. You are loved, Sophie." Her voice faltered. "Always remember, you are loved." Clarissa touched her. "Lady Lesso, please." "Leonora." Lady Lesso looked up at her best friend. "My name is Leonora." Slowly, the Dean's eyes closed. She never took another breath. Professor Dovey finally wept, draping herself over her best friend. Sophie quietly left the two of them alone. Agatha was waiting for her at Gavaldon's edge. They stood together in silence, watching Dovey hold Lesso's dead body the way Agatha once held Sophie's. Sophie's fingers clasped Agatha's. Agatha gently squeezed Sophie back. "Where's Tedros?" Sophie said at last. "Rounding up the others so we can head to the school," Agatha replied, watching Tedros and Lancelot in the forest lifting Rovan, Professor Anemone, and the other injured atop the rumps of Princess Uma's few surviving animals. "So many hurt that we'll need the other teachers' help." "Come on, let's chip in," Sophie said, heading towards the trees. "Not yet," said Agatha. "There's someone waiting for you first." Sophie looked over her friend's shoulder and saw Stefan standing in the grass, the rest of the villagers gathered at a distance. Sophie's heart caved in. Stefan never said a word. He just hugged his daughter tight as both of them sobbed. "I'm sorry," she breathed. "I'm sorry, Father." "I never hated you." "Never," Stefan fought. "I tried to be a good father. You don't know how hard I tried." "You were," Sophie sniffled. "You were a good father." "I love you more than anything in the world," Stefan whispered. "You're my child, Sophie." Stefan saw Agatha crying now, watching him with Sophie. "Though you've always made Agatha feel like one of mine too," he said, smiling tenderly at her. Sophie wiped her cheek. "Come on, Aggie." Agatha hugged Stefan too, nestling against him as her tears stained his shirt. She wanted to tell him. She wanted to tell him everything, but as she caught Sophie's eyes, her friend clearly having the same thoughts, neither of them said a word. For in a single moment, they'd found everything they needed. They didn't need any more. There, in the space between worlds, two girls held their father, their bodies still and serene, as if 3 pieces had been made whole at last. Agatha looked up at Stefan, smiling. With a gasp, she broke away from him. For Stefan was shimmering, along with the rest of the villagers behind him. Within seconds, their bodies turned translucent, as Gavaldon started vanishing into a glare of white light. Stunned, Stefan looked up and saw a shield streaking down from the sky. Agatha felt Sophie's hand on hers, pulling her away from him. "No, stay with us, Sophie," Stefan begged, fading faster. "Stay with your family." "I love you, Father, but you have a new family now," said Sophie, eyes glistening. "The one you always deserved. The one that will make you truly happy." She held Agatha closer. "I have a new family too. One that can finally make me happy. So don't worry about me, Father. Please. Don't look back. Never look back. No. Sophie, no! Stefan lunged out a hand for his daughter as the shield slashed between them. Wait! Light slipped through his fingers. He was gone. Chapter 35. Never Ever After. Sophie rose early to watch the sun. Wrapped in a wool blanket, she leaned over the rooftop balcony of Merlin's menagerie, surrounded by leafy sculptures of her best friend's love story, and gazed out at the brilliant fireball amidst purple shreds of sky. She'd forgotten what the sun looked like, so full and strong, brushing across her like a warm gold kiss. In the dawn light, she could see the glittering blue glass towers of honor and valor beneath her, the pink towers of purity and charity connected by a colored breezeway, and across the bay, the jagged black castles of malice, mischief, and vice. The schoolmaster's death had restored the school for good and evil to balance, even though both the lake and moat sides of Halfway Bay continued to belch with noxious green fog. Merlin insisted the condition would resolve on its own once Evers and Nevers resumed their classes and the magical wave responsible for sorting students began its rounds. It had taken the wizard and Tinkerbell most of the night to fly the schoolmaster's tower from the blue forest back to its rightful place between the halves of the bay. For one thing, Tink's aging fairy dust moved the structure slower than a snail would. For another, Tink was still adjusting to the new wing Merlin had made for her out of a blue butterfly he'd found in the dean's office. The wizard had yet to remand the Nevers to Evil's castle, preferring they all stay together for the night in the comforts of the good dormitories. Once the good and evil teachers were freed, the faculty spent most of the evening treating injured students and heroes, while the rest of the Evers and Nevers had a full supper of turkey meatballs, carrot ginger soup, green herb salad, and raspberry pie, catered by Merlin's hat. If any of the evil teachers resented the loss of their schoolmaster, or having been sealed in their rooms during the war, none of them showed it. Perhaps because they saw the extent of the wounds suffered in battle, or more likely, because Lady Lesso's death meant one of them would be chosen the new Dean of Evil. With the schoolmaster gone and Lady Lesso unable to choose a successor, it was soon widely presumed that Professor Manley would take her place. He'd already spent the night redecorating her office. As the sun slipped behind a cloud, the winter chill returning, Sophie sat down and snuggled against a topiary of Tedros proposing to Agatha at the Circus of Talents. Resting her head between them, she let her eyes close, thankful that she had nowhere to be, no one to see, and nothing wanting in her heart. She'd never truly loved Rafal, no matter how much she'd told herself she did. She'd used him, trying to heal the hole in her soul, just like he'd tried to use her. But he was gone now, the finger that once wore his ring, bare and blank. Dreams floated by, and she found herself standing in front of beautiful white and blue spires spearing the sky, topped with vermilion flags. Camelot. She could see the white marble path leading towards the kingdom, the tall silver gates wide open, Agatha and Tedros, hand in hand, waiting for her on the other side with big, bright smiles.
Sophie?
Her eyes fluttered open to full-blown morning.
They're starting soon,
said Hort. He was standing at the frosted door of the roof, his muscular frame obscured by a dumpy black tunic that used to be Evil's uniform. In his hand was a matching tunic.
No,
Sophie gasped.
really?
Hort cracked a grin.
really.
The funerals for Cinderella and Lady Lesso took place in the Blue Forest, which was already coming back to life by the time the nymphs began laying out chairs in the tulip garden. All the Nevers wore their saggy black uniforms and sat on the left side of the grass, while all the Evers sat on the right, with the girls in their usual pink pinafores and the boys in sky-blue shirts, navy jackets, and knotted slim ties. Many of the students had bruises, bandages, and casts, which they showed off to classmates with furtive whispers and the utmost pride. Indeed, there were no dirty looks across the aisle, nor any of the usual rancor between the good and evil schools, but instead a silent gratitude that the other school was present at all. The old heroes were there too, neatly fitted out in suits and dresses they'd found in the faculty closets. Only Lancelot was absent, who couldn't bear to be away from his Guinevere any longer and had absconded during the night once the students were safely asleep. Everyone expected Merlin to preside over the ceremony as he stepped to the dais in front of the twin coffins, but the wizard invited Professor Dovey to say a few words instead. Dressed in her chartreuse gown, Clarissa Dovey took the lectern, her brown eyes glassy, her nose tipped red. "So much has been written of Cinderella, a student whose fairy tale will live on forever," she began. "But there will be no stories of Lady Lesso, no tales passed down from reader to reader, keeping her name alive. For that, she would be thankful, because Leonora Lesso only wanted one thing in her life, to find the true meaning of evil. And it was in the pursuit of that meaning that she showed us why this school must endure. For in the end, it was evil's dean who proved that sometimes good isn't evil's greatest enemy, but an unexpected friend." She spoke a while longer, but it was these words that remained in the minds of young and old when the good dean was finished, as they each took a turn touching the coffins and saying quiet goodbyes. After the nymphs carried the coffins out of the Blue Forest and into the woods, where they'd be properly buried by a new crypt-keeper, the others moved into the blue pumpkin patch for tea. Rena and Millicent played their flutes, and Beatrix sang an aria no one listened to, while Merlin's hat laid out a colourful spread of jam-dot cookies, coconut cake, caramel macaroons, and sugar-mint scones. Nearby, students broke into sun-drenched packs, sober faces gradually melting to smiles. Hester, Annadil, and Dot peered at Sophie across the pumpkins, clad in Evil's saggy black robes and idling alongside Agatha in pink and Tedros in blue.
"Strange parties. I'll miss 'em," said Annadil, rats peeking out of her tunic. "Even the cretinous prince."
"At least with Sophie gone, Hester will finally be class captain," Dot said, adding chocolate chips to her scone.
"Won't mean very much without her, will it?"
Hester said wistfully.
"She was the greatest witch of us all."
On the other side of the patch, Sophie noticed Hester, Annadil, and Dot sharing pieces of a scone, and for the briefest of moments, she wished she could take them to Camelot with her. "You're worse than Sophie," garbled Agatha's voice. Sophie turned to see her arguing with Tedros, Agatha's mouth full of cake. "You keep saying you're hungry, but then you won't eat anything," Agatha badgered, spilling crumbs on her pink dress.
"Coronation's tomorrow, which means they paint the royal portrait, which stays up for the next 1,000 years. Sorry if I want to look my best," Tedros groused. "They're painting mine too, and you don't see me or Reaper acting like a ninny," said Agatha, beaming at her hideous cat, chasing squealing Kiko around the willows. "Reaper?" Tedros blurted. "If you think for 1 second I'm allowing that Satan worshipper in my castle—"
"Your castle? I thought it was our castle."
"Which means we get a pet we both like."
"No Reaper, no me."
"No you then."
"You puffed up, lily-livered, mule-headed—" Agatha stopped and saw Sophie goggling at the two of them. "I really am better off, aren't I?" said Sophie. All three of them burst into laughter.
"Tedros, look!"
Chaddock hollered. The prince turned to see a gaggle of Evers gathered at the Blue Forest gates, ogling a white and blue carriage swerving up the path, pulled by two white horses, the corners of its square enclosure topped with vermilion flags. "Is that it?" Agatha asked nervously.
Tedros smiled. "Come on, love. Camelot's waiting,"
he said, yanking her towards it. He glanced back.
"Hurry, Sophie. There's room in the carriage for 3. Which means your mother and I will have to ride behind,"
a deep voice hollered. Tedros looked up to see Lancelot with Guinevere, saddled on Benedict the horse, racing alongside the carriage. By the time Guinevere dismounted, Tedros had nearly flattened her with a hug.
"You're coming with us,"
he said, tears flowing. "Me and the ogre," said Guinevere, kissing his cheek. "A king needs his mother." She looked up at Agatha. "And so does his queen." Agatha embraced her. "You have no idea," she breathed.
"Thank you, Mother."
Tedros sniffled, putting his arms around the both of them.
"Thank you. You can thank her by taking that death warrant off her head,"
Lancelot crabbed. "Oh, Lance, must you ruin everything?" Guinevere sighed. As Lancelot relented and joined the group hug, Sophie watched from a distance as Agatha wrapped tighter into the arms of a loving prince and new, beautiful family. Seeing the glow in her friend's face, Sophie's own heart felt light as a cloud. Lady Lesso was right. Agatha's happiness was her happiness, and that was ever after enough. "Sophie, come on!" She glanced up at Tedros and Agatha, holding the carriage door open for her. With a smile, Sophie started heading towards them.
"Dear girl, do you mind retrieving my cape from Professor Dovey's office?"
said Merlin, sauntering by in his shirt sleeves.
"These old bones won't make it up another flight of stairs."
Sophie frowned, pointing at her friends ahead. "But they're—"
"Don't worry," said Merlin, breezing past her. "We'll hold the carriage."
The door to Professor Dovey's office was open, and Sophie hurried inside, not wanting to keep her friends waiting. The second desk was gone, and the Dean of Good's office restored the way it once was, smelling of cinnamon and cloves. But Sophie couldn't see Merlin's cloak anywhere, not on the coat hooks, nor on the chair or desk. But there was something else on the desk that made Sophie stop. Between the pumpkin paperweights and basket of fresh sour plums lay a long white box, cinched with a single purple ribbon. Attached to the box was a card that read, "Sophie." "It was on my desk when we returned." Sophie turned to see Professor Dovey at the door. "Lady Lesso must have left it before she freed me from the brig," said Clarissa, stepping beside her. "There was no will, no letter, only this." Sophie ran her fingers along the stiff edges of the box and her inked name on the card. Nothing else on the front or back, before peeking up at the Dean. "We won't know what it is until you look inside, dear," Dovey said. Slowly, Sophie tugged at the purple ribbon and watched it slide away. Leaning over the desk, her hand curled around the edge of the white lid and pulled the box open. Sophie choked. "No! How can—" She spun to Professor Dovey, but the good Dean was smiling at the box through tears. "She told us, didn't she?" Clarissa whispered hopefully. "The old and the new together?" She touched Sophie's cheek. "Both in good hands." Outside the carriage, Tedros brought his mother and Lancelot cups of tea. Leaning against a wheel, Agatha picked burrs out of Reaper's warty skin while Merlin studied his beardless face in the coach's glass window.
"After every epic journey, something must be lost,"
he said, probing his newly visible chin. "Merlin, I've been thinking," said Agatha. "Why could I get through the shield between Gavaldon and the woods when no one else could?"
"The shield was made to keep evil from breaking into the reader world, my dear," said Merlin. "But sometimes to keep evil from getting in, you have to let good out."
Agatha watched him, her throat tightening. "Oh, Merlin, how I'll miss you."
"Miss me?" said Merlin, swiveling. "You don't think I'll let that boy run a kingdom without my help, do you?"
"And here I thought I was too old for a tutor," Tedros grinned, sidling next to Agatha.
"Not 16 until tomorrow, boy,"
piped the wizard, sizing up the young couple.
"Besides, in time you'll have a little rugrat who needs a tutor too."
Agatha and Tedros gaped at him, both hot pink. Merlin cleared his throat.
"Perhaps we should focus on making it through your coronation first."
"If only there was room in our coach, you could spend the whole ride to Camelot making Agatha and I uncomfortable," Tedros quipped.
"But alas, with Sophie, our carriage is full."
Merlin looked past them, mouth curling into a smile.
"Is it?"
Tedros and Agatha turned. Sophie swept towards them, wearing Lady Lesso's majestic, sharp-shouldered purple gown. Agatha dropped her cat. Sophie had no makeup on, sleepless bags under her eyes, and her hair was a bit of a mess. But even so, as they faced each other in silence, Agatha had never seen her friend look so calm, so assured, so beautiful. That's when Agatha knew. "It's what she wanted, Aggie," Sophie rasped. Agatha's lip quivered. You're not coming with us." "I'll be Dean of Evil, while Professor Dovey stays on as Dean of Good. The two of us working side by side like Lesso and Dovey once did," said Sophie. "Together we'll keep the Storian well guarded until a new schoolmaster is named." She could see a crowd of evers, nevers, teachers and heroes, old and young, gawking as word spread. Professor Manley broke his teacup. Agatha couldn't speak. But... "You wanted me to be happy, Agatha," said Sophie. "This is where I belong. This is what I want. Teaching students like me what evil really means." Agatha shook her head, tears rising. "Oh, Sophie, you'll be a wonderful dean," she gasped, throwing arms around her. I'll just miss you." "You'll be an even better queen, Aggie," Sophie promised. "You'll change their lives, like you changed mine." Even Tedros looked misty-eyed now. "It's only a day's ride to Camelot, Sophie. Surely you'll come visit." "As much as you two will have me," Sophie said. Agatha hugged her tighter, her tear-stained cheek against her friend's. "I love you, Sophie. I love you more than you can know." "I do know, Aggie," Sophie whispered, "because I love you just the same." There the two girls stayed, holding each other, until Merlin finally ushered Agatha and her prince inside. As the carriage rode off, Guinevere and Lancelot riding behind, Sophie waved one last goodbye to her friends. The coach trailed into the dappled woods towards the shadows of spires, faint over the horizon, before the final wheel vanished into the trees. Agatha and Tedros were gone. Standing alone at the gates, Sophie let herself cry, shedding warm, cleansing tears. It wasn't goodbye forever, only goodbye for now, and if ever the distance was too much to bear, she would just look inside her heart, for Agatha was already there.
Maybe your Prince Charming is just around the corner,
said a voice. Sophie looked up at Hort next to her. She took in his playful face, well-built body, and adoring grin. I'm afraid I've already found my ever-after, Hort, said Sophie.
What? With who?
Hort asked, aghast. On my own, she said, her voice sure and clear. I'm happy on my own. And for the first time, she knew it was true. As Hort fumbled for words, the bells rang over both schools, summoning the students to their castles. Whispering nevers gave their new dean gobsmacked looks as they herded towards the north gates. What were you saying about missing her? Dot ribbed Hester and Annadil, both deathly pale. Sophie took a deep breath and hustled after them. First things first. Evil needs a new look. Enough with black and doom and gloom, when we should be celebrating our edge, our uniqueness, she said thoughtfully. We'll have to weed out underperforming teachers, of course, and encourage nevers to find their nemesis within. That's how we'll find the best talents for the circus. And a ball. Let the winning school in the trial host the snowball. Oh, that'll cook Good's goose, won't it?
Sophie,
Hort said, chasing her.
You aren't jealous that Agatha gets a boy and a crown and a kingdom and everything else?
Hort pressed in disbelief.
You aren't jealous that Agatha's a queen?
He saw her stop at the gates, faced away as students streamed past. A tiny bit, of course, she said softly. But then I remember... Sophie looked back, smiling bright as a diamond. I'm me.